I'm always late, probably doing my hair. Come on, man. Come on, man. There we go. Let me get that done. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, good. We're good. We're good. It looks like my camera moved. I'm sorry. It's Feral Friday today. I was actually, you know what I was trying to do, Navia? You know what I was trying to do? I was trying to find something because every day, every Saturday, I'm like, oh yeah, we're gonna do more like celebrity stuff and more like creator drama. And man, I can't ever find that shit. My algorithm doesn't have creator drama in it. Creator drama. So I'm like looking for creator drama because I promised to do more like Feral Friday. You know, it's Feral Friday. It's Feral Friday. I don't even do my hair. Look, and my hair's like this. This is how I wake up in the morning. I wake up like this and I do this. That's my hair. That's my hair routine. No, seriously, I try to do it's rude to arrive on time. Seems to be a habit of powerful people. That's what it is. No, come on. No, actually, I set up everything and then I was like, oh crap. I don't have anything creator drama. I don't have any of that. And then I thought, oh God, I gotta have something. So I found something. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. This is the Morning Sky. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I hope that you are you ready for this? It's Feral Friday.
Get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
It's the news.
Every headline, every story gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new bloom.
Happy Juneteenth, everybody.
Today is Juneteenth, and there's today is Juneteenth, and there's
It's Juneteenth, baby doll. Trends and weather on the go. Need to know. Yeah, here we go. Good morning. Good morning, Sky City Rebels. Join us on this daily ride. Come on and Sky Fight. I just killed my light. I thought I was going to dance with the rape. Jack Morgan. I need a Juneteenth background. All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome. I am glad that you're alive. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech, and critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Can you believe it? Thank you. I'm so glad that you're here. This is if you're not a Sky City Rebel, don't forget that you can become a Sky City Rebel, get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. Today, I got a busy day today, man. It's Feral Friday. It's Casual Friday. It's cash. It's Juneteenth, baby. It's Juneteenth. I wanted to get a Juneteenth back. Freedom Day, June 19th. It's Freedom Day, baby dolls. Don't you like Freedom Day? I think you should love freedom. Freedom. I love it. I love freedom. I think I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of freedom. Are you? I am too. I'm glad that you like it. I'm trying to download a freedom, but it's always WEBP. I hate those WEBP files. Why did they invent the WEBP? I got to go through an extra step just to turn that into a JPEG. Just give me the JPEGs. Why do we always want to fix everything on the internet? Just give me a JPEG. Okay? Just give me a JPEG. Is that too much to ask? God damn it. Celebrating the past and celebrating freedom and honoring the past. Juneteenth. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Do you guys like Juneteenth? I went to actually Galveston where it happened, and I thought it was so intense because, well, it's the day that they just said, "Hey, well, you guys have been free for 90 days. Did you know?" And they're like, "No, we didn't know that." Yeah, you've been free for 90 days. What do you mean I've been free for 90 days? I thought that we were slaves. No, you've been free. You mean I've been free this whole time? What are you talking about? Yeah, we ended slavery. You did? And I've been taking orders from this asshole this whole time? This whole time I've been free. This asshole's been telling me what to do and I've been doing it? How would that feel? How would you feel? How would that feel if you were doing that? Jesus. I can't find a good green screen background. So we're going to have to just roll with it with what I got. Sorry, everybody. I don't think there's anything that will actually fit. I have some some red, yellow, and green stuff, but there's some Juneteenth American flags. How about that? Let's get a Juneteenth American flag. I kind of like that. The Juneteenth American flag. Let's see if I can get one of those. Oh, there's one with Trump. That's nice. Oh, I like this. Let's see if I can get this one. Save image. Yes, it's a JPEG. I like JPEGs. I'm maxing on JPEGs. Man, I never thought that I'd have to say that out loud, but man, I don't care who knows it. I don't care who knows it. I am maxing on JPEGs. Thank you all for joining. We're gonna have a Juneteenth celebration. It's Pride Month, but it's also Juneteenth today. It's June 19th. And here you go. We have it Juneteenth. You probably can't see it. No, you can't really see it in the vertical, but in the horizontal, you could definitely see it. So if you care about Juneteenth, go horizontal. All right. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech, welcome to the Morning Sky Show. Happy Juneteenth. Now, I care because I hate slavery. I don't know how you feel about slavery, everybody, but I've always been against it. I don't think people should be working for anyone, really. I think it's exploitative. I don't think that we should be doing what we're doing, where we're forcing people to work by threat of starvation or, any of these other things that we threaten them with, like homelessness or any of this crap. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. And so I'm trying to get rid of slavery. I'm trying to pro freedom. Sky pegs. Yeah, man, we're going sky pegs right now for sure. Absolutely. I have come to the truth place. What did you say? I have come to the booth of truth. Am I in the right place? You're in the booth of truth. You're here. You ready to booth? You ready to booth the truth? I'm glad. Well, okay. Well, let's just talk about Juneteenth for a second. I can you imagine slavery's a thing, and then one day they're like, no, it hasn't been a thing for 90 days. God, that would piss me off. That made me so mad. What do you mean? Nobody told us. Because that's what happened, right? Slavery ended, and then it took a while for this dude to come on a horse all the way to Galveston, Texas, and they're like, yo, slavery's over, y'all. They probably was like, howdy. Y'all got some slaves? Yeah, we sure do. We got all sorts of slaves. What kind of slaves y'all looking for? Well, I'm looking for all them slaves. You see, we've done made it illegal. We done made it illegal. What do you mean you made it illegal? You can't make slaves legal. I own them. Nope. Sir, we sure have done it. Once more, we done it. The union has won over at Antietam. and Appomattox, we done sign a contract. You see, yeah, there's a letter that says we are no longer buying and selling slaves. You didn't get the memo? No, y'all didn't get the memo, but I'm here on horseback to tell you firsthand from the horse's mouth, so to speak, that you are not allowed to own slaves no more. Oh, dang do. I gotta let all these N-words free? You sure do. By threat of the federal government. Okay. I'd be so pissed if I were one of those slaves. If you care about Juneteenth, go horizontal.
Today is Juneteenth, and there are several celebrations taking place today, including a solidarity parade and celebration here in Grand Rapids.
Nice. That looks like not many people in Grand Rapids. But still, I mean, Grand Rapids is Michigan. You know, I thought it was funny because I saw this thing in Michigan. I just wanted to say that Michigan, there are Black people who live in Michigan, but they couldn't find any, I guess, in Grand Rapids. I don't know.
It's the 9th year for the event and the 4th year for the parade. That parade steps off at noon at the corner of Eastern and Hall. They will.
Oh, because it's early. This is like, okay. This is not so bad.
Walk to Dickinson Buffer Park for an opening ceremony that's happening at 1 o'clock this afternoon. For the rest of the day, it will be a celebration with food vendors and plenty of activities for kids. Juneteenth was declared a federal holiday back in 2021. One of the ambassadors for today's celebration say it's that kind of recognition that really helps people grow and we all move forward together as a country.
I think, we should move forward as a country because we made, one particular type of slavery illegal. And I think it's important. I think anytime we celebrate a victory for the people, it's good, right? People shouldn't be slaves. Nobody should be slaves. Is there still slavery? Yes, we got a lot of work to do. But come on, can't we say, hey, we're against slavery here. We're working on it. That sounds like
we
something.
Cannot properly deal with and accept our future if we don't understand our past. So it's very important for us to come together and bring notoriety to what Juneteenth stands for and how important it is, not just for people of color, but for everyone in this country.
Well, I don't know about this whole can't do the future without the past thing. We've been going into the future a long time without knowing anything about our past. I mean, that's kind of the American way. That's really colonialism, right? Fuck the past. We're going to go straight into the future. We don't need to know about what happened back then. In fact, we're only going to tell lies and mythology about myths about what we did in the past. Don't you worry. We're going to take credit for all the good stuff and forget all the bad stuff. That's what we're going to do with the past. Put it straight down the memory hole. But I do think that you can't ever build a culture without confronting your past in an honest way. And I think that's why America, Australia, well, all the colonies, all the former colonies and current colonies and commonwealths and all of that, they don't have a culture. I mean, that's why they are celebrating Christmas with reindeer and Christmas trees and pretending like it's snowing in the middle of summer down in Australia, because they've never built their own culture, because they don't want to confront their dark history. But this is what you do. You confront your dark history, and then you're able to build a culture based on your collective experience, because you can talk about it, you can think about it, you can come to terms with it, you can reach to maybe a greater understanding and across color lines. And that's what cultures are. You see, this is why the tribes of Europe, like the German culture, they've accepted their dark past way before the whole Nazi thing. That was just a blip compared to all the other shit that went down. And they've come to terms with it. They've talked about it. The different tribes of Germany have come together under one umbrella called German culture. The English are the same way. Because they were the colonists, right? They know, but the places that were colonized, they've never. The way colonialization works is we bring our own mythology, we stamp out the others, we erase their history, we don't talk about ours, and we keep going forward through just exploitation, basically. Keep making money. A shark doesn't swim backwards. You get it?
It is now recognized as a federal holiday, so it's getting a lot of more attention. But we want people to understand the true meaning of it, the true blessing that it carries. There is no.
Yeah, I mean, Aussie culture is about the same as American culture, Canadian culture. It's not really a culture, right? It's this weird amalgamation of European culture. It's European culture in a sun-drenched country. That's all it is. Yeah. When you move away from California, please, please, please remember that you don't have to tell anyone you're from California in the first 2 sentences when meeting new people. Well, I mean, they're gonna see my license plate, won't they? Look, man, I've lived all over the world. People ask me where I'm from. I usually say, well, kind of all over, but I was born in California. Because I'm from here. I'm Californian for sure, but I've lived everywhere. I've lived in England, Japan, Taiwan, Virginia, Nevada, uh, Germany. Anywhere else? Did I miss anything? I mean, I've lived all over the country and all over the world. I lived in Northern California and Southern California. I went to college up in the north. So tell them Pawnee, Indiana for sure. Californians always tell you. I don't know. People usually ask you where you're from. That's a pretty common thing because they're like, y'all, you ain't from around here. Or you know what happened a lot when I lived in Virginia? They'd be like, oh, what's your name? And I'd be like, yeah, Sky Jack Morgan. Or I just say Jack Morgan usually. And they'd say, are you related to the Morgan clan up on the hill over there? They asked me about some Morgan from some other town or something. I'd be like, no, I'm not from here. Oh, really? Where are you from? And I tell them, oh, well, ding, I knew. I don't like California. I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. They all got some shit to say. They can't shut the fuck up about California.
No shame in what our people have brought to this country.
Several city leaders, including Mayor David LeGrand, are...
Well, people of all races have been contributing to the great things of humanity. It's just that the Western civilization, racists like to say Western civilization so that white people can take credit for philosophy and democracy and all the stuff coming out of Greece, while also taking credit for all the American achievements, and it's basically whiteness. So, but all races have contributed to humanity, and it's so ridiculous, this idea that people are constantly trying to be like, oh well, white people did this, we built all this. It's so stupid.
Expected to be there, and apparently there will also be a surprise guest. There are other Juneteenth events today. We do have a list on our website at woodtv.com and what those events are.
Okay, so in New York, every year this shit happens. And every year in New York, nobody does anything. And I can't believe that we're still doing this. Like, it's every damn year. Multiple accidents like this happen.
Hey guys, there's a runaway horses right now, guys.
Runaway horses.
Oh. Ay. Oh. That's a horse incident right here, guys. That's crazy. You have to get people out. Are you guys okay? Everybody's okay?
No.
Oh my God.
They're not okay. No.
Are you guys okay? Oh, that's a horse.
Not okay. The little girl died. The teenage girl died. She tipped over. The horse fell on. The horse didn't fall over, but the carriage did. Every year they torture these horses by running them around in circles around Central Park and all over New York City. And we think it's cute, I guess, but these horses are slave animals. I wish we had a Juneteenth for horses, because these slave animals have to go around in circles. They die of heat stroke every year. You have some video of cops pouring water on a horse, trying to bring the horse back to life. You have every year people getting injured, people getting bitten. Like, these horses don't belong in city centers. They never did. We tend to think like, oh, well, this mistake of our past where we used horses. Like, okay, well, they used them in the past. Awesome. We don't need to keep it going. There's no reason for it. Stupid. There's other towns that just have horseless one. They just have cute carriages. They've outlawed the horses, and they just have cute carriages that go around. They just make it a little machine of some kind with an electric motor in there, and they drive them around in a little open carriage, and people still do it. They don't care. People don't give a shit if there's a stinking, shitting animal who's about to run off and kill somebody or die himself. It's stupid. Other bystanders were also injured. Yes, it needs to stop. I don't care where you fall on this on animal abuse. I mean, I know most of you probably kill and eat animals, but look, if all of us got together and said this is no more, stop going on these horseless carriages, start signing things to ban these fucking things. They're a menace. They're abusive. It's slavery. It's Juneteenth. Write your congressperson, write your mayor, make a post about how stupid it is to have horses pulling fat tourists and teenage girls around city centers and killing them or killing themselves. This is ridiculous. Hey, is this an open panel? What do you mean is this an open panel? It's always an open panel. So it's open. It's open.
So I saw that the creator, Ali Rose Co. has trademarked the term Hot Girls Read, which is crazy.
Trademarking Hot Girls Read.
It's Feral Friday, everybody. It's Casual Friday on the Morning Sky Show. It's Feral Friday. Chill, baby doll.
Is nasty, wretched, greedy behavior.
It's not just a bad choice that she made. It's a sick thing that she did to her peers. Small business owners trying to make a living. They were going to be stuck with unsellable inventory because she trademarked this phrase.
Unsellable inventory. Oh my God, not unsellable inventory. Well, they should have done print on demand. Print on demand is the way to go. It's far less wasteful. Unsellable inventory.
Planning to go after them legally.
You would think as a small business owner herself, she would have a little more empathy for other small business owners.
I think Ali Roscoe has single-handedly started the downfall of her own small business.
So imagine you're part of a community, a whole community built around something you genuinely love, reading. And there is a phrase that, everyone uses, a phrase that has been floating around for years, something that feels like it belongs to all of you equally. And then one day, someone wakes up and decided to trademark it, to own it legally on paper, and then tells other small businesses to stop using it. What is up with that? What is it with the obsession of people lately trademarking what does not belong to them? Because that is giving pure greed. This is exactly what happened in the book talk community this week, and trust me, people were not having it. So let's just get into it. So for context, for anyone who is not familiar, book talk is basically the reading corner of TikTok. It is like a massive community of readers, reviewers, authors, and book lovers who create content around books. And over the past few years, it has genuinely made reading cool again, which honestly is a beautiful thing. Now within that community, there is a phrase that has been used for years across TikTok, Twitter, and even Instagram: hot girls read. So the idea is simple. Reading is a hot girl habit. It is aspirational, it is fun, it makes reading feel like an identity. So the phrase is widely believed to have roots going back to at least 2016 and 2017 on social media, with many people tracing it back to the broader hot girl culture that Megan Thee Stallion popularized. Nobody owned it. People just, everybody uses it. So it just belongs to the culture. Not until June 3rd, 2026. So Ali Mitrovic is a 26-year-old graphic designer and also a content creator. She is the face behind a small business called Ali Rose Co. Announced on June 3rd that she has successfully trademarked the phrase hot girls read in an Instagram post, which of course she already deleted. So in this deleted post, she wrote, "Hot girls read is officially ours." She went on to describe how the phrase has changed her life and her business, and how she had been using it on bookmarks and apparels for years. Now, just to give a little background on her, she actually started her business in 2020 as a general lifestyle and merchandise brand. It is not a book brand at all, just cute stickers and apparel. Then Book Talk blew up, and the bookish merchandise market became one of the most profitable corners of creators' business. And Ali Roscoe shifted into selling bookish merchandise, and the hot girls read phrase became like a big part of her brand. So she filed the trademark application in August 2024, and it covered bookmarks, stickers, book covers, notebook covers, notepads, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and hoodies.
Somebody trademarked Hot Girls Read, and Book Talk is not very happy about it. I'm Tammany. I'm an IP attorney with 20 years of experience. Here's a screenshot of the page from the United States Patent and Trademark Office showing the registration in Hot Girls Read, showing that it was filed in August of 2024, and it actually issued just this February in 2026.
I'm glad that girls are reading. I think women should be reading. I think everyone should be reading. I read a lot. Do you read a lot? Are you part of the book club? Join the book club. We're gonna read a lot. I do not trust Book Talk after they recommended fucking Verity by Colleen Hoover. Holy shit, that was the worst book I've ever read. There's gonna be some stinkers, man. I think most books I read are shit. So most books I read, I feel like, oh, why did I bother? But but then you always get that one that's like, And there's always something in every book that's worth it, right? Hot Girls Read is a bit of a lame name. Yeah, I think it's super lame. I think it's a bad name. But Hot Girls Read, that's what's taken the world by storm. They're very upset about it, y'all. They're very upset that Hot Girls Read is being trademarked. I bet all the fools felt the same way about Mr. T when he trademarked the term "I pity the fool," which is true. He trademarked that. I remember when Paris Hilton tried to trademark "That's hot." She tried to trademark "That's hot." I don't think you should be able to trademark these things. Hot girls read. Why would you be able to trademark that? Like, it's sickening anyway, these corporate bastards. This is the thing. We get abused, we get oppressed by corporations, and then we want to be just like those corporations. Like, there should be no trademark or copyright on Batman. Bob Kane is dead and has been for a long time. Superman, he came out in the 20s or 30s. That should not be a thing anymore. Superman should be it belongs to us. This is the folk tradition. We cannot have a culture as long as corporations own the artifacts of our culture. Folk tradition is like Man of Constant Sorrow by, it's not by Bob Dylan, but I think it's by Bob Dylan, right? But it existed before him. He covered it. Everybody does their own version of I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. We have all, or House of the Rising Sun. It doesn't belong to anybody. We can all sing it anytime we want because it doesn't belong to anyone. It's called culture. It's part of every generation. Every person can contribute to that. That's how you build culture. But as soon as you have corporations, because we're just colonialists, that's all we are. We want to enclose all commonly owned shit. That's like typical. Anything commonly owned land, they did it with the land. They enclosed certain parts so that we couldn't move. They enclose other areas so that we can't do business like we used to. We can't meet each other like we used to. This is what they're doing in the digital space now. And now we, like, girl talk or whatever the fuck it was called, book talk, they're doing it too. They're all doing it. This is mine. No one else can have it. It's like it belongs to all of us. What do you mean? Just like Batman belongs to all of us. Woody Guthrie, he stole a lot too. He didn't write all those songs. He stole a lot. And sometimes, very typically, they take folk rhythms or melodies and they just apply their own words to it or whatever. That's the folk tradition. That's how it works. And we should be doing the same thing with Batman and Superman and Spider-Man. Well, Spider-Man's younger, but like, it used to be 50 years because what they wanted to do is like, okay, we want to encourage creativity. So if you invent Batman, right, or whatever, you invent whatever man, and whatever man gets famous, you own it for your lifetime and then 50 years after you die so that your kids can make a little scratch off it. That was always the plan. That was the rule. But then corporations came in with the thing called the Mickey Mouse law, saying they want to own their properties in perpetuity. Not all of things will be in perpetuity, but like Steamboat Willie, this specific version of Mickey Mouse is no longer owned by Disneyland, by Disney. It's owned by all of us. It's a public domain character, a PDC. But there's a Robin Hood movie out this weekend. It's a public domain character. You can make a Robin Hood movie because it belongs to all of us. Of course you can. Now, you used to be able to make a Little Mermaid. See, Disney was really good at this. You used to be able to make a Snow White. You used to be able to make whatever you want, but they made it very hard to do that because they've copywritten folk tales. They take things that were invented 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, and they're copywriting those things, enclosing what used to be commonly owned. And it's disgusting. And it makes me sick that this young woman, she's a graphic designer. She wants to copyright Hot Girls Read. Go fuck yourself. That girl deserves, they should cut off her head. Cut her head off. I mean, not really. But she acts like this is how oligarchs are training us. Good little capitalist. Oh, you made a little money on a cute thing that all of us belong to all of us.
It is, like all trademarks, registered in a particular class of goods. She has a registration for things like bookmarks, book covers, paper, and then also apparel like sweatshirts and graphic tees. After this registration issued to Ali Rose Co., they posted something on social media that basically said,
oh yeah, I know this. I know the song. I play the song all the time. Woody Guthrie fought both Trumps. Trump was alive at that time. Donald Trump was alive. I'm sending out to you and your old. I'm sending out an invitation to you and your old man both, asking you to to live in Beach Haven. He's talking about Donald Trump and Fred Trump. He's talking about both of them in that song.
Alerted people to the fact that they own this trademark and that they knew that there were people that followed them on social media that were using this phrase on similar goods and telling them that they needed to knock it off. Essentially like a social media posting that is really a cease and desist notice.
Now, here is the part that really got people upset because in the trademark filing, she claimed first use of the phrase dating back to January 2021. But in the same announcement post, she described getting into reading 3-ish years ago. So 3-ish years ago from 2026 puts us around.
So Mickey Mouse sucks anyways, but it sucks. Why does Mickey Mouse suck? Because it's owned by this corporation that makes it suck. Mickey Mouse could actually be incredible if everybody owned it. And Mickey Mouse has actually been co-opted by the underground and by subversives and by deviant art and stuff like that. So people have actually done, because people just disregard copyright all the time. And I say go for it. Disregard copyright. And then when they tell you, oh, you can't do that, you take it down. They have to send you a cease and desist. They can't just take your money unless you're making lots of money off of it. Then they could take the money that you made. But it's not like they can come after you with, they can't put you in jail for using the Superman logo. You can make as much Superman shit as you want. You just have to sell it on the sly. But you could do it. They can't do anything. It's just like when you go to a concert, every time you, at least in the old days, I don't think they do this anymore, but in the old days, when you go to a concert, there'd be a bunch of bootleggers out there selling shirts of the concert so that they could get you to, they're trying to make money while you're waiting in line for the show. I always thought that was great. I love those guys. That's the American experience. That's the folk tradition. Oh, you're here for the Grateful Dead show? Cool. We just made some Grateful Dead t-shirts, brand new. They're collector's item. Oh yeah, they're collector's item. They're real exclusive. Here, have one.
Around 2023, right? So she claimed 2021 in the legal filing, but her own words said otherwise. In the same post, in her own words, okay, not mine.
I don't think she's successful. She tried to do that. I think she failed.
You have to trademark a very commonly used phrase by many other creators and small businesses, then your product isn't that good. Point blank period. But to also be threatening other small businesses and small creators that create merch with phrase on it, while you are selling unlicensed merch from authors.
Oh, you're selling unlicensed merch from authors? Oh, the hypocrisy. Oh, the hypocrisy. Ah, you slag.
Is bold, my dude. Like, you are burning your business to the ground because not only have you turned a bunch of people off, but also to lie on your trademark where you publicly said that you started making merch that say Hot Girls Read on it 3 years ago, but yeah, your trademark goes all the way back to 2021. Math. And also the fact that this phrase has been around longer than 2021. So I can also promise you have wasted a ton of time and money because probably by the end of next week, especially since this has blown up, your trademark is going to be overturned.
I mean, it was your own post that said 3 years ago you got into reading more consistently. So you're pretty new to the hobby regardless. And then posting that when you register.
You're new to the hobby of reading? Come on. I love how people they want to gatekeep reading. This is what it's come to? You're new to reading. You've only been reading for 3 years. What the fuck are you talking about? What? I've been reading since I was 5 or something. I don't know. How old are kids when they learn how to read? How old are most children when they read their first book? Between 5 and 7. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I read my first book at 5. My mom always told me I was a little bit late on the talking, but I read super early, and so she thought I might have been a little retarded, but I wasn't. And well, maybe the jury's still out. I might be a little retarded, but I'm not. But they when kids talk a little late. She was a little I don't know. But then as soon as I started talking, she said I read super early, 4 or 5. So she was like, all right. All right. He's not. He's all right. He's all right. Comics definitely count. Absolutely. Comics count. Yes. Comics definitely count. There's actually been lots of studies about this. I remember when I was studying for the LSAT, you have to get really fast at reading when you're studying for the LSAT. And they say just practice reading. You get faster. Just read as much as you can, and it doesn't matter what you read. And there were all these studies about people, even if you just read comic books, you just get faster at reading. You get faster at recognizing words. You just get faster, and and also your brain is still connecting what's happening between the frames and stuff. So you're still exercising your brain, in your imagination, I should say. You're still exercising your imagination with comic books. They totally count. Comic books are an American art form. I am really upset because I have a Star Trek collection of comic books. I've been collecting comic books for a long time, and I love Star Trek comics. And now I'm really upset because Paramount bought Star Trek, and who knows how long the license will last for the comics. But now I'm just like turned off. I'm turned off, and it sucks because fucking Paramount and Donald Trump, they own Star Trek now. Like, what the fuck? This is why Star Trek, for example, it should almost be entering public domain, but it hasn't. It should almost be in public domain, Star Trek.
For the trademark 3 years ago that you didn't see it being as widely used. That's why you registered the trademark to protect yourself, even though it was already being widely used by a lot of people in this hobby. And while you're making your merch, you're making other merch that completely infringes on others' copyrights, while at the same time telling people that they shouldn't do that to you, which is really weird.
Trademarking Hot Girls Read, but then using somebody else's trademark. Like, you know, Taylor Swift has all of these phrases trademarked. And ACOTAR is trademarked by Sarah J. Maas, is like one of the wildest things I've ever heard of. But go off, girlfriend. Trademark a phrase everybody uses, and then go after other small businesses for using them.
And of course, users went further, sharing old social media
I want to trademark "Good morning, everybody."
posts with the phrase.
No one's allowed to say it anymore because I say it every morning. Good morning, everybody.
It's going back to 2020, 2017, and even 2016. So as you can see that the community clearly has been using this phrase long before she started her own business. So someone said, Hot Girls Read has been around long before this. I had a sticker on my bookshelf back in 2005 and 2004. Found it in the bookstore. Who the hell trademarks something they didn't create? This is a classic case of just because you can does not mean you should. So this is where it stopped being just about phrase and started being about real damage, because once the trademark went through, messages started circulating online where small businesses were allegedly being told to remove their Hot Girls Read products from their shops. Ecstasy sellers, independent creators, people who had been using that phrase on their own merchandise long before Ali Roscoe even entered the bookish space.
Ooh, let's have a conversation about Ali Roscoe and her trademarking the words Hot Girls Read. Justifiably, I'm also pretty irritated by it, but I want to talk to you about it from the perspective of a small business owner, because I feel like I have insights that most other people don't have. That creator and I are essentially peers. We sell very, very similar stuff. Here's the thing is, as a small business owner, regardless of whether you're friends with them or not, you are aware of your peers. You know what they're selling. You know who they are. It is very, very likely that someone who has purchased from her.
What I think is sickening too, it's not like she came up with Hot Girls Read. I've had to send cease and desist letters. Like I had I've designed some things that kind of took off, and I used to have a blog where I would put up my images, and people would sometimes download those images and make XYZ out of them. But sometimes it was cool. One time someone downloaded something and then they made a tattoo on their arm and they sent it to me, and they're like, "Hey, sorry I didn't tell you about this before, but I thought it was so beautiful. I got it. Should I pay you?" I'm like, "Not unless you're rich. If you're rich, give me some money. If not, whatever." That was our interchange. It was pretty cool though, having a person with a tattoo of my drawing on their arm, you know? And then, but I did one that was used by businesses. People kept using it as part of their logo and shit. And then someone I sold rights to, it was like, "Hey, this other person's sending me a cease and desist." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I had to send them a cease and desist. It got messy. And it's so annoying because I created that out of my imagination. I drew it. You know what I mean? And someone just stole it. And then they tried to tell someone else they weren't allowed to use it. Oh my God, dude. That was rough.
Has probably purchased from me because we sell very similar items in the same circles. So her choosing to trademark that very, very, very common phrase that many, many small business owners put on stuff, it's not just a bad choice that she made, it's sinister. It's a sick thing that she did to her peers. Because trademarking is not a quick thing. She went through years of this, knowing very well how many people were selling this very similar phrase. She knew that she was about to leave a ton of people who are just like her, who are small business owners trying to make a living. She was going to leave them holding the bag. They were going to be stuck with unsellable inventory because she trademarked this phrase and is based on her own posts, planning to go after them legally. She has fully backtracked on that, but screenshots last forever. She absolutely was threatening them legally. What I think did not occur to her is that she has crossover with these brands. She was hurting people that her fans like. And it never even occurred to her in the over a year that she was working on this, that the people who support her might possibly support people similar to her. I fully understand wanting to protect what is yours. This did not belong to her.
Now I want to talk to the small creators and small businesses that have merch on here, and you saw that threat from her, and she's trying to scare you into taking your stuff down. Don't take it down. Because you know what she has to have? She has to have money to afford a lawyer to sue all of the people who are infringing on her trademark.
Do you want to get sued? When they send that cease and desist letter, it's going to be annoying.
To take the things down. So don't take them down. Because if
Etsy will take it down for you.
You take them down, that means less people are going to leave theirs up, and she'll be able to afford to sue a smaller amount of people. But if there's a large amount of people, because there are a large amount of people who make merch that say this phrase because it does not belong to her, she can't afford to sue all of you. It just is what it is. So anyway, this is very disappointing for a small woman-owned business to be doing this. I love supporting women. I love supporting small businesses. I am a woman-owned small.
Yeah, Hot Girl Summer. But Hot Girl Summer was, she didn't invent this.
Business myself. So this is super disappointing.
And then the community did what communities do. They went digging, and then they found out that it was not just Hot Girls Read that was being claimed. People started uncovering that other popular book talk phrases were also reportedly under trademark or proprietary claims. So someone said that's not the only trademark either. Book boyfriend and blind date with a book are pending.
Book boyfriend and blind date with a book are pending trademark
approval. Phrases that the community created together that spread organically, that felt like, they belonged to everyone, suddenly being claimed. And of course, people did not just complain, they actually did something about it. So by June 5th, just 2 days after the announcement, a formal cancellation proceeding have been filed with the US Patents and Trademark Office against the mark. Someone actually filed to challenge the trademark through the official legal channels.
Today, June 5th, somebody actually filed a motion to cancel Ali Rose's trademark. And the argument in that cancellation is that Hot Girls Read is a common phrase that has been used in the literary community and was in use long before Ali Rose & Co. ever used it. Now, an important detail to understand the gravity of that argument is that Ali Rose & Co. is claiming a date of first use of January 14th, 2021. What that means is that's the earliest date Ali Rose is saying, yeah, I was out in commerce using Hot Girls Read as a trademark, January 14th, 2021. That gives the woman who filed the motion to cancel a pretty solid target. If she can come up with uses before January 14th, 2021, then she can argue, look, Ali Rose & Co. is not the first one to use this phrase and shouldn't have the trademark. That is in fact what she did today.
It's just such bullshit. Philosophically, I don't really give a shit about the legal side of it, to be honest with you. And you fucking ignore trademarks. Ignore trademarks. All the cool ones, ignore copyright. Ignore it. Just ignore it. These fucking bastards. Also ignored private property signs. Woody Guthrie said, as I was walking, I saw a sign there, and that sign said, no trespassing. But on the other side, it didn't say nothing. That side was made for you and me, because there's no such thing as private property. Fuck them.
Last night, we told you Luigi Mangione would pursue a psychiatric defense in his case, seeming to acknowledge his role in the shooting and the killing. And now, just 24 hours later, a complete reversal. Aaron McLaughlin joins us now live in studio with this breaking news. Aaron, a lot of whiplash.
I think this is great. They think they can win without the psych defense. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Luigi Mangione's defense team has formally notified the court that he is withdrawing his psychiatric defense at this time. That, according to a legal document filed today, the court responded acknowledging the withdrawal while noting certain transcripts, email, and documents will remain sealed. It was just yesterday when the judge announced Luigi Mangione would pursue that psychiatric defense, which legally conceded that Mangione did kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan in 2024. No explanation for the sudden reversal was given, but legal experts say it's possible he did not have medical corroboration to back up that defense. The trial is set to start in September.
Okay, Aaron, we thank you. We thank you for watching.
Also, maybe they should just not have. Maybe they should just be like, "Yo, he didn't do it." How about that? How about just no, he didn't do it? Forget the psych defense. He's innocent. Luigi Mangione's innocent. Luigi 2018. I like it. I love the fact that they took away they withdrew their psych defense. Great, because he didn't do it. I read this morning that they dropped the psych defense. You read that? Yeah. They withdrew it. They said, forget it. We're not going to do it. And I like that because that Hall of Famer lawyer he has, I remember when it was kind of crazy because she was on the news going, use the psych defense. This dude, I could get this guy off. And then she became his lawyer. It was really cool. And now she's withdrawing the original idea, which means to me that maybe Luigi Mangione is going to be president in 2028.
D.C. one step closer to electing a socialist mayor as Kenyon McDuffie concedes to Democrat socialist Janice Lewis-George in their Democratic primary. Her win reflecting the rise of far-left ideology in the Democratic Party as the philosophy spreads
far-left ideology
across the country. Yesterday,
all running as Democrats, far left.
Time progressive champion Bernie Sanders and Democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani rallying together in the Big Apple.
So these are all mayors except for Graham Plattner. I think Nithya Raman, the more I read about her, the more I like.
The outcome of these elections will reverberate around our city and around our country, and it will send a very clear message. When we win, we will make it clear that our movement is more powerful than their money.
And there is something else that the American people understand, and that is that the politics and the policies of the Democratic establishment are no longer.
Yeah, not guilty by reason of insanity. Yeah, that same thing. Psych defense, yeah.
good enough.
Republican strategist and Cornerstone Strategies principal Cassie Smedley joins me now. Cassie, as you heard right there, they are not hiding their intentions anymore. They're not talking about socialism in maybe one city or possibly one state. They're talking about it going national. So how worried should our viewers be that socialism?
Smoking Blondie. You know what's crazy? The Grateful Dead almost disappeared. And people all of a sudden were releasing the bootlegs because their recordings kind of were lacking. It didn't capture the magic of a Grateful Dead concert. And the bootleggers actually, because they had tape, it was at the same time like cassette tapes were coming out, and the bootleggers were recording all these concerts they were going to and distributing them. And then Grateful Dead got bigger because of the bootleg, which I think is such a cool story, that freedom, liberty, the folk tradition made the band. They were going big. Jerry Garcia was about to call it quits because he didn't have any money. They couldn't eat. And all of a sudden, all these people became a movement about the Grateful Dead that continues to this day. Jerry Garcia's dead. He's still making money because of bootleggers.
Trojan horse of the Democratic Party, as I refer.
It's so crazy. People are like, I want my money. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's mine. It's mine. I want all the money. And it's like, if the Grateful Dead behaved that way, we would have no Grateful Dead. They would be gone. They'd be forgotten. They would have broken up, and people would have been like, man, one time I saw this cool band in San Francisco. That would be the story. I forget their name. They had a cool name though. I can't remember it.
To it now is coming to a city or town or state near them.
Hey, good morning, Todd. So let's be wary, buyer beware, right? But from a political standpoint, there's a couple things happening here. I think broadly, the socialists have handed Republicans a gift in the general elections, and they've handed Democrats a dilemma. Because what's really happening here is,
yeah, there's this awesome podcast about cassette tapes, because I've always been into music and I listen to weird stuff like that sometimes, and they really dove deep into it. But yeah, man, they would not have been around as we know them today, for sure not. I mean, I think they had already released an album, but it didn't do very well. And the Grateful Dead, the bootlegs, and then also the sound guys would be like, hey, plug in, and they have direct to the soundboard, and they would have recordings of the live performances, which is how traditionally musicians actually made their money, by the way. You don't make much on the records. The records, the record company gobbles all that up, and the agents, and everyone gets their piece, but the performance, the musicians make more money, like traditionally. Yeah. He sold ties in the end. Yeah, well, he was a painter too, right? So his paintings were used as tie designs. Yeah, Jerry Garcia ties. Yeah, he was. I don't think he was selling ties, but yeah, his designs were put on ties famously so that people could wear them in their offices and feel cool, feel kind of like they're still hippies, even though they're wearing a tie, which I thought was ironic, but kind of fun too, right? Jerry Garcia had the coolest guitars. He only had 9 fingers too, man. 9 fingers. He was a great guitar player. I think Navia was the one who suggested I learn Scarlet Begonias, and I was listening to that song over and over again because there's some weird things to it, and I was trying to learn the song for her, and I was actually every time I listen to Jerry Garcia records, I'm always shocked that he's playing that with 9 fingers, man. And he's 9 fingers on his fretboard hand. I think it's on this hand. If I lost my fingers on this hand, I could still play guitar, but if I lost my fingers on this hand, I couldn't play. Because I probably could learn, but like I couldn't immediately play guitar left-handed for sure.
this is a civil war in the Democrat Party, that they keep putting up these socialist candidates. The Democrat Socialists of America are very organized and energized, and they're winning these primaries, and they can win them in a deep blue city like New York or Washington, D.C., or even Chicago. But what happens if they win them in my home state of Missouri? Are they able to compete in the general elections, or even more broadly in 2028? What happens nationally?
Why did the Nazis hate social democrats?
If they can, that's very scary for those of us like you, me, and the viewers. But I don't think so, because I think the country more broadly is saying that might work in your deep navy blue city, but don't come messing with us. So that's what we're really looking at.
Well, we're going to get an answer in a few months. month because November is right around the corner. And I think that's going to be the first real test of Democrat socialism staying power beyond maybe just a few cities and this place and time. But I think there's a larger question that we don't talk about enough. And it's this. None of this is organic. All of it is highly orchestrated. The Washington.
What? None of it's organic? Now you want organic. I thought you wanted billionaires in crypto. What are you talking about?
Actually broaching the subject, quote, the Democratic Socialists of America won't be pacified. But then they get into this. For more than a decade, this movement has quietly built a political ecosystem that operates independently from the traditional party. Organizations such as the DSA,
that sounds organic
Justice
to me,
Democrats, and the Working Families Party have spent years recruiting candidates, training activists, and building donor networks. So that
so this is if you will give me a moment. Lenin said that if you want to be successful, you have to participate with bourgeois parliament, right? You have to sit and deliberate with bourgeois parliament, because even though we all know that parliamentary government and what we call a constitutional republic, what we have here, parliamentary government is unethical and doesn't work, even though we know that the people don't, and we have to go to where the people are in order to get a real movement going, in order to create a real movement. And so, like what he just said, like the Justice for American Families or something, like these other smaller Marxist groups, they get together and they form coalitions and they create solidarity and they start working within the Democratic Party because it's the most popular part. Well, it was the most popular. Now it's like, it's playing second fiddle right now. But I think the Democrats are still pretty popular in America. I think most people would agree. And if you could exist within them, you could start building a groundswell. The fascists are doing the same thing on the other side, right? The fascists are always part of the Republican Party. They're always building a groundswell over there. And that's what MAGA is. MAGA is a fascist groundswell of ultra right-wing Nazism. Now, why do they hate Social Democrats so much? Nazis hated Social Democrats because they were the primary defenders of the Democratic Republic of Weimar, the Weimar Republic, and staunch advocates for internationalism. To the Nazis, Social Democrats represented everything they wanted to destroy: political pluralism, workers' rights, labor unions, and a peaceful, non-radical path to societal reform. Now, when you think about why the Nazis hated the Social Democrats, and so they still have Social Democrats in Germany. They're called the SPD. That was Merkel's party. They're not really Social Democrats these days. Now they're just Democrats, really. They're kind of like our Democrats, a bunch of do-nothing, limp-wristed bastards. But now they still exist. They were scapegoated in World War II, in the Hitler's Germany, because SPD was in power because they supported international cooperation, and they don't like that shit. They said that the democratic system was used as a scapegoat for Germany's economic ruin and the shame of the Treaty of Versailles after World War I. So tons of reasons to hate Social Democrats for the Nazis, and tons of reason for our Nazis, our current day Nazis, to hate Social Democrats. So organizations like the DSA, Justice Democrats, and Working Families Party, like these are probably more Marxist leaning, populist, pluralist organizations. I've only ever heard of the Working Families Party. I don't know what DSA is or Justice Democrats, but they form coalitions and they caucus with the Democrats because they have to. It's called realpolitik.
That begs the question, who's pushing this? Who's funding this? Educate us, Cassie.
Well, in many ways, we don't know. It's a lot of dark money that's pushing behind this. So that's something to be mindful of. But I will say, Todd, I worked on Capitol Hill for 10 years. And in my time, back in my day, when Bernie Sanders introduced a bill, he sat in the corner and it was his bill all on his own. And Democrats said, oh,
I want to say thank you to, I don't thank the moderators enough. Thank you, moderators.
That's just Bernie. And then came along the Bernie pressure. And now it's like a litmus test for Democrats that you need to co-sign his bills. Kamala Harris, she was all too happy to be right there next to Bernie, working with him in the Senate. So there is a change. They understand that this is a group that they need to be aware of, because this group, as you mentioned, for so long wasn't getting anywhere in the Democrat Party. I mean, the DNC purposely rigged the elections to keep Bernie Sanders out of it and make Hillary Clinton their nominee.
That's because he's not a Democrat. The DNC is not. The DNC will fight this. What you're seeing is a groundswell of further left, more pluralist, more idealist, more socialist ideas. Yeah, absolutely. But why is that a problem is the question we should ask. Why do you have a problem with these socialists, with people who are social democrats? Why do you hate them so much? Or democratic socialists, they like to call themselves now, so that Nazis don't kill them on sight. Now they call themselves democratic socialists, but they're just social democrats.
So they said, you know what, forget you. We're going to do it ourselves. And to underestimate how organized they are is at the Democrats' own peril. So while I do think that this is more of a dilemma with the Democrat Party, and I do think that it's disenfranchising more of center-left Democrats, the traditional Democrat voter, of which I think the majority of Democrat voters still are, they are not to be underestimated because they've got a very loud, well-funded coalition here that they're building. And Bernie Sanders is out on the campaign trail happily with all of them.
And the media, the far left media, likes them. We have to remember that too.
What far left media? What are you talking about? Democracy Now? Who's the far? Me? I don't even like them that much. I don't like those guys. I don't like them. What do you mean? The far left media? It's just me out here. Who else? Hassan Piker? Is he big fans? Is that the far left
Huge
media?
advantage to them. Cassie, it's always a pleasure. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. It's just me and Hassan Piker. I don't even like AOC. I think she's a hypocrite. Bernie, I think, is a lovable loser. Who else you got? Who else was on that? Raya, the new mayor for Los Angeles. I mean, I'm pretty impressed by Zoran Mamdani, actually, because I thought that he would just fail, but I'm pretty impressed. Maybe Zoran Mamdani is the real deal. I'm cautiously optimistic. The lady up in Seattle, I don't know enough about her, so I don't know. The left-wing media loves her. Sky is Amy Goodman. Oh, God, I would love to meet Amy Goodman. I would love to work for Democracy Now! I wish I could. NPR is far left media. Yeah, NPR for sure. Yes. What is PBS? Public Broadcasting System? PBS is not far left. But PBS, like the guys who did Children's Television Network, Mr. Rogers, is Mr. Rogers far left?
It's not too.
Welcome back. Well, the House returns to Washington next week after recess with just 2 weeks of legislative days left before the August recess. Republicans in the House discussing a third reconciliation package before the August recess, but the Senate in no hurry to pass any additional policy package. Many senators have told us there simply is not enough time. Joining me now is New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. She serves on the House Ways and Means Committee. Congresswoman, great to see you this morning. Welcome back. Why is the Senate unwilling or unable to pass the president's agenda? It seems that every time we raise the Save America Act, they say there's just not enough time.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of time. They just don't have the votes, and that's the problem.
Yeah, they ain't got the votes to take away the right to vote. They ain't got the votes to take away our right to vote.
We have the 60-vote threshold under the filibuster, which means that you can't just pass by a simple majority unless we go through reconciliation. As you know, we've done one major reconciliation. That was the working families tax cut that we passed last year. Probably the single most important legislation ever passed in our history. It was an incredible bill with all kinds of issues. It's what is fueling our economy. It's why small businesses are booming and doing well in spite of
everyone's booming.
In Iran and other parts of the world. But the second part of reconciliation, we finally got that the rest of we were able to use the budget reconciliation process to get the rest of our immigration work done. Now reconciliation 3.0. Everybody has a priority. Everybody has something they want in it. My chairman, Jason Smith, obviously running the Ways and Means Committee, the largest jurisdiction in the entire Congress.
Today's not Gay Day. Today is Freedom Day. It's the day that they finally told the last group of slaves that there's no such thing as slave, that we're stopping it. We're ixnaying the lavery say.
A massive watch party was jam-packed here in Koreatown, where hundreds of fans crowded around the big screen at Seoul International Park during halftime. And just past 6:30 p.m., the violence and the chaos started erupting at the watch.
Violence and chaos, dude. Did that guy just
screen at Seoul International Park during halftime, and just past 6:30 p.m., the violence and the chaos started erupting at the watch party. Police say a man was walking around with a gun, shooting up into the air on Normandy and James M. Wood. The man then made his way to Irolo, where he was confronted by a group of men. That suspect opened fire on one of them, shooting that man twice. The victim.
Hey guys, do not confront men with guns.
Is expected to be okay.
They are straight up throwing people in the air. I'm impressed. That's more than crowd surfing.
And the suspect is now in custody. It's still unclear, however, if both of them attended the watch party.
I would not let someone throw me in the air. That's a good way to break your fucking face. Look at this. I think jubilations. They beat Korea. You know, Mexico beat Korea. Everyone is happy.
And just minutes after the final whistle, fans took...
We're just like Europe now.
To the nearby streets to celebrate Mexico's victory with fireworks, car spin-outs, tossing items in the air, and jumping on top of Waymo vehicles, shattering windows.
That's not a Waymo vehicle.
The area. As the crowd grew and became more aggressive, LAPD officers formed skirmish lines and urged fans to disperse. At one point, the department issued a citywide tactical alert, allowing more officers to respond to the area. The crowd eventually dispersed before midnight.
Save the
there were no
UPS
injuries
truck.
and no arrests. Mexico fans also taken to the streets in Pacoima, where they celebrated with a street takeover.
Pacoima? Nothing happened in Pacoima. Come on. A lot of Mexicans live in Pacoima. My dad, and white trash too. My dad used to always say, like, if I did something uncouth, he'd be like, what are you, from Pacoima? Because my dad lived in Tarzana, which was kind of, never mind.
On Van Nuys Boulevard and Laurel Canyon Boulevard, you see the video there. Police say attendees waved Mexican
My dad was from Van Nuys. That's where he's from.
flags. They played loud music and lit fireworks. The crowd left before 11 p.m. and no one was detained. Of course, this is all part of the excitement for the World Cup, but police urging fans to celebrate safely.
7 bills on.
Better stay safe, everybody out there. Stay safe if you're celebrating any victory of sports balls. That's the thing, sports, they bring people together. Everyone loves sports, right? I love sports, you love sports. It's good for America, right? These things, we love this. We should do it more often. We should have more World Cups. Let's do it. Biden wasn't far left. He was a corporate Dem. That's right. He was a very corporate Dem. You're absolutely correct about that. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hype the stream, do all those things. Should we have the World Cup more often in America? Let's do it more often. I think we should do it more often. Let's do it all the time. We'll have more street riots. I love street riots. I think they're great.
4 different committee markups this week.
Oh, wow.
Including the no-fix bill in this markup.
Busy this week, then.
Protecting
Bring
journalists,
people together.
creatives, songwriters, singers, actors. It's a bipartisan bill with Klobuchar, Blackburn, and Tiss. Anyway, it's probably not what you're here to ask me.
What the fuck? This guy just said. That's sad. He's like, oh, I just worked so hard on something, but you don't give a shit. Hold on a second. Let's hear what he said. Now I feel bad for you, man.
Oh, wow.
Including the no-fix bill in this markup.
Busy this week, then.
Protecting journalists, creatives, songwriters, singers, actors. It's a bipartisan bill with Klobuchar, Blackburn, and Tiss. Anyway, it's probably not what you're here to ask.
Protecting innocent, protecting journalists and creators and artists. Tell me more. No, we're going to ask you something totally different. He's all tired. He's like, just fucking ask your question.
We do want to know your thoughts on the MOU.
Oh my God. I mean, what a colossal strategic failure. Literally everything that President Trump said he was trying to accomplish with this war, he has failed to accomplish. So regime change, nope. He killed one Ayatollah. The more extreme son and the IRGC is more fiercely in control of the country. He said we'd have a absolutely guaranteed that they would not have ballistic missiles. They still have them. That they wouldn't support proxies in the region. They still are. That they wouldn't have control of the Strait of Hormuz. The MOU gives 60 days, and then let's see, but I bet you there's going to be tolling. And in exchange, they lifted every sanction, are releasing all the frozen assets and a $300 billion reconstruction fund. It's a staggering walk back. So
I do have a question about one of your bills.
Sure.
A staggering walk back, a staggering failure, a staggering, disgusting display of tyranny and weakness. Sky just wants chaos. No, that was what I like to call sarcasm. I don't think organized sports should be treated like this. It's the opiate of the masses. While people are doing shit like that, I'd love to be able to harness that energy for actual change, for actual revolution, for actual mutual aid. But no one wants to do the hard work of actually doing stuff for each other. No one wants to do the hard work of actually building something so that we don't have to rely on the government. So the government gives us shit like this, like the World Cup or like the Knicks games, where literally the owner of the Knicks invites Donald Trump and so we can sleep through the playoff, not through the championship game. I mean, it's to me, I don't know. I like culture. I like movies and books and stuff, just like the next guy. And I like sports. I do. I like watching a game. But this these frenzied events that kind of this culmination of seasons and stuff, it just ends up becoming like a bread and circuses, opiate of the masses situation, which is I think sinister, and I'm cynical about it. And I don't like the violence in the streets because like the cops come. Like, what's the big deal? They lose a UPS truck and then everybody goes home. Like, the UPS truck was fine. If they broke the windows of the UPS truck, they got insurance. They would repair it. But what they do, they send the cops in with billy clubs to beat them. Oh my God, they jumped on a Waymo and they were celebrating. Who cares? Like, let the Waymo get destroyed. It's not that big of a deal, you know? Like, it's not that I like chaos. It's just that I don't like the violent response to people celebrating, and it's all intentional. The government puts these things on, right? The state has decided to allow us to have these parties, and oh no, the Mexicans won. We never thought they would win. They don't usually win very well. They don't do very well in the World Cup usually, but Mexico beat South Korea, another team that doesn't do very well. So the Mexican population's happy, but like, cool. I think, I mean, I'm glad that people are happy about something. I don't want to rain on their parade. I don't want to shit on that. But at the same time, I am a little sad and a little jealous that the state is able to create these outbursts like it's clockwork, like they're maestros. The state is able to create these violent situations. They're able to create these flashpoints so easily. Whereas like the hard slog of working together and building community and creating something that makes the world a better place, that's extremely difficult. That's just me.
NIL bill covers. Has there been an increased urgency in the last?
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. The what do I want, Skyjacker? Return the Roman era. Exactly. That is exactly what I think we already have. What do you mean return? We're there. We just had the. What do you mean? We just had gladiators fighting on the front lawn of the White House. It's just the 21st century version of it because we're pussies. We're not putting tigers and swords in there anymore, but we're still doing it. It's the same. It's the same shit. Because it looks different, but it's the same shit. It's the same kind of thing. Like you always hear people like, how dare you compare our concentration camps to the German concentration camps? So it's like they're identical in every way, except they don't have ovens yet. But like other than that, they're identical in every way. The razor wire, check. Not enough bathrooms, check. No doctors, check. I mean, this is rampant disease, check. People in there who have no due process and only are in there because they're a member of a certain group, check. Like, we already have the gladiators, man. It's the same thing.
With the Sorsby thing, particularly to allow the NCAA to enforce the rules?
Look, anyone who's a college sports fan or who is a family member of a college athlete or is a college athlete recognizes that the whole system is careening towards disaster. The University of Utah just signed a private equity deal to literally sell some of the interest.
It's Friday, so I'm going to try to have a little bit of good news in the end if you stick with it.
Of their athletic program to private equity. You're seeing every major sports program run deficits, and the focus really is on the 2% of the 500,000 athletes who are national stars and making a lot from NIL, but who's going to get hurt is the 500,000 athletes, women and Olympic sports in D2 and D3, state like mine, Dell State and UD. They're finding this environment just chaotic and unmanageable. And for the big programs, the transfer portal, the payments, very difficult. So to have the NCAA not able to regulate betting on your own athletic program is just crazy. So I think we need to find a way to stabilize the system, to protect student athletes, to get them stronger and broader rights, which this bill does, and allow some stability in the programs.
Man, speaking of sports, like why is the senator having to talk about sports programs in colleges? Why? Because the NFL, a for-profit organization, has somehow successfully outsourced its farm league to our taxpayer. Like, the NCAA should not exist, and if it does, it should exist outside of the collegiate system completely. Great. Why are you doing it in the colleges? This should have zero to do with colleges, but here we are, America. We do everything the back-asswards way. It's so stupid.
Now, if you go 8 miles.
What's up, Agent Smith? How you doing, Agent Smith? Lovely to see you. How you doing? Hey, Jack. At least Taylor does something other than kicking a ball. Kicking a ball. Look, I'm not trying to denigrate athletes. Athletes are important, man. Like, athletes, the spirit of victory and we have these little mirror neurons that make us feel like we're the ones scoring the goal when they score the goal. Like, there's something very magical about the human experience of watching sport. But, and also like the incredible machine of our brain for someone like David Beckham to somehow understand wind velocity and the curvature of the earth and the curvature of the ball as he bends it into a goal. Magical shit, man. Incredible. And he does it all in a half a second. Miracle. And yet, what do? We give that to the corporations. We give that to the states. We give that to, we outsource it to the taxpayer for the college ball, but then we bastardize that somehow too. We create a corporation. It just becomes a feeding tube for the corporate grind. I used to think NCAA was superior because it was like, that's our people. That's our sport. It's young people doing what they're good at, and they're going to do it for a short amount of time. Then they're going to join the workforce. But then what it turns into is just like a training ground for the NFL, and I find that disgusting, especially all of the corruption and the gambling and all the other stuff that happens because of it. It's disgusting to me. Yeah.
North of the Obama Presidential Center. Oh, look at this building, the Trump International Hotel and Tower, glimmering in the sunlight like, oh, a beautiful beacon of freedom.
Is that a beautiful beacon of freedom? Hold on a second. Is Trump Tower in Chicago a beautiful beacon of freedom? Let me just look up really quickly, because I want to say, did Trump Tower in Chicago have any environmental problems, any environmental violations? Yeah, they illegally draw up to 21 million gallons of river water daily for the HVAC cooling system without proper permits and without implementing measures to protect aquatic life. Yeah, they're facing major environmental problems and violations. Of course, in 2018, by the Illinois Attorney General, Sierra Club and the Friends of Chicago River, after Sierra Club discovered the building's cooling water intake violated state and federal law during a routine permit review. Cook County judge ruled the skyscraper violated the Federal Clean Water Act, the Illinois Environmental Protection Act, and committed a continuing public nuisance by operating illegally since before it opened in 2008. The court found the building continuously underreported its water usage by 44% for more than a decade and illegally released heated water back into the river. The tower settled the lawsuit for a record of $4.8 million. The agreement requires them to install strict flow meters for monitoring, undergo third-party audits, and modify their cooling system to prevent aquatic life from being trapped and killed. $3 million of the settlement was allocated to a supplemental environmental protection, specifically to repair ecological damage and restore fish habitats in the Chicago River. No, this doesn't look like a beacon of freedom to me. This looks like corruption. It looks like scandal. It looks like a monstrosity that I know has broken so many laws and poisoned a public resource, the Chicago River, illegally poisoned. Like, I know that you can get permits to poison the river, but no. They did it illegally. And I want to say, did everything work out, or did they change the law in order to protect Trump? I have a feeling that something happened afterwards where they didn't actually have to end up paying. I thought they had to do the Federal Clean Water Act. The court blocked protections. Cook County Circuit Judge consistently ruled against the property. In late 2024, a judge legally classified Trump Towers operations as a continuous public nuisance that had actively harmed the city's natural resources for more than a decade. The rule of law prevailed. Instead of getting an easy pass, the property management group was legally forced to sign a strict consent order. Rather than changing the rules, the legal outcome forced Trump to dramatically alter its operations. Nice. I remember they tried to fight it. Nice. That's nice to hear. I didn't remember how that ended up. So there you go. It screams public nuisance. This is a public nuisance.
Wrapped in windows. Now, this tiered 98-floor skyscraper stands out among the giants in Chicago's skyline. And get this, the cost to build Chicago's Trump Tower, roughly the same as the nearly windowless North.
What does it say? Straight first steps, new group. The people. Yes, we can. Oh, that's kind of cool. I think this is kind of a cool looking building, to be honest.
Korea-styled structure, that houses
North Korea style structure.
This is
I
the
don't think
Obama
so.
Presidential Center. But the worst part about this monument to Obama, now, how is it spread the wealth around? Contractors allegedly now struggling to get paid, with many now facing financial ruin. Take a look.
Financial ruin? Financial ruin? Who says ruin? Do you say ruin or ruin? Ruin. So they just finished it.
Know why they're not getting paid. In what sense is celebrating Juneteenth if our black contractors are not getting their money? So many of our black contractors are complaining about they have not got their money. But the other side of it, a lot of the black community and the newspapers do not know that these people have not been paid.
It's in my opinion that there's been mismanagement here that's been settled.
Oh, what'd you say? Improve this great nation of ours. It's kind of cool. I guess you could stand here and read it. It's kind of a cool building. I don't know. I think it looks neat. I mean, they thought the Sydney Opera House was a monstrosity too, and now they're happy with it. Everyone, now it's iconic. They love it. So, it takes a while for people to catch up.
The subcontractors, and we've all had to absorb them, and I just feel that that's not right.
So is that what he said? The subcontractors are pissed? That makes sense.
And here, that's been settled to the subcontractors, and we've all had to absorb them, and I just feel that that's not right. I am still not 100% sure why we have not been paid our extras, or to use the parlance here, change order money.
So if you ever built something, I've built lots of buildings, and there's these things called change orders. He calls them extras there, but I never heard them called extras. Change orders, like you have a deal and you have a contract and you have subcontractors, and then you make little changes here and there, and that costs money. Every time you do that, it costs money and time. Usually inflates your budget by about a third or more, and then it doubles usually the amount of time it takes, for God's sake. But change orders cost money, and sometimes those are the parts that don't get paid right away because you're like, wait a second, you didn't actually do that. Hey, how come this? They negotiate later on that shit. Sometimes it's fucked.
To quote Obama, you didn't build that, but you better pay the people who did. Tens of millions of dollars in the bank.
Yeah, they'd probably get paid. Usually they get paid eventually. It just takes a while.
Hundreds of millions raised for the center. I don't see any excuse. But today, while these blue-collar workers are struggling to stay afloat, one plumber, $4 million he says he is owed. Well, Obama, his famous friend.
Where's your plumber? Bring him on.
Friends, they had a lavish party, opening the doors to the center while honoring Barack Hussein, Obama's favorite person, Barack Obama. In fact, Obama was visibly moved to tears while listening to speakers.
I find it a little rich for you to say something like Barack Obama's favorite person is Barack Obama. I think most presidents are like that, but do you think that that's different from Donald Trump? I mean, he literally puts his fucking name on everything. You just showed a tower called Trump Tower that is a testament to himself and a public nuisance, according to the state of Illinois. So,
his most heroic time in office. But of course, not every American and everyone in attendance was moved. Looks like former President Bill Clinton appeared to fall asleep. Meanwhile, if Joe Biden was aware of his surroundings, he was probably...
Bill Clinton fell asleep. Holy shit. How old is Bill Clinton? How old is Bill Clinton today? Oh, he's 79, is he? He's a year younger than Donald Trump, so it makes sense. It makes sense. He's almost the same. Wait, he's more than 46. No, they're the same age. They're the same age. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. No wonder these old men are falling asleep.
Not too happy to be there after, of course, it was Obama that orchestrated the end of Joe's reelection campaign. But let not your...
Yeah, Skyjacker, the Sydney Opera House was a purpose-designed building that was absolutely useless for operas. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole thing. Trust me, I've read about the Opera House. I've listened to podcasts about the Opera House. It was there's a lot, but now it's an iconic building that people put in movies and they put on their money and shit. People buy postcards, but people love that building. It's a beloved building today. And the designer lived in exile for a while. There was all sorts of big problems building that thing. Now it's here. People love it.
Your heart be troubled. If you missed today's Obama Fest, here's how it all got started with a mandatory land acknowledgement. Since, according to Democrats, we are all living on stolen land. Take a look.
Wait, so we aren't living on stolen land? But we are living on stolen land, though, right? Like, we are. Wait, do you not think we're living on stolen land? Let me put, that's a great. Is this stolen land? Okay, 71% thinks we should not do more World Cups. Okay, cool. Let's do another one. Are we living on stolen land? Let me just put that out there. I can't believe people. Let's put. Are Americans living on stolen land? Just a question, just really quick, just because, you know, I mean, there were people here, and now they're not. I mean, back to like how we embrace our culture. In order to have a culture, we have to confront our past. And if we can't do that, we're not allowed to have a culture. We have myth. If you don't think this is stolen land, you should buy Melania coin, because Donald Trump has never told a lie, and he's the only one who tells the truth. Melania coin. Please buy Melania coin. Bill Clinton looks pretty happy there. Look at him smiling.
We'd also like to take a moment to recognize the original inhabitants of the land upon which we are gathered today. We honor the Anishinaabe, the Council of Three Fires, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations.
So I remember the first time I heard the land acknowledgement thing, and I was kind of like, I kind of rolled my eyes, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, it seems a little performative. It seems kind of like, are you going to give it back? I mean, why are we acknowledging this? What's the point of doing this? But I think the point is, I guess, again, confronting our past. And at the end of the day, I like hearing about who was here first. I like hearing about all those words she said. Those are tribes mostly I haven't heard of. A couple of them rang a bell, but some of them, I don't know all the tribes. And I don't know. That just shows you how little I know about our history. Like, I know the name of a lot of tribes, but not the ones that lived in DC. I don't know. I was surprised that one wasn't called Potomac or something like that. I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about land acknowledgements? I think they're kind of cool. I don't have a problem with them. The first time I heard it, I was like, come on. Because I'm just too skeptical. I'm too much of an asshole, I guess. I was like, it's new. I don't like it. Don't make me do that. It's kind of like the first time you hear about pronouns, and they're like, how come you're not putting the pronoun on your thing? And I'm like, everyone knows. They're like, yeah, but do you want to stand in solidarity with the other people who have a harder time? Oh yeah, I do. Thank you for explaining it to me. I know, maybe it's my white privilege. I don't think about what there's Indians out there that don't get acknowledged. Hey, you stole my shit, motherfucker. At least acknowledge it. If you're not going to give it back, at least acknowledge it, man. You know? History is cool. Native Americans are cool, and how they respected the land and resources. We could learn something. Well, yeah, communal property and all that. I mean, it's great. I also like the whole tribal council stuff. I like their whole vibe. But I'm
not sure what that means. Do they say the land is on stolen property? If so, why do they seal it? Unfortunately, today's dedication, one small part of a media blitz from both Barack and Michelle Obama. Now, the self-described coach of the Democratic Party is refusing to retire gracefully and still yearns for the spotlight. And like always, Obama, he's fighting imaginary villains while, as per usual, lecturing you, the American people. Take a look.
What? This is a party for his stupid presidential library. They all do this. This is nothing to get your panties up in a bunch about.
On the right, and you see this in the Trump administration, this idea that any suggestion or criticism that America was anything other than perfect is unpatriotic.
Is a suggestion that you hate your country.
Is a suggestion that you hate your country. Now, the flip side is, among progressives, sometimes there is this sense of, the only true narrative of America is this one of oppression and exclusion. And I reject both those views. I think it's complicated.
Of course, he knows everything. Now, former First Lady, they go.
Of course he knows everything. What the fuck was that? That's your comment? Of course he knows everything. Yeah, there's some good and some bad, dumb shit. Say dumb. Vietnam War was stupid. You hate America. Hey, dumb. Calling babies slaves was wrong just because they were born black and we called them slaves. That was wrong. You hate America. Like, what in the hell is that? You have to take the good with the bad if you want to have an American culture. You have to. Or else we're stuck being Europeans. Bastard sons of Europe. So we're just going to be bastard sons of Europe for the rest of our time. That's all we're ever going to do. Bingo. Great. I love that for us. Your husband is First Nation? Was he Canadian? Oh, we don't First Nation. Oh, that's a Canadian thing. How come you guys call them First Nations in Canada, but in Indiana you call them First Nation?
Oh, we go high. Michelle Obama also on a media tour, and I know this may come as a shock to many of you, but the former First Lady, she's looking out for number one. Take a look.
One word to describe your next chapter. One word.
Seminoles in Florida are doing okay. Well, I mean, I should hope so. After we killed like 90% of them, I hope they do okay. You know, how they're doing today does not erase what has happened in the past. I mean, I guess you can argue that Jews are doing okay. Does that make the Holocaust all right? Like, you know what I mean? You can't. I know a lot of Armenians that are doing great, but you know what I mean? There's I know Africans that are doing great too. I mean, shit.
Fun.
Me.
That's what you call drop the mic.
You know what? You seem to be grading her higher on her answers.
All right, buckle up because we are about to see even more of the Obamas. But I'd like to just say,
you know, I think that MAGA is just jealous that these two get along. Like, yeah, when was the last time you saw Donald Trump get along with Melania?
One word to describe your next chapter. One word.
Fun.
Me.
That's what you call drop the mic.
Me. The next chapter is me. The next one is going to be about me. I think it's kind of funny. I don't know. They're just jealous that these two could actually be in the same room with each other.
Grading her higher on her answers.
They actually legitimately look like they like each other. They hate love and joy. It makes them feel weird. It's like I am very critical about Barack Obama's presidency. Anyone who watches this can vouch for me. But like, they literally call her a man. Like MAGA literally calls her a man because they don't know the difference between a man and a woman. They don't know. MAGA doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman. So they have to call any woman they don't like a man, or any man they don't like a woman. Isn't that weird that MAGA calls men they don't like feminine, and they call women they don't like masculine? What's the deal with these people? Who are these people?
all right, buckle up because we are about to see even more of the Obamas. But I'd like to just say congratulations to Barack. After President Trump wraps up his second term, the only thing left from the Obama legacy is this really ugly.
I don't think it's ugly. Hold on. Let me get a picture of Sean Hannity's house. Picture of Sean Hannity's house. Okay, so this is Sean Hannity's house. I think this is ugly. I think this is very ugly. I mean, I guess it's nice that it's got water and it's got that little thing that white people like this little boat dock, but it doesn't have boats on it. But they have these little docks, this little pier. There's no boats there. I guess he has a couple. Is this his house or no? This is his house. Sean Hannity's house and photos. And here it is. Oh, look. There's a picture of a bird on the wall. Sean Hannity's house and photos. This is nice. Oh, look at that. It looks sterile. And do you think he plays piano? Do you think Sean Hannity can play piano? I wonder if Sean Hannity. I don't know. Is this what people think is beautiful? I guess, like, to me, it looks a little Pottery Barney. I don't know. I wouldn't want to live in this place. It looks like a waiting room at a lawyer's office. This is kind of nice. I like this. This is okay. I'm good on this part, Sean. The little fire pit. I like this. That's nice. This is hideous. It's fucking hideous. What is this? Bicycle? Are these clowns over here? This is like clown. I look like clowns. This is hideous. This makes me want to vomit. I feel like I could smell this place, and it smells like formaldehyde. Let me see. Ooh, I kind of like the kitchen though, Sean. Sean, I'm loving your kitchen, bro. Yeah, okay. I'd be in on this kitchen. Damn, I'm jealous of the kitchen, Sean. Nice kitchen. I'm a cook, I was in restaurants for a long time. I love to cook. I love to entertain in my kitchen. I'm very jealous of this. I'm never gonna have a kitchen like this rich person kitchen. Look at this with the chairs and the hood that looks like, I don't know why the hood looks like that, but I love it. Yeah. All right, Sean, I like your kitchen. Look, like that's why the kitchen gets three shots with the breakfast nook over here. Okay, back to hideous. This is fucking hideous. Look how much furniture. Why do you need so much furniture in everyone? This little TV. This is gross. Look at the curtains. It's hideous. Okay, the bar, a little old worldy, but I like the brass elements. I mean, I used to design bars. I used to work bars, so I'm not hating on this. Although the wet bar's in the wrong place. The wet bar you should have on the other side, not with your back to the. But that's okay. The bedroom looks like, again, it looks like Restoration Hardware. I wouldn't want to live in it. Bathroom, gross. Looks like a hospital. I like the little rotunda thing here, but the rest of it, I mean, is this what? It's not for me, you know. It's not for me. The pool, all right. You can't hate on a pool. Tennis court, a little golf court, oh, he's got a little putting green. It's just a little putters. He just has a little place to practice his putts. Nice, Sean. Oh, there's his yacht. Okay, so this is like really what will white people love this shit. 81-foot private dock on Oyster Bay. Nice. Okay, so Sean Hannity, this is where Sean Hannity lives on his Oyster Bay. He's selling his waterfront heart in New York Center Island community for $13.7 million. Nice, Sean. Nice. I think that's great. Nice crib. Yeah. But like, this is a very different style. This is a presidential library. He's like, I hate it. Well, you know, it's not for everybody, but it's a big brutalist architecture building, and I think it's okay. Yeah. And all you did it for 4 years, for fucking, and let some old man be abused. Donald Trump is being abused right now. You're absolutely right. Exactly. You're absolutely right, Teresa. We should stop abusing Donald Trump. He shouldn't be in office. You're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. Colonizers exploited people and called it development. Now it's collapsing under its own sins, corruption, deceit. Yeah, basically. Yeah, sure. But every society only lasts about 500 years, and we're coming up on it. If you think of like American society starting in Jonestown, what year did Jonestown? It's like 16. What year was the Jonestown colony? Not Jonestown, Jamestown. Damn it. I always get Jonestown. What year was the Jamestown colony? 1607. So we're coming up on 500 years. So we're going to watch the slow collapse of American society. It's about there. Review 2070 Highway 28 Carson City. It's nice. What is that? Review 2170 Highway 28 Carson City. What is that? 2170 Highway 28 Carson City. Carson City, Nevada. And how can I do that? I just Googled it. Oh, it's on Zillow. Okay, we'll go into Zillow. Ooh, look at this. Isn't that is pretty. This is Feral Friday. If you guys don't know, this is Feral Friday. Oh man, I don't know about this big deer head. I've stayed in places like this, not with the waterfront, but I've stayed in hotels that look like this. Actually, it looks kind of like a lodge hotel. $18 million, huh? Who lives here? It's called Secret Harbor for a reason. Secluded, remote, and private, surrounded by Forest Service land and accessed by boat or a gated private forest road, just outside of Incline Village and less than 4 miles of South Sand Harbor. This is in Colorado. I'm sorry, this is in Nevada. Carson City, man. Okay, so I don't like the deer head. That's for sure. I like the timber, though. I'm a sucker for some timber, man. I like the timber. I don't know. I like I don't know. It's kind of rustic and cute, especially in Nevada where you got like the wagon wheel chandelier and stuff. I kind of like this old rustic look, the pine cones, the table. Oh, look at that coffee table, bruh. Look at that coffee table. I'm into that. Wow. This is what $18 million buys you in Nevada, huh? That kitchen's pretty sick. Let's see if it gives some shots of the kitchen. Love the lake right there. The picnic table outside. That'd be so much fun to go out there and have parties out there on the picnic table. Yeah, the kitchen, man. Look at that sink, bro. Fuck. Look how nice this kitchen is, man. I don't know what kind of oven that is, but I love it. It's only got, I think it's got 6 burners, right? So I think it's got 6 burners. There was like 4 in that middle one on the range. Cool looking hood. I don't like those ugly chairs. I'll put different chairs right there. Hideous. This looks like a fucking, is an actual shitty bar? Is that, or is it it looks like some shitty, that looks like some shitty casino. They look like repurposed casino chairs. I love the backsplash behind the oven though. That tile work behind the oven looks like brick. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I would be afraid at I don't know. I feel like that weird jog in the corner that's clearly, I think that's where the stairs are or something. That weird jog right there, I feel like would get dirty. There's another jog right there. That's weird. I don't know. It's a cute little bedroom. It looks like kind of half timbery. Reminds me of like German rustic. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. The bathtub, classic right there. So everyone who's on their boats can look at my naked body when I shower. Love it. Love it. You'd have to have like a professional window cleaner though, huh? Like that window would be so dirty after a couple showers. That's pretty. I love this. Look at this. That's not, I don't know what's the ladder for, you think? Why do they got a ladder by the bed? What's the ladder for, everybody? What is that? Dude, that in the other room, the coffee table with the globe in there, that's pretty sick. Oh, look at this. It's like a little guest room. It's kind of cute with the bay window. I love it. Love it. The bay window. When I was a kid, my dad installed a bay window in my parents' master bedroom. And I remember they had like a little cushion, kind of like this. And I would sit up. My dad was a contractor, you know, so he used to do all sorts of crazy projects. We lived in a construction house. Sometimes I feel like I never want to have a construction project in my house because of it. Because it's just like I lived in a house that had tons of projects always underway. All right. I mean, this looks like a fucking Disneyland. This looks like it was made in Disneyland, like they faked it. But damn. Like, I could see us having a good party out there. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. Thank you for kinky stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, come on. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty great. You can't beat where these places were built. I like the little wagon wheel rustic bench over there. That's pretty. The little love seat over there. That's pretty sweet. Love that. This looks like Arrowhead. I like the little bees. Look at little the small kind of this secluded umbrella with the beach chairs right there. Kayak. I love going kayaking on the water every day. How great would that be? Right. But you don't live in this house full time, I'm guessing. Okay, so here's the bar room. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say no. That's a C minus on the bar room. This looks like someone's boat. I guess it's supposed to look like the inside of a boat, but it looks like shit. The Metro rack for all the drinks. Why is it a Metro rack? And why is the sink all the way the fuck over here? Like, there's no reason. Why is the sink always in the wrong place? Somebody needs to learn how to design a bar. Yeah, I like that coffee table with the globe in it. I don't know. I love that thing. That looks cool. It looks like a conversation starter, right? Like, what a cool table. I also like the paneling, the blue paneling, and this extra, like, kind of, what is it, like an adjunct kitchen? What is this, like a auxiliary kitchen? What is this thing? What am I looking at? Like, oh, it's like a guest kitchen with a little 2-burner over here. I mean, this is pretty sick. That looks like I'd like to just have that as my main. Look at this butcher block, dude. Man, I have a butcher block in my house, and it's been in my family for years. I'm about to throw it away. I'm about to sell it. I don't know what to do with it. It's an old butcher block like that, though. Very similar. Yeah. This is nice. This is a bedroom with a bar in it. This is like a nice little guest, like a little casita situation. So $18 million for this. Let's get together. We'll all just buy it together. I mean, this is. I wonder if they must have imported those rocks and put them there. They had to. They built a makeshift jetty. I bet you that jetty was illegal. They had to be. I don't think that jetty is. I don't think that's a. I think they took rocks and they put them in there to do the wave break. They formed that jetty. I bet you that shit was not. I bet you that shit was totally illegal. No, I'm not interested in touring this home. I can never get a tour for this home. I hate that dead animal's head though. But other than that, what a sweet. Thank you for recommending that. Nice to look at. That was fun. Thank you. Why did you ask me to see that, KCJ Bomber? Is that your place? Is that your house? Is that your house? Are you selling it? Thank you. Can I get some jubilation for KCJ Bomber? And also for Veg in the Woods, who just donated 10 Skyjack Morgan membership. Thank you so much, Veg in the Woods. Can I get some jubilations for Veg in the Woods? Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat because I can see your name is green. Thank you, Veg in the Woods. You're incredible. You're amazing. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. You're perfect. Such a beautiful prison. Yeah. What the Obama? I kind of like the Obama. I think it's a cool looking building. It's certainly ostentatious and like ambitious. I mean, it's very much like a brutalist museum I've seen before, and I kind of like that. I like the way it looks. I don't know. I dig it. I like that you can read the top. If you stand at a certain angle, you can read what it says. I think that's kind of neat. You could stand there and look at the building and read the building. It also reminds me of the MLK structure. I don't know if you guys know about the MLK monument at the Rothko Chapel. It's a broken obelisk. It looks like this. I think it's kind of looks like this. Like, I don't know. I like this look. Do you guys know about the Rothko Chapel? It's a this is the Rothko Chapel, and this is the obelisk. But inside, are they going to show? I don't think there's any images. There's no images. I don't know if I can get the Rothko Chapel, because you could see that's just. I just want a Rothko Chapel. It's one of my. I always think the Rothko Chapel. It's in Houston, and I think it's so beautiful. Here you go. On the inside, on the outside, it's just this, but on the inside, it's just this. People lose their shit. This is what it looks like on the inside. It's pretty remarkable when you go in there. And then there's the MLK broken obelisk in front. There's someone just standing in front of the just black. Yeah, anyway, there you go. Brutalism, it's a choice.
Nightmarish, unimpressive building that doesn't look like it belongs anywhere, any place. Anyway, the most divisive presidencies in American history. All right, thanks for watching. Check.
Ukrainian drones have helped repel Russia's attacks for more than 4 years.
I mean, I guess you don't like Barack Obama, but I wouldn't call him the most divisive president in history.
But could they next help counter a Chinese invasion of Taiwan? For weeks, we've been speaking to Ukrainian drone makers visiting Asian capitals, including here in Tokyo, to market their battle-tested products. Their pitch is simple. Ukrainian drone companies can provide the tools to fight a modern war, as countries like Japan ramp up their militaries to deter an increasingly assertive China. At a drone exhibition outside Tokyo earlier this month, I met the co-founder of one of these companies.
I definitely think that Japan is a gate for Asia, for the whole Indo-Pacific group of countries. And they've got a very unique situation, unique geographical position, neighboring with unfriendly country, let's call it like this.
Unfriendly country.
And developed technologies, but not in the defense sphere. And it seems like it's like a unique opportunity for us as one of the most profound Ukrainian defense companies to take the lead and take part in this initiative.
Some of the drone makers we spoke to said they were also interested in Taiwan, though that is more politically sensitive.
I mean, that's taking some lemons and turning them to lemonade. If I'm Ukraine, I'm like, hey, we can make some money selling some tech to kill Russians. We've been killing Russians like nobody's business. We can sell you this tech that we've developed in wartime. We know it works. It is battle tested. How many other companies can say that? All these other companies can only theoretically say that their drones kill Russians. Our drones have killed lots of Russians. Our drones kill the fuck out some Russians. Well, you want to kill Russians? You want to kill people that look like Russians? You want to kill people that act like Russians? Well, get in line. It's time to do business with Ukraine. We're open for business, and brother, business is a booming. Everybody wants to kill somebody who looks and acts like a Russian. That's just what we do. That's as old a tale as old as time. Killing Russians and people who look and act like Russians. So look, now you got to do business with Ukraine. Lemons to lemonade. You know, you get invaded and you kill a lot of your invaders. You get to sell the technology that you developed to kill those said invaders. I think unfriendly neighbors, if you will. There's a lot of countries that have unfriendly neighbors. I'm thinking India and Pakistan most of all. I mean, they don't want to exchange nuclear weapons, right? They don't want to see mushroom clouds over Islamabad and shit. They don't want to do all that. Or Dharmabad or whatever the fuck. I forget. Mumbai. They don't want to see a mushroom cloud over Mumbai. So we'll just do drones, unfriendly neighbors, just like the Russians and the Ukrainians. We could do this forever. We could keep our people under control by threat of violence forever with drones from the Ukraine.
And complicated, as Ukraine has no formal diplomatic ties with Taipei. At the same exhibition, we spoke with a Taiwanese company that said,
I'm in Taiwan. Great idea. They should sell these drones to Taiwan because you know they're going to need them. China doesn't want to drop a nuclear weapon on Taipei. They want to have a long, drawn-out combat. They want to draw this out. Taiwan. Man, buy some tech from the Ukrainians. You guys could get together.
It is working with a Ukrainian partner on an early stage drone project.
That thing doesn't look like it can kill me. Looks cute. Look at that cute little drone. That thing's going to kill me.
That could ultimately be sold back to Taiwan.
We want to have more strength to defend ourselves. That's why we are eager to grow in this drone market and even learning some technologies from Ukraine.
Successive Japanese leaders have warned that what is happening in Ukraine today could happen in East Asia tomorrow. The question now is whether Tokyo and its partners will come to rely on weapons forged on Ukraine's battlefield if conflict ever reaches their shores.
So breaking right now, the so-called Mamdani of D.C. has won the Democratic primary in Washington's mayoral race. Here's Democratic socialist Janice Lewis-George moments ago.
Labels in general are hurting our democratic processes across this country and in the city as well. Because when you talk to voters, I think it's important that people learn that they need to get on the ground and start talking to voters. People are less concerned about all these labels that people put out, and they're more concerned about, are you listening to me? Do you hear what I am going through? And
Wow, I kind of like this lady. I'm in. What's her name again? I'm in. I like her now. I'm sick of these labels too. Donald Trump is not a Republican. He's not a Republican. He's not a Republican. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. He doesn't share any of the values of the Republican Party. The Republicans have been eaten by the melanoma that is MAGA, the MAGA melanoma. And so now that the cancer is spreading, I like that people are like, we're abandoning these stupid labels. No more parties. Fuck them parties. Stop it. We want to serve the people. Wow, you want to serve the people instead of your party? What's your plan? What's your plan? I'm listening.
you care.
Okay, here in New York, Mayor Mamdani and Senator Bernie Sanders about to rally for left-wing congressional candidates ahead of Tuesday's primaries. The AP reporting, quote, Mamdani is testing the limits of his newfound political muscle in a bid to reshape the Democratic Party, even if it means challenging his own party's leadership. With that, we bring in Tommy Lahren, co-host of the Big Weekend Show.
A Trump family from Live Golf, the Trump family drone company. No, these are Ukrainian drones. They did it themselves.
On Fox News, Mary Catherine Ham, Outkick.
Dude, why does Tommy Lahren always look like a fucking bitch? Like, what is with Tommy Lahren? She's like, always. She can't not have that face. Like, it's not even resting bitch face. It's something that she's doing intentionally. Look at this face.
With that, we bring in Tommy Lahren, co-host of the Big Weekend Show here on Fox News. Mary
God, I hate her.
Catherine Ham, Outkick columnist and Fox News contributor, and Doug Schoen, Democratic strategist and pollster. Great to have all of you with us today.
Of course, get the tired old man. 3 young women, the tired old man. The tired old man's the Democrat.
So President Trump was asked, how he would react to a Democratic socialist potentially winning the mayor's race in Washington, D.C. And he talked about reclaiming the city, essentially, and overturning home rule, which was put in place in 1973, which allowed independent governing of D.C. Here he is.
I wouldn't like it, and maybe we'll take back Washington, run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our businesses.
I believe that the president.
We're not going to lose our businesses having this negress run D.C. You say what you want to say, Donald Trump. Say what you want to say. We're not going to let our businesses. We can't lose our businesses. That's what's important in Washington, D.C. Fuck the working man. Fuck the people who live here. Business.
Saying that he would harm home rule or revoke home rule based on his opinion of who he wants voters to elect, to me, is an attack on democracy in and of itself.
So some of the things, Doug Schoen, I'll start with you, that are.
Yeah, she's doing it again, the smirk. It's a lot like the face that Charlie Kirk will always do, the white man, or like Scott Jennings does the same face. Is that counting or not counting gang violence? That's the white woman faces like this. I don't like it.
On her platform is ending cooperation.
She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. Wow, she's gorgeous. I guess, I don't know. She got a small face. I mean, I can't even tell that she's gorgeous anymore. Maybe when she first started out. Now she just looks like she started early on the Mar-a-Lago face, like with the hair and the whole, like she's definitely trying to do the Mar-a-Lago thing. She's just too young to really. How old is Tommy Lahren? She's not that old. She's not old enough to go full Mar-a-Lago mafia yet. How old is Tommy Lahren? 33. She's just a young woman. She's just a young woman trying to making her way in the world today takes everything you got. Making the way in MAGA nation sure must hurt a lot. Wouldn't you like to bend over and take it from a Nazi octogenarian where everybody loves your face?
And we've seen that Mayor Bowser had a pretty good relationship with the White House and with leadership, and they were able to make the city of BC safer again. Your reaction to her winning?
Which one's Janice? I don't know who that is.
This nomination for the mayor's race in D.C. and the president's suggestion that maybe it's time to take control again.
Democrats like their women to have penises. It seems to me MAGA can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. They're obsessed. They can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. That's why they need someone to tell them. They need daddy to tell me, daddy, which one's a man or a woman. It's so funny that you'll call any man that you disagree with a woman and any woman that you disagree with a man. Like literally MAGAs will keep on calling Michelle Obama Mike Obama because they don't know what a woman looks like. They don't know what a woman is. They can't tell. They can't tell. So they gotta like, I'm not convinced until I see their genitals. Well, Donald Trump is a fucking bitch. So I say Donald Trump's a woman. He's our first woman president. Donald Trump's our first woman president. As I can tell, he's very hormonal. He cries all day. He bruises easily. He's always having hot flashes with the sweats. He's having hot flashes every day. I mean, he's clearly... Sorry, ladies. I don't mean to be mean to the women by making fun of Donald Trump. I'm just trying to pretend. I'm just making a joke, everybody. Women don't come after me. I love ladies. I don't believe that about women. But Donald Trump's a little bitch.
Well, first of all, Martha, this is part of a larger trend
he wears more makeup. Donald Trump wears more makeup than Michelle Obama. He wears more makeup than Michelle Obama. And his face, well, his neck looks like never mind.
of the far left, the Democratic Socialists, particularly in primaries, prevailing. We have Graham Plattner last week in Maine, Abdul El Sayed being the front runner in the Michigan Senate race. So this is a broader trend, which Mayor Mondami in New York is playing into with his endorsed candidates for Congress, who are all in good position. And as to home rule, look, I think you have to follow.
Tanner Buck, just it's the first time here. I don't trust Democrats, and I've already said multiple times that it's a deal breaker. Nazi tattoo is a deal breaker for me. I hate Nazis. Don't care. Up against the wall. I don't care. Nope. Sorry. You have a Nazi tattoo. Nope. That's a no for me. That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
Follow the law, period. ICE is a duly mandated agency. They may have overreached at times, but the mayor of Washington or any city cannot tell the federal government what to do. And I think in this case, the president is right to raise the question.
Yeah, Mary Catherine, we just heard Doug talk about some of the candidates that Mamdani is trying to support, and he is using his political muscle to see if he can expand democratic socialism, which is his party in the United States, which is growing. It's small, and I know Tommy's going to touch on this in a moment. But let's play this soundbite from New York Democrat for the New York 13
That's
district.
his party in America.
Saying that she believes all deportation is wrong. Watch.
I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
That would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, to subject someone who has.
It's fucking ridiculous. It's what a ridiculous question. If you break the law, you should go to jail, right? No, you should get deported. Well, that's fucking stupid. That's stupid. If you broke a law here, you should go to jail here. What, you get out of jail and you're gonna go to the fucking, or let's just close all the jails. I'm up for that. If we're gonna totally overhaul our criminal justice system, we want to close all the jails and start doing rehabilitation or something. And at that point, hey, we're not going to rehabilitate you. We're going to send you home. Great. But as soon as we have this penal system where we take you and we throw you in the slammer because you did something wrong, that's really stupid. We're not gonna send you to jail. Oh, you raped somebody, but you're not going to jail. You're gonna go back to Mexico, live on the beach, have a good time. Does that make sense?
Has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system, ripped away from everything they know and love. It is double punishment. We cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
Excuse me, Mary Catherine. She wants to.
I'm definitely a lesbian. I've got a thing for women. I always have. I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. Everybody, I don't care who knows it. I don't care who knows it. I used to try to hide it, but I love women. What am I going to do that? He wears more makeup. Donald Trump is in drag. Like, drag isn't about gender bending. It's about using kits and performance and gear and technology to over accentuate gender signifiers. So like the big shoulder pads, the big long stupid tie, the big silhouette that he wants to have all the time, like he's a big tough guy. Like all that is drag. That's a drag performance. Donald Trump is a drag performer. That's just a fact. I'm basically a lesbian. I am, absolutely. I don't know, Tanner, maybe you don't like girls, but I've always had a thing for them. I've always enjoyed the company of women. Good morning, Real McGoy. Thank you so much. Jubilations for Real McGoy. Thank you for supporting the channel. He's also a channel member. Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. Thank you so much.
Keep criminals who came in illegally here because it would be mean to submit them to our immigration law.
Hold on. It's not that it's mean, dumb shit. Hold on a second. It's not that it's mean. God damn it. 1 second. I got to back up. I want to back this up real fast. I want to hear her.
A crime to both
is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes, to subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system, ripped away from everything they know and love. It is double punishment. We cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
An interesting take. How do you feel about that? It is double. It's a double damned if you damn. So you committed a crime, whatever that crime may be. You had some marijuana on you and you landed yourself in jail. And then after you're done, so then you get put through the criminal justice system, and then you're gonna lose your family as well. We're gonna send you away. Bullshit. I call bullshit. I think that's fucked up. I'm with her.
Excuse me, Mary Catherine. She wants to keep criminals.
Excuse me. What?
Who came in illegally here because it would be mean to submit them to our immigration law as well as our judicial system. Your reaction?
Okay, so no one here is the voice of reason. There's a thing about they never have someone on. There's never going to be the radical.
Yeah.
So put it
like Noam Chomsky always talked about this, that the media serves as this. No, we're not allowed to talk about certain things, and that's always how it's going to be. They'll never have someone like me on Fox News talking about this shit.
bluntly, the idea that all deportations are wrong is crazy people talk. It's infantile. It is something that cannot work in policy. And many American blue-run cities, which are sort of one-party rule cities, have been on a mission seemingly to run people out of them, except for those who are there illegally, of course. By that, I mean businesses that have all migrated to Virginia.
Businesses. We care about businesses. You always talk about businesses leaving. You never talk about human beings. What is it with you fucking losers always talking about? I don't give a fuck about one business before I care about a human being. Not one. Not ever. Never, ever. What about the businesses? Fuck the businesses. If they want to do business, they'll do business. Guess what? If all the businesses leave and we don't have bakers, if all the bakeries leave, somebody else will open up another bakery because people want bread. Oh, the businesses are leaving, though. What businesses? The ones that are fucking exploding and poisoning the air? Those ones? Let them go. Let them go. Like the one that blew up in Garden Grove, that one? The one making epoxy for fighter jets? Let it go. They can go someplace else. Poison some other fucking country. Poison some other fucking state. Go to Alabama. Poison the shit out of those people. They love it. They love drinking poison over in Alabama. Go to Indiana. They love it. They love getting poisoned over there. Go someplace where the people are wanting to get poisoned. The businesses are leaving. Fuck them. And our necessities will be met. All the businesses are leaving. Great. Then I guess we'll have to grow our own groceries. Dang it. The businesses are leaving. You know which businesses they're talking about, right? They're not talking about supermarkets. They're not talking about the stuff you need. They're talking about little mom and pop shops. Those don't leave. Mom and pop shops don't leave. Big corporations leave. Fuck them. Let them go. They destroyed our fucking downtown. They're destroying America. These big conglomerate, big stupid restaurants too. Let them go. Oh, you heard that. Cheesecake Factory's going to leave. Oh. This town's really going downhill. And somebody else will open up another restaurant. You go. Your neighbor will open a restaurant. You can go give your neighbor money. It'll be better.
In the last 6 years, because during COVID, you got really high cost of living there, really high regulation in DC, really lower levels of service, lower levels of amenities, and people don't want to live there anymore. So the neighboring localities are like, great, come on over. That may be less welcoming now because we have a Democrat governor in Virginia, but I don't think this is going to go well for DC.
Yeah.
Safety or public service.
Yeah. That's what people think of when they move. They're like, is it a Democrat in the governor?
Because she can hear the voters all she wants, but can she deliver the things that she's promising? And when it comes to universal free childcare and free fares for buses, no, you can't. They aren't free. You have to
That's what they said to Zoran Mamdani, and he said, hold my beer.
take that money from someone and then those people leave.
Well, Tommy, there's
They leave. They hate free shit. Bullshit. Tell that to Zoran Mamdani. How many people have left New York City? Is New York City running a net negative or net positive? Let me see. Is New York City in the last year running a net negative or positive growth in their population? Net negative population, shedding 12,000 residents. Oh, no. Oh, no. The slight population decline follows 2 years of post-pandemic growth. The net drop was caused by a combination of two primary factors: domestic outmigration. The city lost 114,000 more residents than to other U.S. cities than it gained. Slower international immigration. Federal policies and tighter immigration rules resulted in a roughly 70% plunge of international immigration. Oh, that's a big deal. New York's got a lot of foreigners living there. From a deeper dive, demographic shifts, economic impact of the numbers. So 12,000. If it were 100,000, I wouldn't be worried. If 100,000 people left New York City, I'd be like, yeah, great. Open up some apartments. Maybe the rent will go down. Great. Trump said gas is bad to drink, so don't drink gas. But you could drink bleach, though, Kenny. Bleach is okay.
remarkable that these candidates are winning in some pretty big cities in the United States, but their numbers are still small. Let's take a look. Democratic Socialists of America national membership in 2026 is 100,000 people. We have 340 million people in the country. And let's take a look at the election tracker. There are 141 candidates out there, and you can see the numbers underneath them. What do you think of this movement, and how concerned are you?
Democratic Socialists.
Listen, I'm not concerned in nationwide races at all because this kind of mentality is not going to win over purple states, swing states. It's not going to win over the majority of the American people.
It will when you say that they'll get free health care and free childcare.
It's going to work in areas that are primarily blue, that have elected a different flavor of Democrat for decades and decades and wonder why nothing's changing. Now,
New York seems to be changing mightily.
they think if they go a little bit more progressive, a little more radical, that suddenly things will get better. You saw that in Los Angeles. They had an opportunity with Spencer Pratt, and they thought, no, what we want to do is we want to introduce.
Okay, Tomi Lahren has way too much Botox in her face. She is talking with no emotion in her face. Is she just a sociopath, or is it the Botox?
Cynthia Rahman, who's just another flavor of Karen Bass, just a little bit more progressive, a little bit more radical, and
Holy
all
shit.
the things we're unhappy with are suddenly going to change.
It's actually eerie looking at her.
But I will say this, Martha.
I take back maybe her face when she does the that face. Maybe that's the only face she can make. That's the only face
I
she
hope the
can make.
Democrat Party runs
That's her only emotion.
more communist and more Democrat socialist because at least they tell you exactly who they are. When you have these candidates that say, I want to abolish ICE and I want everyone to stay, zero deportations, all right, you're giving the voters an honest choice there. But when you have people like Spanberger or Mikey Sherrill who run as moderates and they lie to the electorate, that's what I have a problem with because you think you're electing a moderate, you're actually electing a radical who didn't run that way. So I say, be honest with who you are, and if the American people choose that, I guess so be it.
So all the people that left New York are Democratic Socialists? No, why would they leave New York? You got Democratic Socialists as mayor. What do you mean? So all the people that left New York were Democratic Socialists? I don't know. Asperger. In DC, you can ride the bus for free if you don't have any money. Yeah, I know. DC already has a lot of this, so I don't know why they're like, she can't give free buses. There's already a lot of free buses in DC. I've been to DC dozens of times, and there's lots of ways to get around, but I think that it's great. She's talking about universal child care for people of Washington, D.C. Fantastic.
I have a feeling they will not. All right. Thank you very much, all. Great to have you here today.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the
Fought and won the land fair and square. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, when you come to someone's country, when you come to someone's land and you you kill all the women and children and enslave the men. Yeah. We won it fair and square. Yeah, totally. Because we had better technology. Yeah, because you could kill people from further away. Perfect. And when we poisoned them and we gave them blankets filled with critters and viruses. Yeah, that's right. America, fair and square. Genocide, fair and square. You're right. Genocide is total. The Indian Removal Act, fair and square. Totally. Yeah, what a dumb shit.
Left.
Fair and square. Conquest is fair and square. Totally. Let's do it different. 70%. Fair and square, everybody. Are we on stolen land? Looks like 68%. Oh, it's moving. It's moving around 69%. 69% say that Americans are living on stolen land.
They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now,
like conquest is stealing.
here's the thing, more symbolic because it's a little old now, but we may get it all back. Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
So you're threatening to.
Afghanistan is kissing our ass? What? Should I Google that? Is Afghanistan kissing our ass?
Bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that?
Yeah, there's nothing enforceable in this ridiculous deal that everyone says you're a loser.
Yes, you know that?
So you're threatening to bomb.
Look at Howard Lutnick, this fucking goon behind him.
All back. Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
So you're threatening to.
Fucking Howard Lutnick. You know, you ever seen a picture of Howard Lutnick on Epstein Island after, he was neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein and said, I hated that guy. And then they came out with all the pictures with him on Epstein Island. Both these guys are Eskimo brothers. They both raped the same children, Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump. Great guys, these two, that Marco Rubio has thrown his lot in with. Damn. By the way, both these guys, they own American counterfeit currency. Howard Lutnick owns Tethercoin. He started that, and Donald Trump owns USD1. Stable coins, they're called stable coins, which is basically just a way to trade without being seen. It's a way to use counterfeit money in order to do drug deals. They own it. They own that. Tethercoin and USD1. Great job.
bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let him know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement.
We're going to bomb the hell out of you. We're going to do more war crimes if you don't like it.
What else am I going to do? Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court? Let me take you to court. Let me sue you. No, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they do.
Like, dude, that's what a fucking agreement is supposed. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, of course, duh. Like, that's what a treaty is, right? You don't have to. We're gonna bomb the hell out of you if you don't do it. But here's $300 billion. $300 billion. Please have fun charging tolls at the Strait of Hormuz.
Violate the agreement. I don't want them to. I want them to honor the agreement. Again, the straits close up. Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about the school gets hit.
School gets hit. That's bad. Bad things happen sometimes. It's a shame. I could have sold those little girls with Jeffrey Epstein. We could have made a fortune. We love money. We love selling little girls. Jeffrey and me, we made lots of money selling little girls. It was good times. Good. Really fun. Really fun with Jeffrey. I miss that guy. This dude started a war, killed a bunch of children, and got nothing for it. It used to be, you know, America. At least we started wars and got some shit.
The things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it.
You see it better than anybody has ever seen it. Well, let me tell you about this guy named John F. Kennedy. He actually was a war hero. Or there's another guy named John McCain that you called a loser and said wasn't a hero, but he was shot down in Vietnam. And you said he was a loser because he got shot down. These are people that knew war. People like Colin Powell that you called a loser. These are people who knew war. You don't know war. I don't know war. I've been to war-torn countries. I've been to countries where ruins are still there. You know, they keep them as a reminder for how horrible war is. But we never learned that lesson in America. We never learned that war is bad. We should have learned in Vietnam, or we should have learned in 9/11, but no. I know better than anybody that war, bad things happen. We kill lots of kids.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Oil prices are now plummeting. How do you see this agreement further affecting energy prices in the U.S. and
plummeting? Yeah, they went down. Let me just look at. Can I get a chart about oil prices in the last year? Oil prices saw significant volatility over the last year, peaking at $118 in mid-2025 before dropping sharply as of late June 2026. West Texas Intermediate trades around $78 per barrel, cooling off from the highs caused by the 2026 geopolitical. Let's get a chart, man. We need a chart. I need Let's get a chart. Oh, yeah, here we go. That's a nice chart. I like this chart right here. All right, so here's the chart. And as you can see, we've got the pandemic. Dong, dong, dong. Pandemic. No one was buying oil. All right, we should have all invested in oil right here. If we had money, we should have done it. And then here it is in the March 23rd, 26, right when the war was kicking off. And we're down to, it says 93, but it says at 76. But 76 would bring us to like, not even, let me see where we are here. It brings us back to like 2021 level. Which again, isn't great. We're still up here. 2026. How do I adjust this for more time? Anyway, this is to May 2026, but it's gone down another $20 a barrel. Plummeting. It's plummeting. I wouldn't call that. I mean, I'm sure it's plummeting, but I mean, plummeting is not going to go back to where it was. It's going to stay. Our gas prices are going to stay kind of high. They're going to stay kind of high for a while. It's summer.
and the U.S. economy in the long term? And secondly, Mr. President, how do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have...
Oil prices are plummeting, which means oil prices are going to come down. Yeah, that's what plummeting means. Thank you for the... I'm glad you got that word. You got that word.
Secondly, Mr. President, how do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have a heating, you have a stove, and you have to buy the heat. You need the gas or the electricity or whatever you're using. And when oil prices come down, oil is the biggest thing. Oil is, you get oil prices coming down, and they're going to come.
What the fuck? This guy's got donuts on the brain? What? Don't you want donuts? You need oil. This guy's such a fucking crazy asshole. You need donuts. Everybody needs donuts. You gotta have the donuts. What the fuck are we doing? This guy's president of the United States. I gotta have donuts.
Come down and we're hitting.
And I love the police. The police, you know, the police are such good people. It's a big strong man, big strong cop. Police come up to me. He said, handsome cop, had lots of muscles, beautiful schlong, beautiful penis. And he came up to me. He said, sir, tears in his eyes, tears in his eyes, tears. He said, sir, I can't afford donuts. I said, don't worry. The oil prices are about to plummet.
The threes now for gasoline, and that'll come down a lot lower. So I was in Iowa just before this started. I was saying to myself, I can't believe we're doing so well, but I have to go, and we have to put out this fire in Iran because I don't want them using a nuclear weapon. They would have used a nuclear weapon, 100%.
They would have had a nuclear. A nuclear was nuking. They would have nuked the nukes.
All right. Okay.
They can't let them have nukes. And but did I mention the donut situation? Did I mention the donuts? That's why the police love me. The police love me. The petro-glazed donuts are the best ones. Everybody loves donuts. Remember what I think what happened is she mentioned J.D. Vance on The View, and he immediately thought of J.D. Vance fuck up at the donut shop. Do you remember when J.D. Vance, he's like, how long have you worked here? I buy donut like normal human. Remember when Lizard Man J.D. Vance went to a donut shop and he couldn't order donuts? I think that's what just went through. Donald Trump has such a scatterbrained, old fucking dementia brain. He's like, J.D., that motherfucker with his stupid donut. J.D. Vance can't stop thinking about donuts. He's always talking about that donut thing. Every time I talk to him, I'm like, J.D., you really fucked up that donut situation. You really fucked up the donuts, JD. Oil prices are coming down, JD.
Hey. All right.
Like, you know, he hates JD Vance because JD Vance is always talking about how he didn't want to go to war in Iran. I hate that son of a bitch, JD Vance. I should have never listened to my good-for-nothing son. My good-for-nothing son who told me this JD Vance character would be a good choice, and I did it. Fucking couch fucking donut eating motherfucker. You know Donald Trump hates JD Vance.
Okay. Now imagine me with my shirt on. Good evening, everyone. 1 million Knicks fans held a parade in Manhattan today to celebrate the Knicks championship. Yeah.
I love this. Democrats always have other people's money on their brain. They do? Interesting. I'm more worried about my money, you dumb motherfucker. Adams Otto's back in the chat. Love seeing you here, Adams Otto. Shout out to Adams Otto. You always make it entertaining. Democrats always look, man. Democrats. I don't know why you always come in here talking about Democrats. I'm not a Democrat. Go to some Democrats podcast and start dealing with that motherfucker. I'm not a Democrat, dude. I'm sick of Donald Trump giving $300 billion of our money to Iran to rebuild Iran. Like, we broke it. We should buy it, I suppose. But like, why is he dropping billions of dollars in the desert, starting wars that we couldn't win? And now we got our asses kicked. We look like a bunch of idiots and we got nothing out of it. We got whooped. Israel sponsored check says kids deserve to live. Ah, nice. Say kids deserve to live. Kids deserve to live. Thank you, Ben 920 9291. Kids deserve to live. I don't think kids should ever be bombed. I don't think there's ever an excuse to bomb a child. Ever. Thanks. I'm on record saying no children should ever have to be bombed. Ever. That's it. There you go. That kids should not be killed, traded, bought, sold. That the Epstein class is all about exploiting children, getting their ROI. 13-year-olds shouldn't work in slaughterhouses. Childhood is supposed to be sacred, and MAGA hates kids. There's a T-shirt in my merch area about this says MAGA hates kids. Buy it. Buy a shirt. MAGA hates kids. The next one.
At the second June parade that celebrates men who are good at handling balls.
All men are good at handling balls. You know why? Because we got two of them swinging between. Most of us, I guess. Maybe Greg's never. He doesn't have any balls, but I got two of them, and I'm good at handling them. I've been doing it my whole life, since I was like, I don't know. As soon as I knew they were there.
Good break. Mayor Mamdani gave every member of the team their own key to the city, and afterward, every criminal the keys to their homes. It was one of the largest parades in the city's history, with the team kicking it off at Battery Park and ending in Madonna's hot tub. All right. Joy Behar said she warned Vice President J.D. Vance that he should be nervous when he appeared on The View because the girls have many receipts. She left out that they were for hay and feed.
I don't know. I liked his delivery on that one. I gotta be honest. I kind of like that one. They were for hay and feed. It's kind of funny. They're a bunch of horse-faced women. I mean, I don't like the sentiment of the joke, but I mean, it's kind of funny the way he delivered that joke. Greg is a good insult comic. I think that he should just stick with that. I think that this is just the wrong platform for him. Sorry, Greg. We should do Berkeley Boys, where we talk shit on each other. Let's do Berkeley Boys. Greg, you and me, we'll do a show together. Berkeley Boys. We both have English degrees from Berkeley. Berkeley Bros. Berkeley Bible, Baby Billy's Berkeley Bible Bunker Bumpers. I forget how. Bonkers, Bible Bunkers. Berkeley Baby Baby Billy Berkeley Baby Bible Bumpers. We'll call that. That's the name of the song. That's the name of the movie, show, TV show, whatever, live stream, podcast, whatever the fuck. We need to do another chat with Berkeley bitches. Oh, I like that. Let's do that. Looks like only 60% of the people in the chat have acknowledged that America has carried out the most successful genocide in the history of the world against Indians. So that's pretty cool. Only a short amount of people understand that. So yeah, we are on stolen land, just so you know. We came and we took it from somebody else. We didn't pay for it. We stole it. And that's, unethical and stuff if you care. Who won the war? Was it Iran or America? America. No, I was going to pay. So America. Or another third option. Here we go. New poll just for you.
The man who had sex with a corpse on a New York City subway has been sentenced to 5 years in prison, causing one nervous woman to immediately call her lawyer.
Is that Brigitte Macron?
Longer than 5 years.
Who is
a high
that?
school French teacher was fired for having girl students kiss each other during class. Parents were appalled, but the male students claim it was the greatest class they've ever taken.
Same-sex peers were made to kiss during class assignment. Huh.
The Obama Presidential Library opened today. So
I like this top part with the words. Makes me want to read it. You are America, unconstrained by habit and convention, unencumbered by what is ready to seize what ought to be for everywhere in this country. There are first steps to be taken. The new ground to cover. There is new ground to cover. There are more bridges to be crossed. America is not the project of any one person. The single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we, the people, we shall overcome. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. That word is owned by no one. It belongs to everyone. Or what a glorious, oh, what a glorious task we are given to continually try to prove this great nation of ours. Try to improve this great nation of ours. I mean, as far as like state propaganda goes, I mean, I don't know. Don't think that's so bad.
Celebs like Springsteen and John Legend were there. Stevie Wonder also showed up, and even he said the library looked terrible.
Stevie Wonder's blind.
Michelle Obama revealed that she...
He's also vegan. I think Stevie Wonder being vegan is what's kept him alive so long. I mean, he's fucking old. How old is Stevie Wonder? It's hard because he got famous when he was like 6. How old is Stevie Wonder? He's 76, man. He's looking great, dude. 76. They say black don't crack, but I think it's because he's vegan, man. He hasn't had all the health problems.
Performed the Heimlich maneuver on a choking friend. And that's refreshing. A first lady that saves someone from choking.
That's a blowjob joke.
And finally, the city of Annapolis, Maryland, put out an emergency preparedness guide claiming that gay people are more likely to be affected by natural disasters. And it's true. Hurricane Dawn has blown every gay in town.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Donald Trump. Hurricane Dawn has blown every gay in town. That's definitely Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves sucking cock. I mean, he blew Bubba. That was me. They named the horse after me for obvious reasons. I mean, G-Max had a whole thing. I mean, Donald Trump liked to have my epic fury in his mouth. But they called me Bubba back then. I was only 14. You know, I needed the money. I was poor and I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. So, you know, I let the throat goat have his way. You know, Donald Trump, you know, he likes sucking Bubba off, but also he likes boner bumps. That's a long old rumor about him. Donald Trump likes doing boner bumps. He always has. He always will. That's his jam, man. Ever since the days of Studio 54, he and Roy Cohn used to hang out doing boner bumps, man. Young men would line up. All they had to do is keep it hard long enough for them to do a rail off of that Coke rock. Get that Coke rock off of that. Man, boner bumps and scrotum bumps. They really like the scrotum bump too. They love that shit, man.
Was that necessary? I don't know if that was necessary. All right, let's pretend that never happened. So Janice Lewis George won this week's D.C. mayoral primary. And just like her fellow Democrat socialist Mamdani, she's promising all sorts of free stuff, from transit to childcare. True, even the chalk outlines around your corpse come free of charge. Meanwhile, in New York, another Democratic socialist named Daria-Liza Chevalier is running for Congress.
What is it with these people? Like he just hates their name. Chevalier. I made a joke about her foreigner name.
She advocates seizing private property.
We can't all have winner names like Gutfeld. This is such a great name, Gutfeld.
Abolishing police at borders and called all deportation wrong. All that's missing is famine. Switch. Yeah, thank you. And she even doubled down.
Crickets. This guy just gets crickets in his audience. Every time he tries to do like a little kind of a heady joke for these Neanderthals in his audience, they're just like, duh, was that a joke? Am I about to laugh now? Are we about to laugh now?
When asked recently.
All deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
That would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes.
Great. So vile rapists get to stay. It's like Motel 6 on Epstein Island. Would have been nice to ask a follow-up question about the consequences of such policies, but they rarely do.
Vile rapists should be in jail forever. Don't we all agree on that? Should vile rapists be in jail forever?
So why is socialism still a thing? Well, for one, socialism's appeal relies on deliberate ignorance of its role in history and the lack of knowledge of basic economic principles. In simple terms, it needs stupid people. On top of that, socialism has the greatest publicist in history, academia, painting a picture that leaves out all the dark parts. It's like a pet shop that sells you a puppy without telling you it's from Chernobyl.
Tell me about capitalism and all the successful parts of that.
But hey, the fifth leg is free. So they push the theory, never the body count. Yet these socialists are fine by the Dems because...
Tell me the body count of capitalism. What's the body count? Greg?
For them, it's still a win. They're called Democrat Socialists after all, which is a tell. Socialists must employ a cushier name because the real name scares people.
No, they call themselves Democratic Socialists now because social democrats, they get murdered. Social democrats have been murdered by Nazis like you. And so Nazis, they don't want to get murdered. Like the social democrats don't want to get murdered by Nazis. So they're calling themselves Democratic Socialists to try to, just like kind of how Nazis, no one likes them. So you guys call yourself the alt-right now. You call yourself MAGA. It's branding. But social democrats, this idea of pluralism and international cooperation and, helping the poor, Nazis hate that shit. They've always hated that shit. It's a threat to their power.
Socialism is bad, but Democrat socialism sounds milder. It's like renaming
Socialism is not bad. Do you like libraries? Do you like roads? Do you like the internet? Do you like GPS? Do you like the VA? Do you like the military? Do you like cops? Do you like the fire department? All socialism. The interstate highway system. Did I already say roads?
AIDS, fun AIDS. But socialism is only popular before the bill arrives. And they always rely on our wallets when it all goes south. Mass migration raises housing.
Corporations always rely on our wallets when stuff goes south. If we had socialism, shit wouldn't go south.
Costs while lowering wages. Undeterred crime makes stores raise their prices, then go out of business. And when the debt hits, they offer a worse solution, taxing the remaining capitalists they spent years attacking. They create nothing and sell resentful people the notion of leeching off the success of others. And as the rich people leave, the left consolidate their power and never have to prove it works. They just have to say that capitalism is worse. Because if you want people to embrace a terrible idea like socialism, invent a nightmarish alternative. Tell them the planet is dying, democracy is ending, everyone will be homeless, broke, and eating canned cat food by the end of the year. In other words, the way Kathy Griffin lives today.
Actually, you know what's funny? Greg Gutfeld went to a fancy university, got a fancy degree. Same university as me. He graduated I think 10 years earlier than me or something. Let me see. I forget. No, maybe 20 years earlier than me. I think he graduated 20 years. What year did Gutfeld graduate from Berkeley? 87, dude. Damn. What year was Gutfeld born? What year was Gutfeld born? Not Garfield. God damn it. Gutfeld. Garfield. Where's Greg? He got a Bachelor of Arts degree from Berkeley. Greg Gutfeld. All right, he's 61 years old. He was born in 1964. He graduated in 87. Wait, so he was 23 when he graduated? Well, that's kind of fun. He went late, huh? He was 23 when he graduated from Berkeley. Greg Gutfeld. Look how young he looked, man. Look at how young he was. Back before he had that horrible crease. Now he has that horrible crease in his nose. I mean, the great crease. I wish I had that crease. Political commentator. You went to the University of Berkeley. He was born in San Mateo. There you go. San Mateo County, and then on the San Francisco Peninsula. Yeah, I mean, he's a Bay Area Californian, but he just pretends to be this hardcore New Yorker. He pretends to be this New York political commentator that's super conservative and hates everybody. It's all bullshit. It's not real.
And the old socialists who know socialism kills, they never tell the young zealots. Hell, Bernie's been selling socialism for decades. He talks about free college, yet skips over the shortages of luxury items like food. He talks equality, but we end up equally miserable, except, of course, for him. Worse, he sounds like he hasn't taken a good dump in 6 weeks.
In there.
Finally, those like him manipulate people's compassion, convincing you that capitalism is greedy, socialism is cuddly.
I mean, this is just... I don't think he believes the stuff that he's saying.
No. Capitalism raised more people out of poverty than anything in history, and socialism in its various forms has killed more people than Dr. Fauci on his period.
That's not true. Capitalism has killed far more people than socialism. Socialized medicine has saved more people. Socialized medicine has saved more people. Education has saved more people. Malaria programs, USAID has saved millions and millions and millions and millions of people. untold millions of people have been raised out of poverty because of socialism. Capitalism has kept them in poverty. It's the whole point of capitalism, is to keep some people in poverty so they can be exploited by the capitalists, those who own the means of production, those who have somehow just taken advantage of human achievement and said only some of us can benefit from this human achievement. You're not allowed to use the machines that human beings invented. All of humanity invented these machines, but only some people are allowed to make money off of them. That which we all created is the means of production, but only some people are able to make money off of it.
Why is that? Well, one depends on enterprise and the other on envy. Capitalism says if you see someone excel, why not emulate them? But envy says no, it's just easier to mock achievement than demand your own share, which socialism will give you, no strings attached, except the strings that control you. See, socialism ignores human nature by taking away the incentive to do stuff for yourself. You start expecting and then demanding others to do the stuff for you. This might be the worst tax of all. It's not on your paycheck, but on your own individual ambition. It doesn't just kill economies, it kills your soul.
Kills your soul. Careful. Kills your soul. Kills your soul. Capitalism doesn't kill your soul. Socialism kills your soul. All of this human achievement, and we still are arguing about how, oh, people just want you to do it for them. No, that's not what socialism's about. Socialism is about pooling our collective resources and owning the means of production so that we can all benefit from the things that we've accomplished together. That's all. We've accomplished a lot together, humanity, and it shouldn't only benefit the very few. It should benefit all of us. That's socialism. Something that benefits all of us. We take all of our resources, not all, but we take some of our resources and collect them and we pool them so that we can all live better. Because after all, we all contributed throughout history. Every race has contributed. Like how many generations of human beings have labored and toiled and worked and farmed the land and paved the roads and laid the bricks. How many children were reared by mothers? How many, like all of this grand for generations, for thousands of years, we've all worked so hard as a race of people. Of all humanity has worked to get this far. And then the capitalist says, no, I'm making a fence around that and you're left out of it. Only we can benefit from it, not you. You'll have to buy it from me. But we all worked on it. Too bad. I have friends in high places, and you will not access the means of production.
There are the four main, in my opinion, falsehoods being peddled about this alleged deal. And why do I call it that? Because there is nothing guaranteed about anything that really matters in it, okay? And yet, it's not me who's telling you that this is the best thing ever. It's the president and his new pit bull. The vice president, J.D. Vance, has decided that this is the hill that he's going to die on. And it makes me question his Yale education. He went from questioning going to war with the regime, which was an intelligent position, to owning it to a stupid degree. He's mixing his messages on show after show like no one watches more than what's in their silo. But what he has been doing everywhere is spreading mis and disinformation about a deal that no one on his side really likes. First, he tells everyone not to believe what the text of the deal says. Watch.
This idea that the Iranians get all these benefits before the deal is actually consummated, the idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior, is fundamentally a talking point that is issued by people who want the conflict to continue indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not.
That's how every deal works. You get, wait a second. Before you do what's in the deal, you don't get what's in the deal. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like the dumbest thing that J.D. Vance is saying. Before you do the deal, before you do what's in the deal, you won't get what's in the deal. Yeah, no shit. That's what a deal is. That's just what a deal is, J.D. Vance. You think we don't know how deals work? Hey, if you do this, you get that. Deal. That's what a deal is. You do this, you get that. Okay. Deal. Well, they're not, this deal makes sure that they do this before they get that. Yeah, that's a deal. That's what a deal is.
For the American people.
It's a lie, it's divisive, and it is easily countered by the language that he's saying doesn't exist. Look at point 10 of the MOU. The United States is allowing the regime to sell their oil immediately. And it's taking place as we speak by the vice president's own admission. Now he can.
It's so stupid. What the hell? The deal is predicated on prior change. What are you talking about? It's predicated on the status quo. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. Yeah, it only closed because you fucking moron. You started a stupid war. It was open. It was open.
Play with terms and he can pervert the obvious. But he's just lying to your face because I really believe that this administration has decided the G in MAGA stands for gullible and that you guys will believe anything they feed you. And this is
buy Melania coin. The G in MAGA stands for gullible. Make America gullible again. You know, I never thought that Chris Cuomo was I would agree with this guy. Never thought it, but it looks like I'm agreeing with all sorts of Republicans and conservatives these days because everyone sees that this deal was a joke. We lost a war that we started again. Another war lost by the Americans. That's all we do is lose wars. That's all we do is lose wars these days. And then they'll make fun of the French. All we do is lose wars, man. Every war we get into, we lose.
Opportunity for you to show them they have it wrong. And why? Because this is adding insult to injury. None of you asked for this war. And the only saving grace with what is obviously a desperate exit is that the overwhelming majority of us just want him to get the hell out. But you can't have it both ways. You want to bail on a bad war? Fine. But don't sell it as a better deal than the one you broke. And in so doing, Donald Trump, as president of the United States, allowed and encouraged the regime to make the enriched uranium that he would later say justified war. Remember that. Next, these BS comparisons of the fundamentals.
He did do that when he ripped up the JCPOA. What do you know? You rip up the deal saying they won't enrich uranium. They started enriching uranium. Oh, shocker.
Of Obama's deal and Trump's deal.
In 2015, Iran had built a sophisticated nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program. We're going to bribe you. Where we're coming at it is, we already destroyed.
$1.5 billion is not much of a bribe if you think about it. We're going to give them $300 billion now.
Your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a fundamentally different perspective.
Fundamentally different perspective. We're going to lift all of the sanctions and embargoes on Iran. Winner, winner, vegan dinner.
It's fundamental BS. This MOU is trying to do the same exact thing that the JCPOA actually did. That's the only fundamental difference, because the concepts are what they call in the law pari passu, meaning they move together the same way in Trump's deal and Obama's. Iran gets access to frozen funds if they give up their nuclear weapons program. That's how it worked then. That's how they want it to work now. But remember, U.S. intelligence has already made it clear to the administration that the regime says they don't find what they agreed to in the JCPOA acceptable anymore. So who knows if they'll even get to what they said wasn't enough. The president and vice president are not conditioning the give on what the regime has to do first, and the Obama deal did. Why? Because the strait isn't open. They're saying it'll probably require a toll. That's what the head Iranian negotiator just said today. And yet they're letting them have access to oil revenues and other revenue streams.
Still, we don't want you to use tolls, but you can have all the access to it. We're going to let anybody buy oil from you until what the fuck are we doing, man?
And the president said it to you. Well, but this is their money. Yeah, I know. Obama told you the same thing. And Trump said,
yeah, Obama said the same thing. It was $1.7 billion or something. They said that Obama did the same thing. 1.7 versus 300, though. It's always like, people are always telling me, Sky, you're so down on the Democrats all the time. It's because they're the same, just different degrees, right? So it's a variation of degree instead of type or kind. Like Obama did the same shit, just not as badly or as dumbly or as meanly. He wasn't as malicious about it or as stupid about it. And also Barack Obama giving $1.7 billion to Iranians of their money is not as bad as $300 billion of their money, right? So Donald Trump is not that different from Barack Obama. It's just that he's far more extreme. He's just an extreme version of Barack Obama. He doesn't just want to deport people like Obama. He wants to put them in concentration camps and murder them and shoot them in the streets and beat them over the heads in the streets and pull them out of their house. He wants to do it in a much more cruel way. Barack Obama did the same shit, just in a nicer way. Barack Obama gave money to Iran for a nuclear deal and gave them far less money. Donald Trump wants to do the same thing over again, but he wants to kill a bunch of school children, use a bunch of our treasure in order to, and deplete our weaponry in order to bomb this country, and then do the same deal over again, except make it worse with no sanctions, a toll on the Strait of Hormuz, and $300 billion in their pockets. Again, the system is broken. Barack Obama is just another step towards an inevitable goose stepping into the apocalypse, goose stepping off of the cliff. And the last few goose steps, the next president will probably be worse unless something crazy happens. The next president will probably be worse than Donald Trump. And then it'll be worse than Donald Trump. And it'll be like, how come you weren't upset when Donald Trump did it? It'll be the same thing. Because our system is broken.
Was unacceptable, but now it is. That's the problem, okay? And they do have...
And only 16% of people in the poll said it was America won. Very cool. Very cool. Cool poll. 16% of you think America won the war. Good thing we spent all those billions of dollars. 67% said Iran, 17% said Israel.
This add-on $300 billion reconstruction fund. To me, doesn't smell right. I don't know where the money's coming from. I don't know what Trump friends are going to get a piece of that action. I don't know. But I do know this right now. As a concept, it exceeds every benefit combined from the JCPOA that will be given to this regime, for what it's worth. And the vice president should explain, returning to this nonsense that the bombing last summer destroyed the nuclear program. How can it be true that you destroyed the nuclear program, but then a year later, the president says they're only weeks from a nuclear weapon and we have to start a war? Which is it? Did you destroy it? Or were they weeks away from a nuclear weapon that militated an imminent threat to the country and a war unilaterally? Which? And since the vice president's job is now to portray this deal as better than Obama's, is that the reason that you're spreading misinformation about the most important substantive?
If you think it's getting better, then maybe you need to go back to high school. If you think things are getting better in America, go back to high school. Like either you have, well, the regime always relies on a steady influx, a steady supply of people with amnesia. A bunch of amnesiacs have to be walking around America. Everyone's got to forget everything. They control everything's the memory hole. It's so 1984. It's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Don't you remember? No, I don't remember that at all. No, I don't remember that at all. Always.
Issue between the two deals. Listen to this.
Now, there are all these substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment.
Chris Jensen, why would you be stupid enough to vote in favor of slavery? Well, most Americans are perfectly okay with slavery. What do you mean? It's Juneteenth, man. Charlie Kirk said that it's not a real holiday, and he made content saying that he's not going to take the day off, and he made a point of going to work and making a bunch of content about how he's working because Juneteenth isn't a real holiday. So, you know, a lot of people are for slavery in America. In fact, even in California, liberal California, they put slavery on the ballot that said that the 13th Amendment doesn't go far enough and that people who are in prison shouldn't be used as slaves, which makes sense because why do they lose their rights? They lose all of their rights because they're in prison. Should they have to work? I mean, we're incarcerating them. They don't have to do anything. Forcing them to work for corporations as slave labor seems wrong. That you can rent out prisoners, that they rent prisoner. You can rent a prisoner in all 50 states. You can do that. You can rent a prisoner. What they just did, they just had a small marijuana charge or something. Yeah, you can rent those people. They're for sale. But California voted it down. We voted for slavery to keep it in California. First time anyone tried to challenge the 13th Amendment, and it failed.
Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material.
Again, you don't have a deal. You don't have anything to compare to the JCPOA. And you're lying about what the
They committed a crime. Great question. They committed a crime. What crime did they commit? Well, any old crime. They forgot to pay their parking tickets? Yeah, they forgot to pay their parking tickets, landed themselves in jail. So now you can rent them out and use them as strawberry pickers or slaughterhouse workers. Makes perfect sense, right? That's slavery. That's just slavery. You don't lose your rights to your own labor because you committed a crime. And especially when the state is the one determining what those crimes are. The state gets to decide. When did you start loving the government so much, Texas Jane? You love the government so much, you trust them to own people? They own you now? They own you, so they can rape you too. They can use you as sex workers too, right? They can buy and sell you as sex workers because you committed a crime. Okay, where do you draw the line, Jane? So see, exactly what I was trying to say. See, Jane is pro-slavery. Jane is pro-slavery. See, Texas Jane is for slavery, and you'll see this a lot in America. They'll say they're against slavery, but they're not. They're against one form of slavery that we've been taught to not like. We've been taught that being born a slave because you're of a certain race, which is kind of unique to the United States. We were the ones that really were into that shit, where if you were born a certain race, you were a slave from birth. That is the only type of slave that we have, the only form of slavery that we've completely said, no, we're not doing that. But slavery, there are more people slaved in America today than there were in antebellum South. More people are being bought and traded in America. Sex trafficked, illegal immigrants that are being bought and sold. We have people who are brought over without paperwork. They're brought over and they wake up in this country. Trucks full of people that are then being used as slaves. We have this problem in America. It's perennial, and nobody wants to do anything about it. And we still have, if you get on the wrong side of the state and you end up in prison, they can use you as a slave. Now, that doesn't sound like a country that's for liberty and freedom. No. Oh yeah, it's a little someone who's murdered. It's funny. Usually murderers don't get to be slaves, by the way. They're usually on death row in maximum security prisons. So again, Texas Jane, she's for slavery, but then tries to appropriate the experience of others, family members of murder victims. They can rest assured the slave, the person who is on death row or in maximum security, they can't usually be used. They usually can't be rented out to corporations because they're too much of a risk. So you really can't do that. It's usually the petty criminals, the people who cheated on their taxes or stole from a pharmacy or stuff like that, robbed a liquor store because they couldn't pay rent, stuff like that. Those are the people who end up in used as slaves in America. But of course, appropriate the experience of murder victims because you were a ghoul. Texas Jane, you were a ghoul, to use the experience of people who actually have murdered family members. Of course you would use them. Why wouldn't you use them? You would use them to justify slavery. Of course you would. You want to use the Bible next? Because that is a perennial favorite of the pro-slavery movement in America. Use the Bible to defend slavery. People have been doing it for, thousands of years. You could use the Old Testament to defend almost all heinous acts. It's almost like the New Testament never happened. It's always that way. You guys always forget about Jesus, about how the meek shall inherit the earth and how blessed are those who hunger for justice. But no, not Texas Jane. Texas Jane's pro-slavery and anti-Jesus, anti-human, anti-American. You're anti-American. You don't believe in the ideals of America, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
JCPOA did, which I'll correct in a second. But the president just said that what you're moving towards destroying doesn't matter anymore. He just said, it's all really dust. It's really dust. The dust is really, it's deep down beneath the mountain. We collapse the mountain is there, and it's underneath. We're going to go get it. We'll get it. We'll get all of it. We'll have all of it. Beautiful. But we don't really have to get it. It's just dust. It doesn't matter. Which is it? Does the G really stand for gullible in MAGA, or will you stand?
It does. Yes, the G stands for gullible. I haven't really heard the G stands for gullible before, but Chris Cuomo, usually hate this guy, but I think he's on point with this shit.
Stand up and speak out about what you know is untrue. Here's what the JCPOA allowed. And remember, you can call it Obama's deal, but that's a slap in the face to China, to Russia, to France, to the UK, and to the European Union. The P5 plus one were involved with this, okay? So all of them agreed to this, okay? Now you're alone. In that deal, they allowed low enrichment for fuel. not highly enriched uranium, which they have now. And remember, they only have highly enriched uranium because they started enriching in a way that violated that deal when Trump left the deal.
That's right.
And this memorandum.
He said, no deal. Okay, then they don't have to, but they didn't stick to their end of the deal. We don't want a deal, but you better stick to the deal. Sounds a lot like what we did to the Indians.
It says nothing on there being no enrichment. In fact, on point 8, it says that the U.S. and the regime agree to, quote, discuss the issue of enrichment related to their...
I'm going to vote for, I hate criminals, but I'm going to vote for Ken Paxton. I hate criminals, but I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. It's funny. And then they're always like, but what about murder victims? Bro, most of the people in jail are not murderers and rapists and child molesters. Most of the people in jail are people who've committed some kind of property crime, some kind of paperwork crime. Most people in jail have done some kind of strong-armed robberies, things like that. Not a lot of drugs, a lot of drug crimes. They're not in jail because they murdered somebody. We think about how many people are in jail. We have how many people are incarcerated in America right now, and what percentage of the population is that? 2 million people. So that's about the same size as our military. It's a little under 1%, about 7.7%. In state prisons, it's about 1 million people serving time for state level offenses. Local jails, about 600,000 people. They're just awaiting trial and presumed innocent, but 600,000 people are just sitting in jail awaiting their speedy trial as guaranteed by the Constitution, but never delivered. Federal prisons has about 209,000 people. And then there's also juvenile correction facilities, immigration concentration camps, and civil commitment centers and military prisons. There you go. If you include all the individuals serving time in community or probation or parole, the total population under correctional control rises to 6 million. 6 million people are under correctional control. Despite making up less than 5% of the global population, the United States holds about 20% of the world's total incarcerated peoples. We are 5% of the world, but we hold 20% of the criminals in America. And people who are pro-slavery, they know this and they love this. When American chattel slavery was abolished, in quotes, when it was abolished, they immediately took to incarcerating those people. They passed laws of like jaywalking laws and loitering laws and whatever, because now you had a bunch of people with fucking in the wind. You had a bunch of people in the wind all of a sudden. And so they said, oh, you're loitering and you're black. You're going to go to jail. Now you're a slave again. That's what they did. That's what they're still doing. Oh, you ain't got a job and you're on the corner looking for work. You're going to jail. You're loitering. You do that 3 times, you're a habitual offender. You're in jail for a long time now. You can go to prison. Land of the free, baby. So when you ask me, how would someone vote on my poll, who's for slavery? I think a lot of people are pro-slavery. Most Americans are perfectly okay with slavery. After all, 20% of the world's incarcerated people are living in America. According to the ACLU, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, lifetime likelihood, if current rates hold, an estimated 1 in 20 people, 5%, will serve time in prison during their lifetime, with men experiencing much higher rates than women. 1 in 25% of people in America will serve time in prison.
Nuclear needs. Suggesting what? If they have needs, then they must be able to enrich, right? Otherwise, why would you care and say that we'll talk about your needs if they're not allowed to need anything? You see what I'm saying? He's just lying to you. Don't allow it anymore. Nothing gets better if you just say, yeah, but they lied too. They lied too. Lying is either right or it's wrong. Call it out everywhere, and that's how you get to a better standard. And then there is this money issue, okay? More specifically, whose money? Listen to this.
The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences.
Look, if you are against giving murderous Islamist terrorists money, okay, don't give them any money. Because, yeah, they may use it to export terror or oppress and kill their own people. Oh, by the way, nothing in the MOU about reforms to the oppression of their own people, nothing about international ballistic missiles, nothing about exporting terror, not even on the table. For what it's worth, if those are things that you care about, which you should when you're dealing with a terror regime that wants to kill you and their own people. But you don't want to give them money, don't give it to them. But Trump and Vance are planning to give them money, and they're planning to do it the same way Obama did. And again, you don't have to like it, but don't say you don't like it and then repeat it. The $1.7 billion that was given to them, okay, was a legal settlement over a weapons deal that predated the regime. It was separate from the JCPOA. China, Russia, France, they didn't have anything to do with it. What was it? Okay, it wasn't all American money. Iran had paid the United States $400 million for weapons. They never got them, okay, because of their terror activities. Given the interest that money's been held the whole time it's been frozen, they made a deal of $1.7 billion. And you can say it's too much. They shouldn't have gotten it. You shouldn't have given it to them in cash. You should have done this. Shouldn't have done that. Fine. I have no problem with the regime getting nothing. They deserve nothing except to be exterminated. But you've decided not to end the regime. And this list of terms makes the regime the cat in this dynamic and leaves Trump and now Vance as the MOU SE in this. They are giving more for less. And we have no clue if there will ever be what we had in the JCPOA. Those are the facts. But there is good news here. If Congress decides to do its job, I blame Congress for where we are right now. I do. They allowed the president of the United States to unilaterally declare a war under false pretenses.
Well, of course it's Congress. They're beholden to their MAGA party. It's the Nazi party. It's like blaming Congress. Yeah, sure, Congress. Yeah, it's Congress. Congress's fault is everything. They've allowed the president to claw power to the executive branch, and every preceding president has done the same. Every president has done it. They've emasculated and castrated Congress, and now here we are, a bunch of cowed congressmen doing nothing. Congresspersons, congresspeople, a bunch of Congress representatives doing nothing.
President Trump sat down with Mark Caputo of Axios at the White House yesterday for his first interview since signing the agreement that extends the ceasefire with Iran. Here's part of that conversation.
If Trump were a Nazi, I'd be in a camp. Well, he has a lot of people in camps, nothing to do. And don't worry, he's getting around to it. Hitler didn't put everyone in camps first day. Dumb smuck. You dumb schmuck. Dumb. Hitler didn't just wake up and put them all in camps the first day. It took a while to get around to everybody. But they got around to everybody. Stick around long enough, it'll happen. Luckily, Donald Trump's going to be dead by the end of the year. In a few years, he's not going to make it to 90. You know, I mean, if we thought Donald Trump was going to be in power for another 10 years, then I think we're going to have some death camps. But luckily, this guy is going to die pretty soon. Unfortunately, someone like J.D. Vance could carry that mantle, could carry that torch. And Stephen Miller's young. He's not going anywhere. Stephen Miller can still stay worm tongue in the background. Mr. Wormtongue will be around for a while longer.
The power put the limits on your power as a result of the conflict.
There are no limits. No, not. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't. It didn't last very long.
And
why did we fight Iran if we were just going to do this? Market manipulation. Also, no one's talking about Epstein today right now.
Certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender.
Also, it puts a lot of money into the pockets of your friends. If your friends are like Boeing and McDonnell Douglas and Ball, if you are trying to get more investment into aerospace, and Elon Musk is in that space as well, you want more money going that way for AI and all that, you start a war. Now all those people are going to have a payday because now we'll have to also use now that we've used a lot of our weaponry, we have to stock up again. And that will be going to the oligarchs that you know and love, people like Palantir and SpaceX and Ball and McDonnell Douglas, Rocketdyne, Boeing. Oligarch shit.
And
well,
the MOU doesn't look like unconditional.
Oh, and
surrender.
also, I forgot. Donald Trump's new drone company that his sons all own, Eric, Don, and Barron. They own a company called Live Golf, but it's a drone company, but it's called Live Golf, which I think it's a funny little quirk of our stupid system. They already took a company that was already incorporated that they weren't really doing much with, and they decided to turn Live Golf into a drone company.
But really, probably is unconditional surrender.
And White House reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo himself, joins us now. Mark, good morning. So take us inside that conversation with the president. There's a lot even just in that one clip we played there. This is not unconditional surrender for Iran, obviously, but what stood out to you?
What stood out for me is the guy didn't really sleep. The president hadn't slept much. I think maybe 2 hours. He had flown back from Europe. But his general attitude was very positive, despite all of the negative commentary and pushback over the deal. The president seems pretty relieved because he has an exit. And he's looking at two things. He's looking at the stock market, and he's looking at the price of oil. And the price of oil is down. And at one point in the interview, he said it, or a few points in the interview, he said that. At one point, he said, it's a gusher, as if he literally struck oil through this deal because of the price lowering. And that really impressed me because it just shows what Trump is really focused on. Yeah.
Mark, you talked also about, a whole range of things. You had half an hour, I think, with the president. You spoke about regime change. You also spoke about his relationship with Netanyahu. We heard J.D. Vance earlier being very critical of the Israeli government, surprisingly so for an American vice president. How was the president when you asked him about his relationship at the moment with Netanyahu?
I specifically asked him that, and he said, Bibi, we're good. He said, but we've got to keep him, and he sort of paused for a second, sane. And I said, well, how do you control Israel from attacking Lebanon and possibly sort of starting to wreck the ceasefire of this deal? And he says they're going to do what I say. And
they're going to do what I say because I'm a tough guy.
Listen to me. And it was just a very kind of clear statement.
Till the end of the year, they'll do what I say because I'm a tough guy. Till the end of the year.
From Trump that he thinks he has so much influence over there because of not just his relationship with Netanyahu, but also I think Israel's standing in the world, as Vance indicated, that he has this sort of ability. Now, whether or not Netanyahu is going to go along with it, who knows? We reported a little while ago.
Are you going to be able to control Israel from attacking? Yeah, I will be. I wonder. They have a lot of respect for me, and they do as I say. Look at this fucking pig spider. This pig spider.
Axios, that very hot phone call.
This Crather.
That Trump had with Netanyahu. Netanyahu attacked Lebanon at a certain point, and the Iranians started to pull out of negotiations and caused all the Sturm and Drang. So it's less of a close relationship now than it was heading into the war.
He spent the last few days in Europe as the details of the MOU started to come out. And we report on the program the number of Republican senators, Cassidy, Cotton, Wicker, who have now come out pretty critical about the deal. Do you think, and you say that the president sounded genuinely positive about what he'd achieved, do you think now that he comes back and he turns on Fox News and he's sitting in the residence and he's watching television and he sees the criticism even coming from Fox News, that that's going to change his mind about this deal, or that it's going to make it harder for him to defend it?
Woe betide him who predicts what Donald Trump is going to do. Nevertheless, I would find it difficult to believe that he would change that.
Woe betide those who think that they know the future of Donald Trump. Woe betide. It's true. You don't know what this asshole is going to do. This guy changes with the wind. He's like Regina George on her period. She doesn't know which day it is. She's all over the place. On Tuesdays, we wear pink.
My general view of Trump is that if you criticize something that he has started to put his chips in, he doesn't like the criticism. I asked him during the interview, are you going to punish any of the Republicans who oppose you?
They're in my burn book.
Because there are elements of the deal with sanctions that are going to need to come back to Congress for sort of final approval, in part to set up or make effective this $300 billion reconstruction fund. And it took me a little while to get the president to answer, but he said basically no. Now, I'm wondering if that'll change. That is, if the criticism reaches a fever pitch from his own party, does he start to really push back and start to target people? I don't know that.
So, Mark, congrats on the interview. Obviously, it's yet another example of President Trump trying to assert his own reality, right? Living in denial, I'd argue, about some of the outcomes here in Iran. But he can read the polls, and certainly other members of the Republican Party can, and they see how unpopular this war was and currently how unpopular he and the GOP is. So, is there any recognition, not from Trump himself personally, but aides you've talked to, just about what a bind they're in? Is there any sort of concern as to what this meant for November?
If you scratch a few layers beneath the surface, yeah, you'll hear that. But there certainly is going to be nothing on the record or even on background. But you can tell that what was just really concerning them is not just the poll numbers, but what was causing underlying poll number troubles, and that was the price of gas. And my guess here, having talked to them over the past months about the war, is that the argument they're going to make is look, everyone was complaining about gas prices. Well, gas prices are coming back down.
But I mean, the gas prices, let's look at the average gas. Gas prices, national average. I need an image. They're at $3.97. It's a decrease nearly 60 cents from the May peak in 2026, bringing prices below the $4 mark. $3.97, but so they are down, which is great. I'm glad they're down. But Donald Trump promised a 50% decrease from 2024 There we go. Y charts. U.S. gas price weekly, U.S. energy information, EIA, U.S. all grades. I need that fucking. Where do we normally go with the AAA gas prices? There we go. State gas prices. Here we go. MSNBC. No, just NBC News has a chart, I think. No, they don't. God damn it. I want a chart. Why is it so hard to find a chart? I think AAA has a chart. No, of course not. They just have by state. Do we have a gas prices averages? No. We just have that national average drops between. Oh, here we go. Great. Awesome. Here we go. All right. AAA. This is the brand new one they just released. AAA has a new gas price at $3.99. Okay. So 2022 obviously was the craziest year right after the we're coming out of COVID, and then summer hit and it was crazy and then it came back down. Okay. So it always does. So 2022, but 2024 was when he made the promise that it would be 50% under. So 50% makes it at $3.35 or something. But he was talking in November. So November, it was at a little over $3. Donald Trump said it would be 50% cheaper after 12 months of him as president. So until it's at $1.50, I'll give him $2. Until it's at $2 a gallon on a national average, he can go fuck himself. Okay, so they're coming down, which is cool and all. I'm glad they're coming down. But how far are they going to come down? What do you think? And they're like at $3.97 now, not $3.99. AAA is saying $3.99, but I've heard $3.97 on another site. Yeah, no change in in your area. It hasn't hit your area yet. We'll see. We'll see. I've been trying not to buy gas, but I'm glad it's coming down. $3.99 is not bad. It's still like $5.60 in California, so nothing to write home about. When it gets down to like $4, I'm pretty happy in California. But it looks like it's $4 national average, which means it's going to stay at $5.50 for a while in California. Gasoline demand increased last week 8.73 million, but the price, the demand's still high because it's summer. Maybe it'll go up even more because of the summer. Maybe people will start traveling again. You never know.
And therefore, what the president is proposing is a good idea. And that might be a challenging argument for his opponents and his critics to push back on. The American people don't really pay a lot of attention to the finer points of foreign policy and these various points of the MOU. They're focused on their lives, and they're driving around, and every day there's been a scoreboard on street corners that people have seen. That's the price of fuel. Even if you drive a Tesla, you at least can see what the price of fuel is doing. And it's been up, and people don't like it. And now it's going to come down, and the president's hope is as a result of that coming down, the fortunes of Republicans increase. That is, if they take yes for an answer, his version of yes, and embrace this deal.
One of the many extraordinary moments in this interview, when you ask about regime change, you say, how is this regime change? And the president says, well, they are different people. Khomeini Jr. is different from the father, which I guess technically is true, but probably not the definition of regime change. You can see the full interview online for Axios. White House reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo.
Probably not what we're talking about. Yeah, probably not what we're talking about there. Jesse Waters alert!
The Iran deal is now in immediate effect. Both sides have signed. Trump did it over lobster and caviar at Versailles, and the gay Ayatollah had his number 2 use an auto pen.
Caviar and lobster at Versailles, huh? Donald Trump did it over caviar and lobster at Versailles. Oh, did they got a ballroom? Were you jealous of the ballroom at the Versailles Palace?
So, one day in, how's it looking?
I think the president's peace plan in Iran is already bearing real fruits for the American people. Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil went through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high since the beginning of the conflict. On the military side, the Iranians, for the second night in a row, did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
CENTCOM lifted the blockade, and the first ships to set sail were 3 Saudi supertankers. The price of oil is now in the 70s, same as it was before.
Saudi super takers. We love those Saudis.
Before the war. And gas just fell under $4 a gallon. POTUS said, told you so.
I just do want to say, though, the stock market just hit a new all-time high. The 401ks just hit a new all-time high. And oil is dropping like a rock. Other than that, it's another day in paradise.
It could be paradise for Iran, too, just without the virgins. If they behave and follow
Without the virgins. You love Saudi Arabia, but you hate Iran? I mean, what the fuck? Why is it that you hate the Muslims in Iran, but you love the Muslims in Saudi Arabia? What's the difference? What's the difference between the Muslims in Iran and the Muslims in Saudi Arabia? What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? The royal family of Saudi Arabia and the semi-democratic theocracy of Iran. Why do you hate Iran, but you love Saudi Arabia?
through the deal, will open Iran for business.
There
I
is
put my
a
finger on
great desire from the Arab world and from outside the Arab world to actually get involved in Iran if they behave properly. If you behave, and if the Emiratis themselves want to build a power plant, then we will do the sanctions relief necessary to make that possible. A world where the Gulf Coast Coalition has greater leverage into the Iranian economy is a world where the Iranians are going to be heavily prevented from misbehaving.
There's a big brouhaha brewing in Washington over Iran getting money. Remember, we control the money. They're like a kid. If they screw around, they don't get an allowance. It's the exact opposite of the Obama deal, where we paid them to build missiles and enrich.
Look at this. They're trained. Was that just we're just training
around? They don't get an allowance. It's the exact opposite of the
Damn, they look so young. The older I get, the younger these soldiers look. That looks like a child.
Obama deal, where we paid them.
These look like oh God, come on.
Like a kid. If they screw around, they don't get an allowance. It's the exact opposite of the Obama deal, where we.
These are children. It's like a kid. We treat them we treat them like children, and by that I mean we give them high-powered rifles and teach them how to kill their friends at school.
Paid them to build missiles and enrich.
The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money.
The way the deal's structured is if Iran holds up their end of the bargain, they don't get American money. They get Arab money. And we decide what they can build with it. And we can see what they're doing with it after they get it. But they don't get anything until they blow up the dust. And this just in. Witkoff just briefed Congress that Iran's inviting the International Atomic Energy Agency to come inspect its nuclear sites and uncover the enriched material.
So like it was before this all.
This is big. The Iranians have also agreed that U.S. nuclear inspectors would be allowed into the country. That's huge. On day one, we're already getting somewhere, hopefully. These are good signs. But it's not about words. It's about action.
This is the dumbest shit I've heard for so long. It's like, are MAGA really, are you really that dumb, MAGers? Like, because I know that there's been a lot of lies and bullshit, but are you really this stupid? This is how stupid you are?
I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true. And if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying? Isn't it worth seeing whether this incredibly weakened position that the president of the United States has put the Iranians under, whether that motivates them to change their behavior?
The Iranians are dealing with $1 trillion of damage. We sunk their Navy, Air Force, and
$1 trillion of damage because Donald Trump said that. Donald Trump said $1 trillion, but he just made that number
and we
up.
wiped out thousands of factories, and they're in a deep, deep depression. They have to rebuild their country before they can even think about rebuilding a nuke program. And if they start rebuilding their nuke
$300 billion will help with that.
program, they won't get any money to rebuild their country. If Space Force even sees a man on a camel wander anywhere near one of their 3 nuke sites, sanctions back and a love tap.
Let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates. Then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on. And that's why it's really kind of like a dial. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief.
This is so stupid. That's what every fucking deal in the history of deals is. If you don't do what I say, if you don't do what's according to the deal, the deal's off. Like literally, that's how the collective bargaining agreement works in a union house. Like, hey, we have this contract. If you don't do what's in the contract, then all deals are off. Then we're going to have a problem. Like that's every fucking deal since the beginning of deals.
If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off.
People are all saying, well, what about the straight?
No shit. If you don't do what's in the deal, we don't do what's in the deal. No fucking shit. They're acting like this is some kind of unique property of this particular deal. Thank you for describing what a deal is to me, JD Vance.
In 60 days, the deal leaves it open for Iran to toll. JD says, wrong again.
When you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiations can set the terms of what comes afterwards. The Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever
So it's going to be a toll.
again.
The deal won't allow tolls. If
Bullshit.
some Persian swashbuckler shows up rattling a tin can, the Navy rolls up and we close their banks.
When the blockade opens fully, we'll step back and allow commerce to flow. But if Iran doesn't comply, then we're more than able to reimpose an ironclad blockade.
Remember, Iran suffered a
I don't know. Iran is saying they're going to toll.
painful and humiliating defeat. They've been living underground and under a blockade. They don't want to go back to that. The only reason we didn't kill more of their leaders is because we needed someone to sign a deal. They know that.
They're tougher than we are. They're a lot tougher than we are. They won this fair and square, and we are saying that we won it just like we did in Vietnam. We won. We're retreating, but we won. Trust us. We won in Afghanistan too. We were there for 20 years. We won. We won in Afghanistan. Oh wait, the Taliban are back. Yeah, but we won. Everyone knows we won in Afghanistan, right?
Trump knows where the gay Ayatollah sleeps. If they're stupid, we're violent. Bottom line. They're already
Like assholes like this piece of shit calling him the gay Ayatollah, I'm guessing is not going over well over there.
praising Allah that Trump's letting them sell oil again. The VP says that's not even a concession. They've been selling oil for decades. Even though it was sanctioned, they were still
Even though it was sanctioned, they were still selling it at a lower price because it was sanctioned. So they're going to make many more factors of billions of dollars now that the sanctions are lifted. Okay.
making money. But we couldn't see the whole shadow fleet or the black market trades. Now, with the sanctions off the oil sales,
can't see
we
it.
can see exactly who's buying and what Iran's doing with the money.
It's all about transparency.
So if they're funding Hezbollah or paying for centrifuges with the
It's a win. It's a win for us that we have lifted the sanctions.
oil revenue, boom, economic fury. The deal requires Iran to put their proxies on a leash. That means Israel needs to chill. Vance thinks Netanyahu has been a little too trigger happy.
We seem to be right on the cusp of a major
Now you say that?
breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in the civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable.
Vance sent a warning to the Jews. He said, watch out.
Sent a warning to the Jews? What the fuck is going on Fox News now, man? Vance said, I told you that they're going to do this. They're going to switch sides. They're talking about coalitions with the Gulf state. They're talking about how much they love the Muslims now. Watch all the MAGAs have to figure out in their brains that they love Muslims now and that they're not a death cult, actually. Actually, it's a beautiful culture. Watch them all do it like they're doing with Oman, like they're doing with Qatar, like they're doing with Saudi Arabia. They just hate the Shia Muslims. They just hate the Iranians, just those special Muslims. We hate them because they don't want to play ball and do what we say all the time. So we hate those Muslims, but we love the Sunni Muslims. We love them. Iraq's a little bit difficult to talk about. We don't talk about Iraq, but all the other ones, we hate them if they're Shia. Yemen, Lebanon, and Iran. If you're a Shia Muslim, we hate you. But if you're a good Sunni or you have a Sunni royal family, like they do in Oman, then yeah, we love you. We're big fans. As long as you got a Sunni royal family that will do business and do what America says and play ball and make sure that the money doesn't flow to your own people, but to the people of New York and London, then we love you. We're big friends. And Israel's about to find out that America is a fickle friend. America will turn on you. You wait. People like Jesse Waters saying, "Oh, he told the Jews what's what." Like, listen to the statement. Listen to what he just said.
People who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable.
Vance sent a warning to the Jews. He said, watch out. Trump's your daddy, too.
Trump's your daddy, Jews. This is how it is. This is how it starts. You just wait. And all of you guys thought that these fucking Nazis were going to be friends. They're going to be great friends. That's what Pam Bondi thought, too.
Seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the president of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time.
There you go. Do what we say or else we're going to wreck you. But Donald J. Trump is also the only head of state in this world building multi-billion-dollar resorts in Qatar and the UAE. And Oman and Saudi Arabia. Donald Trump is the only head of state building multi-billion-dollar projects in the Gulf states, the Arab states. Trust me, Israel, he's your friend. He's your friend. Wait for all the MAGAs in 6 months' time when they're all going to be pretzeled all up into a million pieces about how much they love the Muslims. And after they've been talking for years about how much they hate all the Muslims, watch. And how you're an anti-Semite if you say anything critical of Israel. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for the switcheroo.
2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is...
What was that number he said? How much? How much did they?
To the nation of Israel at this moment in time. 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
That's true. 2/3 of all the weapons are coming from the United States of America. Wow. Great to bring that up, JD.
Problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump.
This isn't Israel's deal. They wanted regime change, which I completely understand, but hard to do without ground troops. Trump didn't want to use ground troops. A lot of people said he would, but
He's a coward.
he didn't. They told us it'd be a quagmire. Wasn't. Said it would cause World War III. Didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of got close, but then we retreated. We lost.
They predicted oil would hit $200 a barrel. We'd be rocked by deadly domestic terror attacks. We had no strategy to open the strait. We'd be in a recession. The stock market would crash. And the same
Well, it kind of did. It got really close to this shit.
people who said all these
No $200 on oil, no recession, no crash. Look at that at the bottom of the screen.
things are now saying the deal's dumb. Now, we're not Nostradamus. We just covered it. Trump could have easily done nothing on Iran. Let him keep building missiles, drones, terrorizing the neighborhood.
Or he could have just let the deal stand and just gone in and inspected over and over again. Like was the deal. We had a peace deal with Iran, and it cost us all a bunch of money. It cost us 13 American lives, hundreds of children in Lebanon, and like about 500 children if you include Lebanon and Iran, and thousands of people are dead. No big deal.
Nuking up deeper and deeper underground. That might have been smarter politically to do nothing, but Trump's not a politician. He's a leader. And leaders have to do the hard things so that life can be easier in the long run. And if it pays
Who's
off,
he leading? A confederacy of dunces? A bunch of gullible lemmings? Who is he leading?
and so far, so good, he'll have fundamentally changed the Middle East.
Literally, how is he leading anybody?
A place that sucked America dry for 50 years. The people in that desert who have the most to lose, here's what they say.
The Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more to lose than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment.
The only people saying America lost this war, Iran and the Democrats. Everybody else recognizes the reality. We buried their leaders, their military, and their dust.
I've already shown you how many Republicans are saying this is a lose, a big L. Many Republicans are saying this is an L. I made a point of showing you all the Republicans are saying L.
Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed.
We did it in 3 months with no ground troops, 13 casualties. God bless their souls. Cracked open the strait, took over the world oil market.
God bless their
And aren't
souls.
sending the mullahs a dime.
We're sending them $300 billion.
We blocked China's Belt and Road and made them think twice about taking Taiwan. Kicked Russia out of the region.
Did we? Really? I don't know. Taiwan seems still a little hot these days.
They've been kicked out of Venezuela, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and we brought the Jews and the Arab Muslims closer together. Even if the deal goes south, which it very well could, Iran is financially and militarily crippled.
It's really creepy that he keeps on calling them the Jews.
And their nuke program's dead and buried. But if this thing holds, and hopefully it does, Kushner, Witkoff, Rubio, Hegseth, and Vance deserve a lot of credit.
We should give them all their little island, their little extra pedophile island. What? This just in. Kushner is already building a new pedophile island, Kushner Island in Albania. Sweet.
Now, I have seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now, so we're going to get to a good place.
Joy Behar is tougher than the Iranians. That's so cute. That's cute.
Now,
That's cute. I love it. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. I hope you're against slavery. Let me see how our poll did. 86% say they are against slavery. That's nice. 85% say they're against slavery. Nice. 85%. That's nice to see. Nice to see. Are you against slavery? I'm against slavery. I think that we should abolish it. I don't think we should have any slavery of any kind. I think we should all be free. I'm for liberty, and I'm a total liberationist. I think everyone should be free. I'm sick and tired of razor wire. I don't like razor wire. I got a visceral reaction to razor wire. I don't like it. How do you feel about razor wire? You like razor wire? No, we already asked a question about who won the war, and everyone, only 16% said America. So it doesn't look like we're doing okay. You're a slave to music, though. That's all right. Being a slave to music is okay. Being a slave to music is rad. Nice. It's also a call-in show if you'd like to call in and tell me why America thought it was great. No borders, no nations. Hey, I'm all with you. I'm okay with no borders and keep your nations. But yeah, no borders, no nations. I'm all about it. No state control at the end of the day. Have a nation. Have a nation. Just, you don't have to have a centralized government like we have. Love it. Think that's cool. It's good times. Good times were had by all. I'll think of another poll in a second.
Now say the alleged killer, Tyler Robinson's roommate and romantic partner.
Dude, this is like a few days in a row. I think that he might die. This guy, Hannity, is not doing okay. Listen to the way this guy talks. He's sick.
And Twiggs was given limited immunity for a recorded statement made under oath back in April. What does this mean for this case? She's the host of Crime Stories on Fox 1. Our friend Nancy Grace.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What happened to Nancy Gray? What's her name? Macy Grace. What's her name? Macy Gray. Is that her name? Nancy Grace. Nancy Gray. Oh my God! She looks like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Holy shit! What happened to What did you guys do to Nancy Grace, MAGA? God damn! God damn! What did you do to Nancy Grace, MAGers? Oh my God!
Grace is back. I'm concerned about the case. Why limited?
All right, I guess she's
immunity. Why?
They put a little softener on it now. There's a softener on it. It's nice. Let's soften that shit.
Number one, Sean Hannity, I do not like immunity. I like to put everyone I think that is involved in a case in the same pot to stew because they all start doing this at trial. However, in this case, Lance Twiggs, the love object of the shooter, Tyler Robinson, that gunned down Charlie Kirk, is getting limited use immunity. What is
allegedly? You forgot to say allegedly. Tyler Robinson is probably innocent.
That mean? It's also called derivative use. It means Twiggs, cannot be prosecuted for the statement he gave back in April, a recorded statement under oath. Now think about it. Is he more valuable to me as a witness or a weak co-defendant? Because his lawyer could have said, oh, HELLNO, I'm not letting him talk to you, or take the fifth. Then they wouldn't have anything that he knew. So they're getting that recorded statement in, they're going to bring it in at a preliminary hearing, and they're getting all of the electronic communications between Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson around the time of the shooting. I guarantee you he's texting like a maniac about what he's doing and where he's going.
I can't wait to see those texts. My love, I have absconded with the rifle. Like that one the FBI made. I thought they already had all this. I can't wait. I can't wait for this trial. I don't think there might not be a trial. I mean, shit. They still have some time to kill Tyler Robinson.
And Twiggs can offer all that up. Remember, guilty knowledge is not a felony. Not a felony does it make. So if that's all he's got, I don't want to prosecute him. I want him as a witness. Full steam ahead.
If I'm mad about that case, I'm really more mad about this one. This is the case of Luigi Mangione, if you recall.
Oh, God, why? How are these? Sean Hannity, man. Sean Hannity looks like he's on death's door. What is with these guys over? What is going on at Fox News? Is there something? Did you guys have an anthrax? Did you get one of those envelopes with the anthrax inside and you open it up at the wrong? Oh, shit, there's anthrax in here.
In this case, he's the guy that accused the United Healthcare CEO. Apparently,
in anthrax, anthrax in German, they call it burnt spleen. Burnt spleen disease.
Now is going to use a psychiatric defense at trial. During a hearing today, the judge said that the defense team told him that they planned to show he was suffering from, quote, extreme emotional disturbance at the time of the occurrence. Nancy Grace, by definition, if you kill an innocent father, husband, CEO.
Innocent, go fuck yourself. Brian Thompson was a mass murderer. I hate this shit. Innocent father, and no. Man, Hitler had a girlfriend too. That doesn't make him innocent.
Oh, for no reason. You can't make the argument you're saying. However, as an excuse, I don't buy it.
I just wish I could just shake the judge in this case. Not that he's a bad judge, but extreme emotional disturbance. The defense refuses to cough up what malady exactly.
What is going on with this woman's forehead? Women, just let your foreheads go. Let it go. Like, let's let it happen. Don't put all that shit in your forehead, please. Look at her. Look at what she's done to herself. Age with grace. It's okay. You don't need to do all this stuff with your faces. Do it if you want. But why? Why? It's okay to be older. We all know Nancy Grace is like 500 years old. How old is Nancy Grace? We all know. This is how easy it is to find that out. How old is Nancy Grace? She's 66, dude. She's born in 1959. Why is she doing this to her head? Stop. Just look like a 66-year-old, Nancy Grace. Like, have a decent diet. Don't drink too much, Be all right. Do some red light therapy or some shit.
Exactly they're talking about or who has been treating Luigi Mangione. But when you talk about mental defect, let's have a reality check of our own. This guy, Mangione, valedictorian at the Costi Gilman School, about 40 grand a year. Valedictorian. Then he went to University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League.
Okay, so he got a good education. What are you saying?
He has the spoiled brat syndrome. That's what.
Spoiled brat syndrome? I mean, he murdered a mass murderer. Spoiled brat syndrome, I don't give a fuck what school he went to. He murdered a mass murderer. Allegedly. Luigi Mangione might be innocent.
He asked, and remember, when he's behind bars, Sean, brace yourself. What is he talking about with the prison guards? He's talking about George Orwell, who wrote 1984.
Nice. I like it.
Huxley and
Aldous Huxley, great. Brave New World, good.
Henry David Thoreau's on civil disobedience.
Oh, Henry David Thoreau. I mean, Henry David Thoreau shaped the American life. I mean, Henry David Thoreau was like early American philosophy. I mean, he's probably one of the most important American philosopher. He wrote Walden. Henry David Thoreau on civil disobedience. I mean, proto-anarchist. Henry David Thoreau. You got a problem with Henry David Thoreau? Do we have a problem with Henry David Thoreau now? Yeah, okay, exactly. 75% say that he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Do you have a problem with people who read Henry David Thoreau? Thoreau. Do you have a problem with people who read Henry David Thoreau? Yes or no? That's a new poll.
This guy does not have extreme emotional distress. He built a ghost gun, a 3D ghost gun. He knew what he was doing. He's having a disturbance now because he's.
Is it a 3D ghost gun? What's wrong with that? 3D ghost gun. I love 3D ghost.
Can you explain this to me? Why are all these women fascinated and drawn to him? And
because he's hot, I guess. I don't know. Because I mean, he's got some groupies, man.
Writing him and wanting to be with him, because I can't figure that part out either.
I can't figure that part out. But they should go after guys like me. Guys in the prime of their life. I'm Sean Hannity. Why aren't women coming after me? Women don't like me anymore.
They're offering themselves up as lovers. They're sending him money. They're screaming and crying. It's like a catwalk going in and out of the courtroom. I'm just sitting there watching all these women thinking, oh, you poor, poor girl.
Well, I mean, he needs money in his commissary. Makes sense.
I don't know what they're thinking. Please don't ask me to get into those women's minds and figure out what's going on. I don't care about them. I care about a true verdict. Brian Thompson was walking along, going to work at a conference, and he was shot down dead. Let me also point out that
he was shot down dead, going to work at this evil company that was murdering people.
One of the reasons I know Mangione is not extremely emotionally disturbed, that very day, one of the ways they caught him, he was flirting with the receptionist, and he pulled his mask down to give that big grin and a little, yeah, he's not crazy.
That's not crazy. Crazy people don't do that. Crazy people don't go. Crazy people don't do that.
That's not going to work. The preliminary hearing is going forward. Everything is as it should be, except the death penalty is off the table.
Gilgo Beach trial, judge handed down 3 consecutive life sentences. Reaction?
Not enough, because I believe that the Long Island serial killer, Rex Heuermann, Gilgo Beach killer, is also the butcher of Manorville. Why do I think that?
What? Nancy Grace is pinning more murders on this guy.
Because body parts of 2 of his victims were at Manorville and Gilgo Beach. Why do I care? That means there are more dead women out there. I've studied his to-do list, all of the things. He makes these long, copious lists about what he's going to bring to his next kill. Electric clips to torture the women, plastic bags, a burn trash bin. This guy is the devil. 3 life sentences, not enough, but in New York, you can kill as many people as you want to because you're never going to get the death penalty.
Well, I mean, he's going to jail for the rest of his life. I mean, what do you want? You want to kill him. That's what you want. You want to kill him. I get it. You just want to kill somebody. You're just bloodthirsty.
Nancy Grace, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
even Sean Hannity was like, all right, that's a little fucking intense. All right, thanks, Nancy Grace. Jesus Christ.
If you could pick.
All right. President Reagan. Libtards love to cry victim and promote murder. Isn't that what? So Donald Trump's a libtard. I've been saying this for years. Donald Trump is a libtard. You're absolutely right. He cries to be a victim. Everyone's so mean to me. CBS is mean to me. ABC is mean to me. I'm gonna bomb the fuck out of them. I'm gonna stick my dick in their buttholes. I'm gonna bomb all of them. We're gonna bomb them to hell. We're gonna bomb the crap out of them. Like, this is playing victim and then promising murder every single day. That's what Donald Trump does every day. Plays victim and promises murder every single day. It really is remarkable. Yes, this chomo. You're right. Donald Trump never makes sense. He is the king of the chomos. We live in a chomocracy, and he never makes any sense. He's always talking about killing Iranians and shit. You're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. That chomo don't make no sense. Donald Trump, king of the chomos. Never makes any sense. We're going to give them money, but we're not. It's also money that's not the money that Barack Obama, remember Biden gave money. We're going to give money to Iran, but we're not going to give money unless they do the thing that's in the deal. And then our deal is the deal that give them money. So the deal is to give them money. Well, not exactly. What the fuck, you gullible pieces of shit. Buy Melania coin. Welcome to the future. Donald Trump is endorsing Melania coin. The first lady has endorsed Melania coin. It is not a pump and dump scam. It's just waiting to go to the moon. Melania coin. You'll be buying pizzas on the moon with Melania coin. Invest today. It's the greatest financial tool for the future prosperity of America, according to Donald Trump. Please. The chomocracy has spoken. Donald Trump says you should buy Melania coin. It's not a pump and dump scam. They're going to trademark that. Melania coin. It's not a pump and dump scam. That's what they're going to, that's the slogan. It's not a pump and dump scam. It's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. If you believe Donald Trump, that's it. What's the link today? What do you mean, what's the link today? It's pinned to the chat, isn't it? It's pinned. Yeah, it's pinned in the vertical. You're watching vertical. You don't see it pinned?
The worst place in the world for Donald Trump to sign his deal with Iran, literally the worst place in the world, it would be at the French Palace of Versailles.
Dude, I said that. You're late. How come I said that first, Larry O'Donnell? Larry O'Donnell's been watching my show. That was my rant.
That is where Donald Trump signed his deal last night that Republicans are now condemning. The Treaty of Versailles, signed this very month, 107 years ago in 1919, was the negotiated treaty that officially ended World War I.
Yeah.
It was also the treaty that led to World War II.
Yeah.
That's how much of a failure that treaty was.
Yes.
Treaties that end in war are the worst kind of diplomatic failures. The Treaty of Versailles contained terms penalizing Germany for starting World War I. Adolf Hitler then exploited the economic pain for Germany in the terms of the Treaty of Versailles to launch his own rise to power that quickly turned into dictatorship, which allowed Hitler to march German soldiers into...
Did he go to, wait a second, Lawrence O'Donnell is a Berkeley boy stan. Yeah, he's a Berkeley boy stan. I think he went to Harvard. Harvard people are always jealous of Berkeley. Let me see. Where did Lawrence O'Donnell, where did he go to school? Harvard. Yeah, he went to Harvard. Harvard boys are always jealous of Berkeley boys. Always. Berkeley boys got that kind of like, we went to Berkeley, man. Fuck Harvard. Fuck all you Harvard fucks. Harvard, the professor at Harvard. So someone graduating from Harvard, their biggest dream is to come teach at Berkeley. That's what they all want to do.
To war once again, first to try to reclaim what Germany lost in the Treaty of Versailles, and then to try to conquer all of Europe again. To avoid the curse of Versailles on the Trump-Iran deal, someone, just someone working for Donald Trump would have to know something about history. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has ever read a history book or any other book other than Hitler's speeches, which his wife, his first wife, said he kept.
Of course, he loves Hitler. He's a big fan. Did the company's healthcare decline the CEO's medical bill? No, I don't know about that, but I know they must have gotten a bill from the ambulance that picked up Brian Thompson's dead body, because that's what happens in America. If an ambulance picks up someone's dead body, they send you a bill afterwards. It's really fun. It's great. It's great to get that bill after someone that you love dies. It's really fun in America when someone that you love dies and then you get bills for it. It's nice. It's nice. And then you also have to pay for like cremation and all the other. It's great. It's great. And then they're on the phone with you, like talking about sexual history and stuff because of organ donors. Like I take that organ donor shit off, man. I don't want anybody who survives me having to deal with that shit. Sorry. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Fuck everybody. You're not getting my organs anymore. I took that shit off after the organ donor people came after me when my mom died. Like, sorry. Nope. Nope. That's over. I'm not feeling generous about my organs anymore. I was an organ donor for like 30 years. I'm not one today. No siree. You guys need my corneas or something? Too bad. You can't have them. Can't have my corneas. Can't have my liver. Can't have shit. Your grandma was donated to science. That's a better idea. Hey, let's have some doctors who are gonna perpetuate this evil system use my body as a cadaver. Fuck them. Fuck them. No. Yeah, damn, I did not know that. Yeah, they call you and ask you all sorts of weird questions about you, the person that just died. Things like, was your mother in France in 1987 or something? They ask you weird questions because of like diseases that broke out in different areas. Did she do any kind of international travel in this year? How many sexual partners did she have? Did she ever have like I'm telling you, weird questions that you don't know how to answer about your mom. And like, I don't know the answers to these questions, dude. It was a lot. We have you're going to use your real name, Smoking Blondie, on here? I'm going to let you chill. Put in the group chat, in the private chat, if you want to change your screen name. You're going to use your slave name, or you're going to use your artist name? Let me know in the private chat if you want me to go live with this, or if you want to change your name first.
In the Hitler speeches in book form by his bedside. And so Donald Trump eagerly signed a disastrously bad deal with Iran.
All right, cool. All right, Smoking Blondie, calling in. What's the deal and how you feeling, Smoking Blondie?
Happy Friday. Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth. How you doing? You feeling good about the slave? Yeah, your slave name.
I don't know how that happened.
Your government name.
That's
I don't know.
crazy.
That's okay. I'm glad I caught it.
Yeah, me too.
How you doing?
Oh, I for a while have been trying to post or get this link to
a link.
It's for Eddie Izzard. Have you ever heard of him? He's a comedian.
Yeah, her. He goes by her now. He's changed.
Oh, he does? Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. I didn't even notice that she had changed that.
Eddie Izzard used to be a man in drag on stage doing a comedy show, and now she has said that she has actually been trans this whole time, which makes sense. I mean,
yeah,
she's been dressing like a woman but made jokes about it, and I don't know. Yeah, I like Eddie Izzard. I wanted to go see. She did a one-woman show on Hamlet as a one-woman show, and I wanted to go see it, but it was up in LA and it cost like $200, so I didn't go do it. But I really wanted to see it.
She's super talented. She's super intelligent.
Yeah.
Been watching her comedy since early 2000s, late 90s. Nobody was doing the type of acts
no
that she was doing. And every time you talk about Hitler or you talk about invading other countries, I go straight to
Oh yeah.
Flag. Oh,
Do you have
no
a flag? Do you have a flag?
Yeah.
Do you I'm sorry, but do you have no flag, no country? Terribly sorry.
Death
Here he
or
is.
cake? What kind of cake?
Here we go. Let's do it.
So, this is all true. And, so we had empires. In Europe, we had empires. Everyone had France and Spain and Britain and Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, full of furniture for some reason. And the Austro-Hungarian Empire, famous for fuck all. Yeah, that's all they did was slowly collapse like a flan in a cupboard. And the German Empire, very organized, always build an empire. Eins, zwei, build an empire, very Prussian. And then they'd celebrate with the
Very Prussian. This is an oldie but a goodie. Yeah, apparently she goes by Susie Eddie Izzard now. Susie Eddie Izzard is now identifying as a gender fluid and transgender for many years, but now uses the gender she. Just I want to double check because I know that she had a name change too.
World War, and then lose the whole fucking empire by the end of the war. In the 30s, Hitler, Czechoslovakia, Poland, France, Second World War, Russian front, not a good idea. Hitler never played Risk when he was a kid. Because, playing Risk, you could never hold on to Asia. That Asian, Eastern European area, you could never hold it, could you? 7 extra men at the beginning of every go, but you couldn't fucking hold it. Australasia, that was the one, Australasia. All the purples. Get everyone on Papua New Guinea and just build up and build up. And Hitler ended up in a ditch covered in petrol on fire. So that's fun. I think that's funny. Because he was a mass murdering fuckhead. And that was his honeymoon as well. Double trouble. Hey. Ava, let's marry him. Where shall our honeymoon be? Well, in a ditch, covered in petrol on fire. That's why he arranged it upstairs. Oh, how romantic, Adolf. Yes, I know. Fun. What a bastard. And he was a vegetarian and a painter, so he must have been going, I can't get the fucking trees. Damn, I will kill everyone in the world. And he was a mass murdering fuckhead, as many important historians have said. And, but the other mass murderers got away with it. Stalin killed many millions, died in his bed. Well done there. Pol Pot killed 1.7 million Cambodians, died under house arrest, age 72. Well done indeed. And the reason we let them get away with it is because they killed their own people. And we're sort of fine with that. Help yourself, We've been trying to kill you for ages, so you kill your own people. Well, that.
Technically, most of the people that Hitler killed were also his own people, right? Like most of those people identified as German, they just happened to be the wrong religion, wrong heritage, right?
Right.
Seems to be. Hitler killed people next door. Oh, stupid man. After a couple of years, we won't stand for that, will we? And Pol Pot killed 1.7 million people. We can't even deal with that. I think, we think if somebody kills someone, that's murder, you go to prison. You kill 10 people, you go to Texas, they hit you with a brick, that's what they do. 20 people, you go to a hospital, they look for a small window at you forever. And over that, we can't deal with it, Somebody's killed 100,000 people. We're almost going, well done, well done. You killed 100,000 people? You must get up very early in the morning. I can't even get down the gym. Your diary must look odd. Get up in the morning, death, lunch, death, afternoon tea, death, quick shower. So I suppose we're glad that Pol Pot's under house arrest. 1.7 million people. At least we know where he is. Under house arrest. Just don't go in that fucking house, I know a lot of people who would love to be under house arrest. They bring you your food. You just stay here. All right. No. Yeah. Have you got any videos? Just sit there. So, and Pol Pot was a history teacher, and Hitler was a vegetarian painter. So, mass murders come from the areas you least expect it. I don't know how the flip comes over, but it happened. So yeah, so there was a lot of that, and we built up empires. We stole countries. That's how you build an empire. We stole countries with the cunning use of flags.
This is it, right? Yeah.
You just sail around the world and stick a flag in. I claim India for Britain. And they go, you can't claim us. We live here. 500 million of us. Do you have a flag?
Do you have a flag? It's a long burn to get to that, all right? I forgot how long the setup was. Do you have a flag?
Oh my God.
No, we don't need a bloody flag.
We don't need a bloody flag. It's our country, you bastard. No flag, no country. You can't have one. That's the rules that I've just made up. And I'm backing it up with this gun. I just don't think that's happening. So, but you can't do that in Church of England. You can't say, you must have tea and cake with the vicar or you die. You can't have extreme points of view. The Spanish Inquisition wouldn't have worked with Church of England. Talk, will you talk? But it hurts. Well, loosen it up a bit, will you? That's what it'll be. Tea and cake or death. Tea and cake or death. Tea and cake or death. Students with their tea and cake or death. Tea and cake or death. Little red cookbook. Little red cookbook.
The red cookbook.
You know, because cake or death. That's a pretty easy question. Anyone can answer that. Cake or death? Cake, please. Very well.
Very
Give
well.
them cake. Oh, thanks very much. Very nice. You, cake or death? Cake for me too, please. Very well. Give him cake too. I'm gonna run out of cake at this rate.
Cake or death. I mean, that's basically it, right? Like,
Yeah, that's it.
the Church of England can't do it. The Church of England can't do a good Spanish Inquisition because it's just going to be cake or death. You very well.
And I think wasn't he in Fury or
bunch of movies,
bunch of war movies?
Yeah. He Eddie Izzard was in a bunch of movies, and but lots. I mean, as small parts too. Sometimes it's like, oh, that was Eddie Izzard. I remember like it's like Billy Connolly too. It's always these bit parts. They need a guy with a Scottish accent. Oh, that was Billy Connolly. You know, little must be fun.
I think he was in Band of Brothers or something. Like he had a very small like officer role, and I was like, holy shit, that was just Eddie Izzard.
Yeah, you go like, oh, that I didn't realize that was him until the very end, until the credits roll. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah,
Smoking
you're
Blondie.
welcome.
I appreciate that. Yeah, do you have a flag?
And the way he sticks his tongue, he's so good. He's so good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first poll of the day is like, are we on stolen land? And still, what 20-something% said no. So I mean, clearly,
That's stupid. You're stupid if you think that.
Yeah, I mean, we got it fair and square with conquest. That's not fair and square. What do you mean?
That's not unstolen land. I hunt for arrowheads, less than a mile from my house. Don't tell me it's not stolen land. Get out of here.
Yeah, Chris Jensen is saying skyjacker, Poland, Romanian, Hungarians, Russians, French, Dutch, etc., blah, 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 would hardly describe themselves as Hitler killed his own people. Yeah, but those weren't the ones about the mass murder with the concentration camps. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're right. You're right. I mean, but a lot of people like to think that Hitler, like, that Hitler went door to door just like Donald Trump is, and pulling people out of houses and putting them in ghettos, or what we've done the ghetto part already, and then they liquidate those ghettos and put them in concentration camps. I mean, that's something that we're doing right now. So like your own people, like we always gas our own. Everyone always gasses their own people. That's what they're doing in front of the Delaney Hall right now. That's what they're doing in front of the concentration camp. We're gassing our own people.
We have children. And women. I mean, we have people in concentration camps with no court dates, no way out, being used as slave labor. Donald Trump should not even been allowed at the G7.
Yeah, because he's a war criminal, man. Exactly. Like we have no human rights expectation. It really is kind of funny if you think about how like it used to be, where if some country had human rights violations, we would not invite them to shit like that. But that's just not the case anymore, I guess, right? Like we don't care anymore.
Where are the sanctions?
Yeah, where are the sanctions? Where do you think? Think they should sanction America?
Yes.
Would that be funny?
Yeah.
Imagine if that happened. Well, we'll get there before we're done, I'm sure. Don't you think that'll happen before it's all over?
If we can't get to the billionaires' heads first, quick enough, yes.
Yeah, I think we'll get there before time is up. Yeah, I think we'll get there before time is up. Anything else on your mind?
Nope. That's all I wanted to share, and I'm gonna jump off here and go back into chat.
Thank you so much for hanging out and calling in, Smoking Blondie. I appreciate you. I have a house showing at 12:30, so I've got to so I'm gonna call it early here pretty soon because it's already almost 11. I got to clean up again. It's funny, like someone asked, well, why do you have to clean so much every time someone comes over? It's like because I got dishes and shit. I got stuff. I live in here, you know what I'm saying? I've tried to like spruce up the joint every time someone comes over. Yeah.
But that's awesome that you've got more than a handful now, like coming in. That's really good.
Yeah, this week has been madness, and like I have two visits today. So I hope it's good. I don't know. Now I'm starting to look, you know what I'm looking at? Shit, like I have all these potted plants and stuff outside, and if I move to a place that has a yard, I'm thinking, man, I should take all these potted plants with me. So what? You just tell the movers to take all these potted plants, and they move? Yeah.
Yes, I brought all my. I have blackberries that are as big as my thumb that have been moved twice.
Really?
Yes, I take everything. All my plants are coming. They're like pets to me. Like
Interesting. I've been thinking about that because they'll just move them and put them on the truck for you, huh?
Yes.
I've never done that before. I've never hired a mover to go these long distances. I've always just like gotten rid of everything. But I'm starting to think, man, maybe I should take more than I thought, and like
Your burlap the bottom of the plants to give them more security before the movers get a hold of them because they're not going to care about them as much as you do.
what do you mean burlap the bottom? Like burn up, like you put the burlap around the
Yes. Sorry,
put-
there's a freaking wasp in my car.
Oh no, there's a wasp in your car. A white
like-
Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
That's even worse. I just go to like Menards or somewhere where they have like coffee bean burlap sacks.
Yeah.
Buy those and just burlap the bottom of your plants, not around the pot, just around the base of the actual plant.
What? Around the bit? What you mean? You take out the whole dirt and then you put the burlap and then you put that back in the pot?
If that's feasible, yes. If not, just secure the bottom of the plant inside the pot, like go above the pot and around your roots, around the base of the plant, and secure it real tight with the burlap.
Okay.
I can send you pictures of mine.
Okay. I guess I should think about this more because I have like a little lemon tree and a little orange tree, and they are in pots. Those are quite large pots, though. And I mean, like, I can't lift them by myself.
So I have several that I couldn't lift by myself that I just put on a dolly.
Uh-huh.
And
Well, I
put
mean,
them
the
on the
movers
truck.
could figure that shit out, but I mean, like,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what am I supposed to do with a burlap sack with a lemon tree?
If there's not no need, if there's no need to secure it, like if it's not a floppy type plant, you don't need to secure it. But I don't have citrus. Obviously, they wouldn't make it here. But I'm trying to think. Like I burlapped all my berry bushes, all my candaces. I burlapped, and I moved in the spring, so mine were starting to come out.
If I move in the summer, they don't usually fruit. I get like one lemon a year. But I'm thinking like if I move to a house with a yard, I would put them in the ground and I would let them grow. And I think that'd be really cool because they could survive in New Mexico. It gets cold, but that's okay. If you put them near a wall, I guess the heat from the wall will keep them from freezing overnight. But
You can also check the area of the range, like the scale of 1 to 5 or whatever. If there's no change in where you're living now, everything will transplant just fine.
Man, I'm so worried about this. Because I have like a bunch of cactuses and shit too in my front yard that I really like. One I actually like. I really want to take with me. I was thinking about just taking one, but I'm looking at all the others. These are all great plants. And cactuses do great in New Mexico. Well, cactuses do great everywhere, but they do great in New Mexico. And I would bring them there and set them up and have like have a little garden since I'm moving to a place. I don't want to start. I don't know.
And they know you. I know that sounds weird, but I connect with my plants. My mother, who is an evil person, threw out a cactus that someone gave her in Indiana, northern Indiana. And it's real sandy up there. Those cactuses have taken over. Like one cactus has turned into 2 acres of cactus in Indiana.
Damn.
Cacti, my bad. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I think it'd be so great to have I don't know, like, because to bring some of that with me if I'm moving to a house, like I don't want to bring everything with me. But there's stuff that I think I should bring, like stuff that would fit in New Mexico. And now I'm like, I'm having second guessing. I'm second guessing everything now,
Don't do that. You're overthinking it.
Well, I'm paying a service to come in and sell shit and take all the stuff that I don't take, you know, and now I'm like, well, maybe I should take this, and they shouldn't do that, and now I'm gonna pay them for nothing. But I guess I'm paying for nothing anyway, I guess, right?
I can't believe you're not taking your fish.
It's too far. It's a 14-hour drive. How the hell am I gonna move these fish?
My husband moved fish from Minneapolis to his home in Indiana. Or other way, 500 miles. He took African cichlids.
Well, my neighbor said they'll take my fish, and I love my fish, but it's like every time I move, a bunch of them die, and
Then give them away.
Yeah. Well, what?
I said, then give them away. If they're gonna die, don't risk that.
Well, I don't know if they're going to die either, but they always. I'm sure your husband lost a couple of the cichlids.
Yeah, he did. He was just standing here saying he did.
Yeah, he loses some. They always lose a couple. Like I lost. Scott, you can take your fish. What kind of fish do you have? Look, I used to have a bunch of fish. Now I have some guppies and algae eater and a really old catfish. The catfish and the algae eater probably are extremely old. I don't know how old the guppies are, but these are like 10-year-old fish. Like, I don't know how many more years in these fish got left in them. And I don't need a fish tank. I love having the fish tank, but I'm not going to buy any more fish. I don't like buying fish. I don't like buying animals, you know. These are all just like rescue animals. And the drive is too hot. Well, the water won't change temperature that drastically, but even when you move the fish to another tank, you have to bring up the water so super slow, but the fish are fucking stressed. And if the water's just a couple degrees too high too fast, your fish all die. Not all of them. Some of them just can't take it. Every time I move, I lose a bunch of fish. Yeah. So, fish don't deserve to be tanked. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Fish don't deserve to be tanked, but at the same time, people tank fish. And so, like, the way I got these fish to begin with was because somebody had a fish on their desk. That person got fired. I ended up with the fish tank on my desk. I adopted that fish. People found out that I adopted fish. Then they started giving me fish. Then I had a bunch more fish. And then they started having babies, and I had more fish. It's just like, I love my fish. I love watching them do their little shit. I love them, but I don't want to move them. My neighbor says they'll take them. I only have to move them right over there. I'll empty the water halfway out. I'll bring the fish tank over. Everything will be okay. Catfish be good eating. You're not very smart, Robert. Yes. Fish are not fungible tokens, are not fungible. They're not exchangeable for other. Each one has their own individuality. And I don't think it's okay to kill and eat them or harm them or replace them. It was from Fear and Loathing. It's the scene where Benicio was puking up salmon. So we got those cursed goldfish. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. I hope that you're having a great day. I hope you think that slavery is wrong. I just don't think people should be buying and selling animals. I don't think that's so hard to understand. Buying and selling others is just something that I just can't agree with. I just can't abide. Do you have a problem with people who read Henry David Thoreau? Thank you. It looks like you guys are all against Sean Hannity. Only 20% of you said that Henry David Thoreau was a problem for you. Thank you. Thank you for that.
It is like a kindergarten version of the agreement Secretary of State John Kerry and Secretary of Energy Ernest Moniz negotiated with Iran for President Obama 11 years ago, in which Iran said in writing, quote, Iran reaffirms that under no circumstances will Iran ever seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons. Donald Trump demanded the unconditional surrender of Iran at the beginning of his war. And tonight, in an interview with Axios, he is simply lying and claiming that he got Iran's unconditional surrender, which the world knows is an absolute lie. Donald Trump also completely surrendered on his objective to obliterate every Iranian missile. On the night Donald Trump launched his war, he listed this as one of his goals.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
The night he launched his war, Donald Trump was ignoring the fact that he already claimed that he had obliterated Iran's nuclear program and its missiles. But there he was on the first night of his war telling the world that Iran's missiles will be totally obliterated again. Those are his words. And now, after Donald Trump ended his war, knowing that Iran still has missiles, he now says it's perfectly okay for Iran to have missiles.
We'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. They've got to have some. Somebody said, you shouldn't give them one. And I have guys, I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is this weird? Every time he tells stories, yes, sir. Sir, the guy have missiles. Yes, sir.
It doesn't work that way, you know. It doesn't work that way.
But you sure talked big when you said you were going to take all their missiles away, Donnie Boy. Donnie Boy says that they're going to take all their missiles away, and yet they still got missiles.
The hallucinating clown delivering to us these imagined versions of his conversations with his staff. But he said it did work that way on the first night of his war, that they get to have no missiles at the end of his war. Republican candidate for President J.D. Vance did not use the word obliterated today when he talked about those missiles.
Their ability to launch missiles has been substantially degraded. Is it zero? No, but it's substantially degraded. And in that sense, we haven't abandoned the mission. We've accomplished that particular part of the mission.
That is how they will continue to lie about what they accomplished in their war in Iran. They said that Iran would have zero missiles at the end of their war, and now they are left with nothing but a lying game to deal with the outcome they have achieved. Donald Trump spent the day denying that the United States would put any reconstruction money into that $300 billion fund, but the Trump-Iran deal is designed to increase Iranian oil revenue in a way that the Wall Street Journal says will, quote, turbocharge its oil revenue, make it bigger than ever, because one provision of the Trump-Iran deal says, quote, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and also
that's all they've ever wanted.
Associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, etc. Because Iran has been sanctioned and not allowed full access to the international banking system, Iran has...
God, I remember when Obama was doing his thing about the sanctions and everything, and we were all up in arms. Everybody was so pissed because of natural gas prices were going to go up. Natural gas, because Iran, they do have a lot of oil, but you know what? Where oil is, natural gas usually is. Natural gas, wow, we need that shit. And the prices were going to go up. And people were like, oh, fucking Obama, natural gas prices are going up. This is crazy.
Tens of billions of dollars on deposit in foreign countries that it has not been able to retrieve. And it appears that all of those billions around the world can now be easily delivered to Iran, thanks to Donald Trump. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's response to every one of these points will be to lie. We know that. Imagine if President Obama had negotiated a deal as terrible as the Trump deal with Iran, and he decided he was just going to lie about it. Imagine what Republicans would say. Imagine what Democrats would say about such lying. Imagine how the news media would rise up against President Obama if he chose lying as the only way to describe his Iran deal.
Juneteenth is not just about celebrating heritage. It's about celebrating liberation and freedom. It's a fucking travesty of our system that people were ever owned, especially people being born owned. It was a true disgusting blemish on an otherwise blemished, disgusting history. But, you know, I like celebrating freedom because I hate slavery. I like celebrating liberation. I can't imagine I just can't imagine the mind fuck it must have been for everyone living in Galveston when that dude came up on the horse and said all these people are free. God, imagine what that must have been like. Was there a party? Did people just go crazy? What happened? It must have been such a like, wait, what? And we've been free for 90 days? You mean that we've been... Well, I want to get paid. I want back pay for that last 90 days then, right? I want to get paid for those 90 days. No, we're not paying you for those 90 days. That must have been so wild.
Or anything else that he did. Every day of his presidency, every day of Barack Obama's political career in Washington, from the United States Senate to the White House, President Obama was held to a different standard than the standard Donald Trump wants for himself. And Barack Obama hired cabinet members and other staffers who held themselves to the highest standards. He didn't send a New York real estate developer to negotiate with Iran as Donald Trump did. He sent John Kerry, a decorated combat veteran, a United States senator with decades of service on the Foreign Relations Committee, including the chairmanship of that committee, with a life focused on foreign relations.
Mm-hmm.
That is what John Kerry brought to those negotiations. And he wasn't there alone. He had a world-class nuclear physicist with him, Secretary of Energy.
Exactly. C-libs, you're absolutely right. Slavery is an institution that still exists to this day in countries all over the world, including this one. I can really only, do something about this one. But yeah, we have slavery right here. We voted We even had a ballot initiative in California to try to abolish slavery in prisons, but it didn't pass. Slavery is still very much popular. There are more enslaved people today in the United States than there were in the antebellum South. But chattel slavery, as the Americans did it, being born into slavery because of the color of your skin, is something unique to the American heritage, the American experience, the American way of life, is that we have judged people based on the color of their skin and determined whether or not they are slaves by the color of their skin, that you are born into it. That's something that no other country really does. It's like one of our little unique little feathers we could put in our hats as Americans. We used the existing paradigm of racism as perpetuated by colonists, colonialism and colonial thought, and we applied it to chattel slavery. And well, it's a really disgusting and ugly thing. I know people keep on trying to mix Juneteenth about Black heritage or something, or African American heritage. It's not really about African American heritage. Of course, it is talking about African American experience or African diaspora experience, but it's not really about it's not about African American heritage. That's what Kwanzaa is. Kwanzaa is about heritage and the contributions that that African Americans have made to the American experience over the since forever. After all, the first person to be killed in the Revolutionary War was a Black man named Crispus Attucks, and we have a long history of African diaspora contributing to the American way of life. And how are so many of them repaid for that? Through slavery. Slavery, that's what they got, and it truly is a terrifying thing to think that you could be born a slave because of the color of your skin. One drop of black blood, one drop, and you were born a slave. The only time we talk about blood quotients is when we're talking about horses, Indians, and Black people, and it's a fucking disgusting thing. But enough about that. Are you for or against slavery? Should we run the same? Should we run the quiz again? We did a poll earlier, and enough of you are still for slavery, which I'm glad that some of you are honest. It seems most Americans are perfectly okay with most forms of slavery. It's just that one form of slavery we were like, let's not do it. So with Juneteenth, I like to think of it as a still optimistic thing that yes, we didn't beat slavery, but one form of slavery. We should have learned a lesson that all slavery is wrong. We should have learned that lesson that all slavery is wrong. But instead, we're still okay with most forms of slavery. Almost all the forms of slavery are still perfectly legal in the United States of America.
Energy and former MIT professor Ernest Moniz, who was evaluating every aspect of Iran's nuclear capability in sharp scientific detail. And Donald Trump has no one like that working for him, no one like that negotiating with Iran. A real estate developer who might not even be able to spell physics brought back the worst possible deal you could get from Iran. And Donald Trump looked at the stock market and the economy and said, well, I guess we can't take any more of these kinds of days, so let's just sign this deal. And let's sign it at Versailles. And after he signs that deal, after he gets criticized for signing it, Donald Trump angrily lashes out on social media saying, quote, these fools who think I haven't been tough enough on Iran. Fools is the nicest word.
No. So this is wrong. The word slave is derived from the word Slavic. It is the word Slavic that initially enslaved but couldn't survive the transatlantic. No. The word slave has been, that's just the English etymology. They called it other shit in the Greek, in ancient Greece. They didn't originally enslave the Slavs. That's not how that worked. They used different words for slaves. Slavery is way older than the word slave. The word slave is kind of new to the here we go. When Aristotle talked about slavery, who was he talking about? What group was he talking about being enslaved? Natural slavery is inherently less rational and capable fully of governing of their own lives. He believed that specific groups of people who were more like animals. He didn't target a specific race. He defined their group by psychological and intellectual capacity. Natural slaves. Of course, he didn't call anyone who was non-Greek was considered a barbarian, a slavish nature. He believed that anyone, even Greeks who lacked internal rational control, who were governed by base physical instincts, fell into this natural servile category, that all animals were born slaves, and that some people, like animals, were also slaves. Not necessarily any group, just people of mental capacity were considered slaves. Now, they didn't have the word slave. They called it like oros. I forget what they called it, oros or some shit. I don't speak ancient Greek, but don't get too hung up on the word slave. That's just what we call it in English.
Donald Trump has ever used for his political opponents and his political critics in his own party. Imagine if Barack Obama had ever gotten angry and called John McCain, who he beat in his first presidential campaign, a fool. Imagine if Barack Obama had ever gotten angry in his re-election campaign and called his opponent, Mitt Romney, a fool. In fact, just imagine if President Obama, the first black president, had ever gotten angry in any way at all.
Yeah.
Ever. Instead, he was steady, he was careful. And that is what it takes to negotiate a real and enforceable and historic nuclear agreement with Iran, as President Obama did with John Kerry and Ernest Moniz at the negotiating table. Today, at the opening of the Obama Presidential Library in Chicago, Michelle Obama described the man who succeeded 11 years ago in negotiating with Iran, where Donald Trump has now failed.
8 years in the crucible, and not once did you melt from the heat.
Did you guys watch any of this? I didn't put any of this in the playlist, these speeches, because it's all a lot of ass kissing, but I thought that her speech was actually quite good.
Not once did you let it harden you. Instead, you used it to reveal your truest essence, your stubborn optimism and unflinching courage, your dazzling brilliance.
I'm just going to say this. Hillary Clinton's pulling off the hat better than Melania. Just say it. Just say it. I think her hat, I think she chose a better hat than Melania. She looks less like the Hamburglar and more like old lady at the Shakespeare Center. Old lady watching Shakespeare. She looks like a baby boomer watching Shakespeare in the park, right? That's what she looks like. She doesn't look like the Hamburglar. Robble, 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 robble.
Conscientious decency, your ferocious work ethic, an absolutely unshakable moral fiber. And to do it all as a first, and the higher standard that comes with all that, the claims that a U.S. senator.
And I kind of like this seersucker coat she's wearing.
And constitutional law expert wasn't qualified for the job. The lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you'd had a son, that he too would be black. Yet you were unflappable at every turn, always focused, always calm, always looking at the long view. How absurd it is to even imagine that you might buckle under the pressure even once, lashed out in frustration, lost your temper.
I remember, man, God damn it. You see that symbol? I haven't seen that symbol in a long time. That was the Obama campaign symbol. And man, I remember conservatives saying that this was worse than the swastika. I sat at a table where someone told me this was worse than the swastika, that Barack Obama was like Hitler, and we're going to see this symbol everywhere. And this symbol means, because it was catching on, people like this symbol, and they were like, oh yeah, it's just like the Nazis. He's a Nazi. My God. And Barack Obama, he did put people in concentration camps.
How absurd it is to imagine that you might have done anything but make our family and this entire country proud.
Well, Michelle Obama did say, when they go low, we go high. Works for some people. Michelle Obama, imagine if she ever got angry and did something. It looks like she was when she got it. Imagine if she got out of pocket, what the world would say about her. Michelle's miles above Melania. Well, it helps that she, the thing is, you look at these folks and they just look like it's just not that hard. Like this is politics as usual. But man, like, I'm so critical of Obama, Barack Obama's presidency, and Bill Clinton's, but God damn, it just like, I feel nostalgic about these guys. just because Donald Trump is so brash and so disgusting and so horrific and so mean and cruel and ugly and just disgust. It's just disgusting. Just vile shit all the time. These guys never said a bunch of vile shit.
No, you were too busy. You did it all with such grace and class and cool that you made the hardest job in the world look like a walk in this beautiful park. Your mother, Toot, Gramps, you are a tribute to their love. They are up there grinning and hugging today because you never forgot who you are and where you came from. Single mother, working hard to get by and get an education and show her son the world. Grandparents who didn't have much, but they had the perfect recipe to nurture your flame.
Yeah, I mean, are we going back? Think we'll go back to that? No. Can't believe they asked about Obama's certificate, birth certificate with that accent. I can't believe that he says as much as he does about immigrants when his son has a Slovenian passport. Barron Trump has a Slovenian passport. Do you think either of the Obama girls has a foreign passport? I don't think so. Last one.
It was cruel, it was unnecessary, and I am relieved that this chapter is coming to a close.
Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel announced today that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, is abandoning its plans to convert a Romulus warehouse into an
Hey, it looks like fighting back is starting to work.
immigration detention center. Thanks for joining us tonight at 11. I'm Shayna Humphreys.
And up Terrence Friday. The reversal is a legal victory for Nessel and other officials who filed a lawsuit against ICE to try to stop the plans for the facility. CBS News Detroit's Heath Kalb has more on what's next for the warehouse.
Well, it was back in February when ICE purchased this facility and said that this project would bring nearly 1,500 jobs and over $150 million in economic activity to the area. But this proposal drew massive outrage from both residents in the area and lawmakers. Today, those lawmakers and residents are celebrating what they're calling a legal win.
It was cruel, it was unnecessary, and I am relieved that this chapter is coming to a close.
According to Attorney General Dana Nessel, ICE has decided to abandon its plans to convert this Romulus warehouse on Cogswell Street into an immigration detention center and instead will sell the facility.
And this once again proves exactly why suing the illegal actions of this administration is so very important.
It is important. I hate to say it. I get down. I know I try to on a Friday, I'm trying to look for good news, guys. And because it's always bad news on Fridays. But as much as I don't think this system is worth saving, if we don't operate within this system to try to affect change and convince others that this is that we need to show the world how broken the system is, then we're not going to accomplish anything. So having people who are able to actually do something like in the court of law and get some wins, this is a small win, right? Hey, no concentration camps in this particular warehouse. That shows that we're pushing back. And okay, well, they'll just open the concentration camp in a different warehouse. That may or may not be true. But we need to push back constantly. I hear the same things like when they protested and closed the Farmer John's slaughterhouse in LA. People are like, well, they're just going to open up another slaughterhouse in the desert somewhere. And they did, but a smaller one because it cost so much to build. And so they had to close one big one. They got a smaller one someplace else. And so is that a win? Yes. Push back at those who are oppressing others. Push back on those who are murdering others. Push back on those who don't have respect for life, liberty, and happiness. If you don't have respect for those things like our freedoms, our liberties, then you need to push back. People always say this shit like, why do you not like, you think that you're accomplishing something because you don't like going through the scanners at the, you don't like going through the scanners? Yeah, I don't go through the scanners at the airport because fuck them. Alexander Cansey, I don't recognize your name. Could you put in the private chat your age, please, so that I know that you're not a child, please?
ICE purchased the warehouse in February, but Nessel says the federal organization never gave notice to the
Just put in the private chat that you what your age is.
State, to the city, or to the general public. And over the past few months, the warehouse has been the site of several protests.
Because we have a lot of Haitians that work in my yard, so that I was actually scared. I thought it was going to be like some crazy roundups going on. Just the way ICE has been moving around the country, it's a good thing for Romulus.
The warehouse is located near elementary schools and residential neighborhoods and lies within a floodplain that has experienced flooding as recently as last year. The building has also drawn criticism for what the Attorney General says is inadequate infrastructure.
Inadequate infrastructure. Do you want to put your link in here? Are you going to put your name in here, your age in here so I can bring you on or what? Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto, huh? Cool. Grand Theft Auto is out, everybody. Thank you, Alexander. Appreciate you. You still haven't put your age in the chat, though. So thank you for sharing that, though. I mean, you could order, I guess. Cool. Are people excited about this game? I don't like those open world games where you just end up doing a bunch of shit. I remember Grand Theft Auto 3 I really enjoyed. But then that one, I think Vice or whatever, or San Andreas, I saw a friend playing it, and he's like, he's got the GTA avatar working out. Like, why are you working? Like, just go work out. Just go work out. That'd be cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate you, and thank you for coming on the Morning Sky show. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the GTA stuff. I love the way it always looks like it's gonna, like, Red Dead Redemption and stuff. All those Rockstar games look like a lot of fun, but it's just like, just give me a game. Like, write some stories into it. You know, you can whore out women. Cool. Kick him out. Why should I kick him out? Is it a troll? I should stream the new GTA? I don't think I will. I'm looking for, I want to play a game again. I want to play the new Star Trek game. I want to play the Voyager game. I think that looks really sick. But Red Dead is awesome. A lot of people love Red Dead. I've watched Big Sherpa play Red Dead, and it makes me want to play it, but it's just like, oh man, it looks like it takes forever. It just looks like it fucking takes forever. I haven't even beaten Signalis yet. I keep on wanting to play Signalis. I just don't have the time. Everyone loves Red Dead. Maybe we should do a gaming stream pretty soon. Maybe I should do a gaming stream. Keeps me from drinking.
Structure to support hundreds of detainees and staff.
You have 6 bathrooms and a 6-inch pipe. That's it for all the water. So it's important that we stop this for good reasons that go, way beyond politics.
In a statement released Thursday, DHS said the agency has, quote, remained singularly focused on removing the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens from the United States and is always
worse than the worst,
evaluating the best methods to do so.
Like putting them in warehouses.
Adding that it is, quote, moving swiftly to utilize existing detention space with our state and county partners. And Nessel has said that this lawsuit will remain active until there is a written agreement from both DHS and ICE that there will never be a detention facility here on Cogswell Street in Romulus.
Cool. All right. So that's one good thing, right? GTA 6 is coming out, and detention center are being closed down. They're saying the no concentration camps here. I think that's pretty cool. All right. That's the show. Thank you so much for being here. You're stoked about that news. I'm stoked about it too. I think I'm pretty stoked. Yeah. Go play outside like we did in the 50s and 60s. I like to play outside. It's beautiful. Skyrim. Is that an Elder Scrolls are my jam? Skyrim. Maybe I should play Skyrim. I don't know. I don't like those games where you gotta sit there and grind. It's like, if I want to work, I'll just work. I saw these people playing World of Warcraft where they're like mining for gold and like fishing and shit, man. It's like, fuck. If I want to go do that, I'll just go to work. I just go to work and earn money. It's just such a weird thing. I never understood that part of the game. People want to, like, even Zelda had stuff like that where you got like, but Zelda, you had to like catch all the chickens or something. But when you're seriously like, you got a character mining for 3 hours, it just seems like, why is the point? We can all play Skyrim. Is Skyrim a MMORPG? MMORPG? Skyrim, the game. Elder Scroll 5, Skyrim. It's an action role-playing game developed by Bethesda. Alexander, if you don't put your age, you came back into the chat, but the show's over, so you're out. Sorry, Alexander. You should have put your age in. Why don't you put your age in the chat? I asked you multiple times to put your age in the chat. You didn't do it, so you're not coming on. Thank you. It's an RPG. Sounds like fun. People like this game, huh? You're always an elf. Skyrim, the game, part 5. Welcome to Skyrim with over 200 Game of the Year awards. Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim. It came out in 2011. 2011. That's an old ass game. It's only $10. Oh, some have, but it's more expensive on. I don't know how this works. Sometimes it's $80 on Nintendo. It's $70. I don't know how. What is it on Steam? Special edition $10. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I don't know if I want to play Skyrim. You'll play for yours. It's legendary though. More music. I play music every day, but not today. I have to go. You'll pay for mine? You'll pay for mine? Okay, then let's play. I will play it for PC. If you buy it for me on Steam, I will play it. It's an awesome game. Oh, that's probably an expansion kit. If you buy it for me, I'll play it. I'll play anything people buy for me. I will play it. I loved playing. I love playing the games. I haven't been playing in the summertime because it's so beautiful out, and I like kind of being outside. I read my books and stuff, but I'll play. I'll play. You miss the good old days of buy CD cartridge. You could gift it to me on stream if you want on Steam. But yeah, I'll play it. How many hours do you have to play Skyrim to complete it? How many hours do you have to play Skyrim to complete it? Most you'll finish it in 35 hours. Okay, I like it. If you strictly focus on the dragon quest line and ignore the side quests. But there's a bunch of side quests you could play up. 100% is 300 hours. Well, I'm not going to play that. I'm not going to play fucking 100%. But I could do 80 hours. Main story and factions and DLCs. 80 hours to 150 hours to do all the downloaded content and experience major side content like the Civil War and the guilds. It's up to 80 hours. Okay, that I can do. I can do that. I can do that. Massive open world. You can wander off and spend dozens of hours exploring caves, talking to NPCs, to crafting gear. All right, I'll play it. No guitar today, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't play guitar. I could play it later, but I can't do it now. I don't have enough time to play guitar right now today. I'm sorry. Xbox is really shady, our souls. We have a whole guild in the chat, apparently. You can play for years. Yeah, I'll play it. I'll play Skyrim. If you guys want me to play, I'll play it. Thank you. I'm trying to sell my house today though, so I need to clean up and do some stuff. And thank you so much, Real McGoy. No guitar today, unfortunately. I'll play guitar maybe later on today. I'll practice a little bit, but I can't play live on stream because I gotta clean up this room. I gotta clean up downstairs. I gotta download Skyrim. Yeah, gotta sell the house and move. It's so stressful. It's so fucking stressful. All right. I feel like we all just got mushroom stamped by Epic Fury. No, why? Why? Skyrim needs dedication. Sending good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. I appreciate that. It's happening. It's happening. It's already happening. It's already happening. Selling the house, great choice. No mortgage BS. Yeah, I'm gonna miss California though, and I'm gonna miss being in this neighborhood, I guess, and miss my book clubs. My book clubs are already like, miss my book. Speaking of book clubs, we are reading Surfing with Sartre by Aaron James and The Country Under Heaven by Frederick S. Durbin right now. I'm also reading the Conquest of Bread by Kropotkin. And if you want to read any of those with me, please do. We're going to be doing some book club content coming up, but go ahead and read Frederick S. Durbin's Country Under Heaven, which is fucking phenomenal. I loved it. It's like a horror cowboy. It's like Red Dead Redemption except with cosmic horror elements. That's what it's like. It's like Red Dead Redemption with cosmic horror elements. It's fantastic. I loved it. And Surfing with Sartre, I'm about halfway through. That's more of like a philosophical journey, cobbling together different philosophical normative theories through the lens of surfers. And I think that's really fun too. And I think you'll enjoy it. Can someone drop the books in the chat? They're both in the Heady Solstice. They're both in the community tab of this channel. I've posted both of them in the community tab with my affiliate link if you're an Amazon person. But I get a penny, I guess, if you buy it through Amazon. But they're both in the community. If you go to community and put newest, you'll see it. You'll see them at the top. Just go to my community tab, hit newest. Yeah, New Mexico will be cool. I hear you can make meth, but there's plenty of pretty big guy. Yeah. Fuck book club material too. So many activities. Yeah. Yeah. I the first one we're gonna do, I hope, is The Country Under God. I'm trying to get in touch with the author. I think it'd be cool to do a little live stream with the author and talk about the book. I think that'd be really fun. So if you're into it. The commie tab. Yeah. The commie tab. It's literally youtube.com/@skyjackmorgan/community. So please do that. You already got the books? Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy them. I think they're both. One I just loved. I really had a soft spot in my heart for this book by Frederick S. Durbin. It's, I think, my favorite book I've read so far this year. And I know it's a little bit, I've read a lot of books, and that's like, I know, I just really got into it. I really dug it. I love that there's even stuff about like the fact that I finished it right before Juneteenth, and it takes place right after the Civil War. So there is some talk about slavery and liberation. And I think undertones of anarchism and transcendentalism and like early American, like Henry David Thoreau type shit. But it's a story about a man living off of his labor, traveling around America after the Civil War, but he is having visions and he's encountering the supernatural out there in the wilderness, and it's really cool. I think it's really cool. I can't wait to talk with you more about it. All right. Thanks, everybody. You're reading Insomnia by Stephen King. Okay, so the next horror book I'm going to read is Duma Key by Stephen King. I haven't read a Stephen King book since I was a teenager. So the next horror novel will be Duma Key by Stephen King. I wasn't going to announce that for a couple weeks because I don't want to saturate. I don't want everyone to get too confused. Just because I'm reading 3 books at one time doesn't mean all of you should. But I'm going to read Duma Key next after I'm done with a couple other books. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Illegitimate non-carborundum, don't let the bastards grind you down. Please become a Sky City Rebel if you already are. Please hype streams. Share a short. Thanks for your support. Please share a short. Thanks for your support. Please share a short. Please share the channel with your MAGA friends or with your just share it on your Facebook pages and shit. Please share because it helps the channel a lot. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. That would be such a huge milestone for me, and it will help tremendously. So thanks a lot. I think you're awesome. I'm in Texas. You're in Texas? I love Texas. My book hasn't shown up yet. Oh, right. Righteous. Which one did you get? Did you get both of them? All right. Thank you so much. I'll see you in 2 Shakes of a Lamb's Den. I'll see you tomorrow. No, yeah, tomorrow we'll do the guitar show. The Saturday coffee and guitar. I call it coffee and guitar because people do coffee and cigars, but coffee and guitar on a Saturday morning we'll do tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.